champions for World Sport Series 2015. There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
racing. Certainly always walked it this weekend.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to round 3 of season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. A very exciting round ahead as we head to the Interlagos circuit. It's one of my absolute personal favorites of all time, and we're going to have a massive field of roughly 40 cars or so of prototype and GT pedigree racing around here for a total of 8 hours. We're sponsored by R Factor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing today. And hopefully we're all going to have a very lovely time. My name is James Kirk, and sitting alongside me is, well, not alongside me, but metaphorically, of course, is Mr. Joshua Anderson, back on cameras once again. It's good to have you back on cams, Josh. And we've got a very exciting event ahead, especially since there is a big prediction out there that we should be seeing some rain. So flashbacks to Fuji.
Absolutely, we had an absolute storm of a race, well, metaphorically as well. It was a bit of a mini storm at Fuji, and then, of course, there was the actual rain, and then it turned out that we had an LMP2 leading for a while. So, you know, if you can have that sort of thing happening, who knows what'll happen if there's rain here?
Who knows indeed? Well, what I do know, at the very least, is that 3 Wide Motorsport took overall pole position, and so that does mean that we've had 3 different pole sitters in 3 different races. And you'd think that with the extraordinary speed that the number 8 Doug Henson racing car has shown this year, surely he would have kicked on from, or surely they would have kicked on from Silverstone and really made qualifying their own, but it's been anything but the case, Josh. And I think it's a real credit to the rest of this P1 field, who realistically are the only ones going to be battling for that elusive proper pole position, that they can give them that much competition. That said, the number 8 car has done reasonably well, P2 and only 400ths off the 3 wide car.
Oh yeah, DHR have been absolutely on fire this season. They weren't, you know, to have got as, they've been very much, you know, I would have had them down as very strong contenders for the title myself, and they've definitely shown that, as I think we're about to get formation lap underway.
We are indeed. Just a quick run through the championship as well. So Doug Henson Racing lead that on 53 points from Feeder Sport Poland on 50. In the LMP2 class, is Team Spirit running away with it currently on 62 wins from 2. Can they go from a third as well? SRVN lead the GTE Pro on 53 points from Sim Racing for Holland on 46. And Dark Racing, again, they've won both of their races in the GTM class on 60. Will they get their third in a row as well? So, we are on our formation lap now, and a slow start from everyone trying to guess away. Very weird that people seem to miss the lights there, but Henning Vollert then for 3 Wide Motorsport leads us on our way. And I believe it's the first time for, or it's the first time for Adam Hodgkinson. He's there in the number 8 car.
80
the Doug
kilometers an
Henson
hour. 80
racing car
kilometers an
of
hour,
Kieran
heading.
Parkin then is P3, so Doug Henson 2-3, they'll be happy with that. And Christian Michel for the reigning champions TXL are in P4 with Max Melamed for the Team RGPL car in P5. They've had David Berenak after his adventures last time in Fuji excluded from this event, I believe. And so 1 man down at Team RGPL. We then have Martin Furman for P1 Gaming Racing, P6 with Labiela Racing's Miguel Vasquez coming in P7. We welcome VRL Sim Racing to Room 1 for the first time. Reno Demul Mister lining up in P8. And Revolution Racing's Yuri Kazdorp. Revolution have not had the best of times in that LMP1 class. They lined up P9 with Feeder Sports Poland. They were on pole position last time, starting last of the P1 cars today. P10 with Kuba Brzezinski taking the first int. Anthony Jans, as aforementioned, took pole position with Team Spirit Racing in the LMP2 class with SimHQ Motorsports Pedro Gomez P12. We then welcome an LMP2 Doug Henson racing car. Jimmy Broadbent starts P13 with Kyushu Racing's Thierry Charlotte P14. PRL Logitech start with Matthias Grau in P15, with Odin Racing's Per Rosenly P16. Federico Suave starts P17 for the GT Italia outfit, with Sicania Endurance Motorsports on in P18 with Franco Scalat. We then have Augusto Arias with MVD Racing Team P19. And rounding out the LMP2 field today is the second of the Kyushu Motorsport cars with Anthony Moras in the car for the
green
first stint.
flag when
Team Vias
you
are
exit
starting off the
turn
TG Pro
13.
class with Niki Jakovic with Bram Beelan for SRVN P2. Bristow Capit starts P3 for Walker Racing in the Pro class, with Revolution Racing starting overall P24 for their outfits. Scuderia GT Italia starts P25 with Salvo Sardinia, with Nico Barclay 26 for Overstep. Flatline Racing's Thomas Jacobs starts P27 with Miroslav Davidovich P28. Thomas Beha starts P29 for Northern Light Racing with Marcel Offerman's P30 Sim Racing for Holland. And then we have the GTMs of Gergely Maros starting with P31 for Overstep. We then have Walker Hans for M-Dot Technology and Alexander Santos for Firehorse. Daniel Faber for the 3 Wide outfit in AM. Reese Gardner for Magenta. Adam Taylor for Dark Racing, a little bit down the order, so he's got a bit of work to do to win Dark's 3rd race in a row. Dawi Tapper for Vodball. SimHQ Motorsports, Dennis Greb, 38. Ed Trevelyan Johnson, or EDJ, P39, and Revolution Motorsport there. They round off the field. As we've gotten going here then, and Interlagos, that was our field, and it's a decent start from Henning Vollert. Him and Adam Hodgkinson have broken away from the pack. Kieran Parkin, their lead. Christian Michel as well. Max Melamed getting away nicely. Furman, Vasquez, Demulmister, Brzezinski up to P9 already past Yuri Kazdorp. Anthony Jansen's yet to pull away from the field. I do apologise for not covering the start. It's a big grid to get through, unfortunately. But Henning Vollert leading nicely from Adam Hodgkinson. A couple of people with their lights on. It's a little bit dim here at Interlagos. The cloud cover not really providing much in the way of clear daylight on the track. We are expecting rain at some point during this race. So certainly a factor to watch out for. But things seem to be pretty status quo at the moment, Josh.
Yeah, they do seem to be very much everything staying the same. I am looking at Jimmy Broadbent in the Doug Henson Racing LMP2 car, having to go for second in class against Pedro Gomez in front of him. But it does seem... Oh, Max Melamed's had a go, and he's got into P4 overall in the Team RTPL car. I was focused on an LMP2 battle. It was an LMP1 battle going in. In fact... In fact, that TXL car looks to have dropped a couple of places there. He has gone
Yeah,
up for a
it has.
bumper.
Yeah, that's indeed Christian Michel falling there to P7, and he has indeed lost his front bumper. And I wonder where he picked that up, actually. Let's have a look. It must have been back at turn 1. In fact, oh, how odd. So it was on the front straight. And it just seems like he almost drove into the wall. So a bizarre occurrence there for Christian Michel, whose TXL outfits have an early setback here. A slew of drive-through penalties have been just assigned to a number of drivers as well. That will most likely be for cutting the white line on pit, well, not on pit entry, but you understand, Interlagos circuit has this long white line, as Max Melamed is one of those drivers serving a drive-through. But, actually, no, that'll probably be from last week, wouldn't it? Never mind. That's drive-through penalties. Never mind me. But it is a good point to bring up. If you cross the white line, so if you look like you're going into the pit lane and then cross the white line, or if you're just crossing the white line regardless, you will get a penalty for that as well. So the drivers have to be extra careful, make sure that they are staying well within the limits. As a real show of how really small this Interlagos circuit is. Henning Voller already lapping the back marker of Rhys Gardner.
Yes. Apologies for this, ladies and gentlemen. The camera's swinging around so much. It seems that I've got the free move locked on and I can't turn it off for some reason, so I'm having to keep the cursor as smooth as I possibly can, but I do have to change cameras as well, so apologies if suddenly these moves out of the way. I am trying to work on fixing that, as Henning Voller has a bit of a do with one of the GTs there. He's just clipped it slightly, but, you know, didn't have major contact if he didn't lose that much time.
And this was certainly a factor that we saw last time out in Fuji. A lot of people really impatient to get their lapping done. And I don't really think that there was much the SRBN car could do there. He was staying well on the outside, and Voller just... Well, he went up to the back, and I'm worried. Is that a 3-wide car still in the pit lane? No, never mind. I think I was just seeing things. But anyway, Adam Hodgkinson has disposed of that car as well. A real load of people coming through now. And actually, very interesting battle for P2 here. Hodgkinson and Parkin, the two Doug Henson racing cars. What do they do here, Josh? If Parkin is faster than Hodgkinson at this point in the race, would they want to let him go? Or because Hodgkinson is in that team's championship leading car, they keep him ahead anyway? As there's more back markers, and look at that. Henning Voller's been held up massively, but Hodgkinson's been hit out of the way there by the Vod Bull car, so that advantage gone. And to be fair, that's probably solved the little inter-team battle as well, because, oh, there's an M-Dot technology car around there, but it seems to have separated the two Doug Henson cars, those back markers.
Yeah, it does. It's pulled them apart a bit, but going back to that point you were going to make, the faster car should really be ahead. I mean, it's obviously they've got the championships to think about as well, but I would, in a team situation, I would keep the faster car ahead of the slow car because, well, it's going to cause less problems in the long run. As, oh, look at this! 2 lap markers at a time from Parkin. He's determined, isn't he?
Absolutely mad. So many back markers.
So many back markers, so little time.
And so, just to give you a little update on where everyone has come out then. So, out of all of that, Furman's moved up a couple of positions to P4 Bask. Ether's moved up into the top 5. The Mulmy's to P6, but he's got Kuba Brzezinski, who, remember, started last of the P1s, right on his tail. I don't believe it should take Kuba too long to dispose of him. Yuri Kazdorp with a little more of a calmer start. He's moved up to P8 with Max Melamed after serving a drive through P9. And remember, Christian Michel had to serve an early pit stop after he lost a front bumper by driving into the wall. Bizarre situation. He's all the way down in P22. LMP2 field, Anthony Jans, once again, that T-Spirit racing car, the class of the field. He is 1.5 seconds clear of Pedro Gomez with Jimmy Broadbent in the debut Doug Henson LMP2 outfit, currently in P3 in that field. Going into the GT Pros, we have Niki Djakovic, P19 for Team Vios. Risto Kapis moved up a position to P2 for Walk Racing with Bram Beelen for SRVN, currently rounding out the top 3. And then moving down to the GT Am class, it is Gurgly Barros for Overstep Racing, leading that pack with Alexander Dos Santos' Firehorse Racing car P2 and 3Y Motorsports Daniel Faber currently P3, but we've got to watch out for Adam Taylor. That Dark Racing outfit has won 2 races in the GTM class this year. He started in and around the midfield of that class, already up to P4, and they're certainly doing his damnedest to catch up to the top 3. He's doing it quite successfully as well, as Anthony Jans is into the pits. Now, why would this be?
I can only see it's for damage of some sort, because...
And look at that, he's had to back up as well, so he wasn't even a clean pit stop.
I can only see he's taken some sort of damage. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. We are getting a couple of complaints that the stream's a bit laggy, and it's possibly because I'm not using the broadcast server, but I wasn't aware that we had to.
Well, do you want to quickly switch to the broadcast server, or?
Well, I was given a stream link, and it's because I'm using my PC to stream, that's why, I think. But I don't have remote access to the broadcast server.
Yeah. We'll try and sort it throughout the stream, don't you
We're
worry.
definitely going to be using the broadcast server for the 24 hours, though, so sorry about this if it is laggy, but Daytona will be better.
It will be better, don't you worry. So, Waller leads by 2.4 seconds from Hodgkinson. And we've got a nice battle still going on here for P6 in the LMP1 as Kuba Brzezinski is still being unable to dispose of Reno de Mulmeister. We might see an overtake here into the Cedar de Lago though. The pole, goes to the inside, but de Mulmeister holds on very, very nicely indeed, making their debut in Server 1 of the VRL Sim Racing team. And look at this, we're coming up to the GT Pro field now. Just to show you though how much faster Brzezinski should be going. The Mulmeister's on the soft compound tyre, whilst Brzezinski's on the harder. And look at this, they're dicing with the GT Pro with the GT Pro class here. That's actually the battle for the lead we're watching in the GT Pro class. So maybe worth going there. If we saw Capit on the inside, let's quickly switch to that, shall we? Capit almost on the inside of Djakovic. This is the battle for the GT Pro lead. Great scrap between these two Porsches as well. Could really be well suited around the circuit, especially that infield section with its tight and twisty corners. Great scrap to watch though.
Absolutely, it's going to watch any scrap, especially in the GTs though, because, well, the cars are slower, so we've got to worry about the prototypes coming behind, but they've got their own fight to do as well, so, and, you know, it's just the general fun you get in tin tops, really, so, you know, always get a good fight there.
Brambila not too far behind either, as the two seem to have separated out for a little bit more now, and Reno de Mulmeister still holding up. Kuba Brzezinski, who goes off circuit, and that could allow Yuri Kesdorf a look. Not able to do anything though, Yuri. Yuri also on the soft tyre. So Kuba, a real cat amongst the pigeons here. Trying his best to defend off one and try and attack another, but it seems to be bearing no fruits as of yet. And you've got to say fair play to Mulmeister. Kuba is a very experienced racer, very accomplished racer, and well, Reno's holding him at bay here. Absolutely, so onto radio commentary we go. So we're on the home straight now. Brzezinski defending off Kasdorf, and Kasdorf gets in the slipstream, but he's unable to do anything. And it looks like Brzezinski is now a lot more focused on the defense of that P7 rather than the attack of P6, as Reno de Mulmeister is given a little bit of breathing space. I'm sure that'll be something he wants. As Max Melamed, the team RGPL, they are into the pits once again, and that is going to be another drive-through penalty. I do wonder whether this time that is for cutting the white line on the pit entry. Through he comes, and that's just going to demote him right to the back of the LMP1 field. As for the LMP2 field, we still have yet to hear about what happened to Anthony Jans there, but we have a new leader. Sorry, Kuba Brzezinski's finally passed Reno de Mulmeister, and that was back marking. But no, Reno has been able to hold on. That was a back marker getting involved there. Huber managed to find a way ahead for just a little bit, then Reno held on even more. That was around turn 10, Vico to Pato, so the Mulemeester having an excellent drive here so far to hold off Q Brzezinski. And just to go through the LMP2 lead now, so Pedro Gomez for Sim HQ Motorsports. They now lead in that position with Jimmy Broadbent for Doug Henson P2 and Matthias Grau for PRL Logitech currently in P3 there. But it seems like this battle for P6 with Reno de Mulemeester is the closest, and Brzezinski got up alongside him on the outside of turn 3, heading down to see the Interlagos. Now it's going to go around the outside, contact between the two. The Mulemeester runs wide and Brzezinski goes through. I think that was fair play. I think that Reno was pushing Brzezinski out, basically off the track. Thankfully, Brzezinski held his ground and managed to pull off a lovely overtake. And that should see Brzezinski breaking free and trying to catch up the 11 seconds that he has now lost to Miguel Vazquez up in P5. We'll see whether Reno de Mulemeester can hold on to P7 now as Yuri Kazdorp begins to launch his assault. Heading down to P14 though, we have a lovely LMP2 battle for P4 and P5. Federico Suave and Franco Scalat currently in combat. They've just been overtaken by Christian Michel, the recovering Michel, the TXL. These guys are now so trying to backmark, and there goes Scalat up the inside. Suave doesn't get it done down there to Delago, but he does get it done. Down the second part of Delago, an excellent overtake from Scalet. And this backmarking is really proving to be a big issue. The track is not that wide. And, there's lights flashing all over the place. It's a melee out there.
It is up.
The gap was 2.4 seconds, so Hodgkinson has brought it down to 2, and he's definitely cleared his teammate Kieran Parkin now. Up to 2.3 again though, so perhaps a mistake from Vollert on that previous lap. I want to go back though to Reno de Mulemeester in P7. There we go, I'm back. Yuri Kazdorp through on Reno de Mulemeester there into turn 1. A lovely move from the Dutchman. And he goes up into P7. The Mulemeester after a feisty defence of both Kazdorp and Brzezinski, finally down to P8. But we have a battle for another lead going on here. Pedro Gomez now inheriting the lead of the LMP2 class from Anthony Jans, who had that early pit stop due to damage, we believe. He's fending off Jimmy Broadbent like there's nobody's business. So we've got 2 Doug Henson racing cars in 2 second positions. I noticed that Broadbent goes a little wide there. That's Engine Chow there, but he's going to be right back on it. Pedro Gomez has a lot of work to do to maintain this lead.
He does, yeah, with Jimmy right behind him as well. He's got an absolute fight on his hands, does Gomez, to fight off the DHR driver. Jimmy very, very quick, of course, as we know. But he's got the backmark traffic to deal with as well, which isn't going to help the Portuguese drivers way at all, as Broadbent looks to be closing this down very quickly.
There's also been an overtake up on P3I here, and there has been Martin Furman through on Kieran Parkin, and just looking back, oh wow, the back markers once again getting involved. Martin Furman, a very optimistic move down the outside of Vico de Pato, able to overtake Kieran Parkin there for P3, and he's pulled away massively as well in that time. As we head back to Pedro Gomez, look at the cars all over the place. It's almost a bit too chaotic, Josh. I'd actually argue that Interlagos may not be the best circuit suited to endurance racing.
Well, it certainly throws up some interesting things, even if it isn't the most suited, but you know, the laps are so short, and you're going to be doing loads and loads of laps, and it is very tight and twisty. I mean, it's not easy to make an overtake work, but if you can, it's the sort of circuit where I'm going to make a bit of a euphemism here. It's kind of like the Monaco of Formula 1. It's not really what you'd consider a Formula 1 track, but it always throws up a good race.
But here's the deal, though. I don't like the fact that Monaco is on the Formula 1 circuit as Christian Michel finally overtakes all of the people who he should be ahead of, and he's back up into P10, albeit a good 30 seconds off his next contender, Max Melamed, who's had 2 drive-throughs, I remind you. But yeah, I don't think Monaco should be on the Formula 1 calendar, and I'm starting to think that Interlagos shouldn't be on the WEC calendar either.
The thing about Monaco is that it's a massive money race. It's an absolute huge money race. They bring loads of money in from it, and yeah, it might not be the safest circuit, yes, it might not be the most suited Formula 1, but it's one of the crown jewel races, and I think that's probably where it's going to end up staying.
I tell you what, if there's been anything to say of this race so far, it's been very entertaining.
Absolutely. You see, even if it may not be suited, it throws up a good race.
Lots of battles going on as Gomez is just about holding on to his lead from Jimmy Broadbent, who seems to have fallen away a bit. He's got lappers to deal with now. And so we'll probably leave him to it as we go to Kieran Parkin now in P4. Falling back like a stone. Here comes Miguel Vasquez in P5 to try and overtake the Doug Henson racing driver. And we've got to ask, where on earth has Parkin's pace gone?
I have absolutely no idea. He was on it like at the absolute fire a minute ago. Now he's back down in P4. So, oh no, I thought he had no front bumper there, but he does. That was just a visual error. But look, he teasing us again. Thought he was going to go to the pits, but he's all over the place and he's not as quick as he was before. So maybe he's just pushed it too hard in these opening couple of laps, overheated the tyres a bit, and he's had to cool them down by slowing down. But that may or may not happen. As I've noticed, I think we've got a car stuck in the pit lane, but that might just be a graphical error. Might want to double check that for us.
I think we've already covered that. I think it's just the safety car.
Oh, the safety car, which of course takes the guise of one of our cars. So,
as Martin Furman, who's currently occupying P3, has just been given a track warning limits, or a track limits warning. Got the 2 words wrong way around there. This early in the race, that is not a positive thing to see.
No, it isn't. He's going to have to watch where he's going. Of course, we do have a couple of exceptions to the white line rules that we usually enforce here at VEC for this track only, but for most of the time, it's kind of difficult because you've got to keep the...
Sorry, I thought there was a change for the lead there.
I think there has been, but...
No, it was just a timing glitch, never mind me. I thought there was a genuine change for the lead, but it was just Henning Vollert missing a timing beam, I think.
Yeah, I think no, it could have been Hodgins because we know it was Vollert who went behind, yeah.
Yeah. So never mind us, Henning Vollert still leads. But yeah, as you rightly say.
Yeah, so
there have been...
Sorry, go ahead.
There have been exceptions to the track limits rules here, so surely if he's going even further over those limits, he's got to be very careful.
He does, yeah. He's got to concentrate on the exceptions and what on. So it makes it harder, really, because you've got to know where you can go wide, where you can't go wide. I mean, personally, I'd try and keep 4 within the circuit at all times, but that's probably why I'm so slow. But that's a very conservative way of going about it. But you've got to know where you can and can't cut, otherwise you're going to get penalties. And getting a warning this early on is going to put a bit of, okay, I need to calm it down a bit into the driver, hopefully, because otherwise we will be seeing penalties dished out, which is not what we want.
Battle for P15, Federico Suave versus Anthony Marassi, LMP2 field. They're coming down to the Sega Delago now, and Suave defending nicely off Maras. The two of these probably going to be joined by Arias as well in due time. So a lovely three-way scat outside of the podium to keep your beady eyes on while I have a little look further down the field to see whether we have any battles further up in other categories. But yeah, good scrum from these three is there, just unlapping the Ferrari there.
Indeed, yeah. But this, I should point out, is for, I believe, 5th in P2. So it's not 5th in P2. So this isn't exactly a battle for a lower down position. This is right up the top of the class. You know, this is still worth interest, even though it may not be for the lead.
So I think currently the pro class is alright. I'm just going to have a little look at the AM class as well, see whether... Oh, we have a battle for the lead in the GTM class here. P30, Gurgly Baros for Overstep Racing in his Corvette C7S, I think it is.
C7R.
Anyway, C7R, that's the one. He's under a lot of pressure from Alexandra Santos and guess who? Adam Taylor, Dark Racing. They started in the midfield and they've worked their way onto the podium already, and the lead is in sight. We've got a three-way scrap for it as well. Should be getting pretty juicy in the next couple of laps.
Yep, you're right to point out Adam Taylor. He has really proven his worth here this season, and look at this, one of the P1s trying to go past all three of them. Michelle just on an absolute drive to get back into the lead. He's gone through all three of them in the case of one straight, so well done you, I guess.
Yeah, he's I think that's I don't know how many times these guys are lapping each other, but here comes the race leader, Henning Vollert. So that shows you how far behind Michelle is. He's going to be lapped by the P1 race leader, but I reckon as we saw in Fuji, yeah, honestly, the things can change anytime with rain, with pit stops, with yellow flags, with whatever. So much can happen in an endurance race, so there is certainly a lot of hope for Michelle yet as Hodgkinson there gets past Barros, and it seems that Santos has fallen off a little bit just to defend of Adam Taylor, who is looking very hungry and as of now is looking very good to secure a potential third race win in a row this season in the AM class.
Absolutely, that would be something very, very notable because, well, 3 races in a row is not easy to achieve, especially when the races are as long as they are in VEC. So having 3 in a row is really going to show that they are the ones to beat in the GTM class, which is always a good thing to have.
I've got this wonderful helicopter cam currently. You could throw a blanket over the top 3 in these GTMs. 3 very different cars as well. You have the all-rounder Corvette, you have the powerful Aston Martin, and you have the all-rounder Ferrari, who's going for a move on Santos into the center S. Santos holds on around the outside just about. But if there was ever a warning shot for Alexandra, that was it.
Yeah, he's going to have to take notice now. That's the number 70 HR car just going through the lot of them again, and another LMP going through the lot of them again. So they've got to concentrate on these prototypes and not crash into them while simultaneously having a fight for their own position. You can argue it's harder to be a GT driver than it is a prototype driver in these circumstances.
Here goes Adam Taylor, down the inside. All of these people lapping each other has given Taylor a little eye in, but Santos holds on just about, and it's all overall helping Gurgly Baros as well, who's been able to extend his advantage over Santos. I think you can really see that this is benefiting Taylor more than anything, as here comes Brzezinski around the outside of Taylor and of Santos. Taylor almost has to back off his assault as Brzezinski goes off the road there. Again, a wonderful helicopter cam I've got currently, as Baros has to slow there to let Brzezinski through. Adam Taylor continues his relentless assault of Santos though. We've seen some great defensive drives already in this first half an hour of the race. Defensive drives, however, don't tend to last forever, especially when you've got 7.5 hours to do it in.
Yeah, especially when you've got 7.5 hours left to go, and that defensive drive, and I mean, Adam Taylor being behind Alexander Santos for so long, I think he's going to go for a move here, down it, turn 1 again. We're going to keep an eye on this, goes down the inside, and he's got it, I think. He has it, and we have a new second place in GTM. What a move that was.
Dark Racing have one more position in sight, and it is Gurgly Baros. He had a bit of a reprieve there as Adam Taylor was mounting an assault on Santos, but now it's all about him as Pedro Gomez, the LMP2 leader, heads through as well. And look at Taylor already. He's on a charge. He's leaving Santos. He's catching up to Baros. And what he would need now more than anything is for a bit of traffic in some form, which will slow Baros up. But remember, these are GTM classes. These are the slowest cars in this field, and he's got to let cars through as well, such as Jimmy Broadbent behind there.
Yep, and as I'll go back to the point I made earlier, it's almost harder being a GT driver on a circuit like this where you've got so much lapping to do than it is to be a prototype, because if you're in a prototype you only have to really worry about other prototypes. Maybe the higher class if you're an LMP2. In GTs, no, you have to worry about pretty much everybody else.
Here goes Sorry, go on.
You have to worry about everyone else. You got to worry about your own battles. You got to worry about being lapped, letting all these people through who are going through so quickly. Sometimes there's like 7 of them, and it just makes your life extremely difficult. So they have to be very brave to keep doing this and not make a mistake and just believe that everything's going to go well.
Yeah, absolutely. So on to lap 19 then we head with the GTM class. The top 3 is still covered by a good second and a lock up there from Boros. I wonder whether his damages or his tyres were
Might
a little
just be
bit
starting to feel the
damaged by that.
pressure a bit from Taylor behind him, but then again the gap is fairly large compared to what it could be. So he's very visible, I'll give him that, but I don't really suspect Boros will really start to feel any sort of pressure until he's about less than half a second behind him.
Yeah, then the real work begins. Talking of real work, that is something that Henning Vollers has been putting in over the last couple of laps. He is now 5.7 seconds ahead of Adam Hodgkinson. He's extended that advantage by double. So a great effort there from the German to extend the lead for the 3-wide car. Gomez still leads the LMP2 cars, but I think we're going to have a bit of drama in here because Jimmy Broadbent has disconnected from P2. So the Doug Henson car that was doing so well on his debut here in Room 1, I believe, gone. And that means that Matthias Grau from PRL Logitech is up into P2. And Franco Scalette, who's actually right behind him in this battle for P2, now inherits P3.
Absolutely, and he could go ahead and take the next place from Grau if he catches up quick enough. I mean, he looks like he's in a position to do so, but about a second between them, if that. So he could get his little slipstream going on the back straight here. It's a very long back straight as well. If you don't count all the corners, even though they are corners, a very, very long high-speed run to that first turn. So it doesn't look like he's going to get enough speed to do anything here, though, unless he does an absolute dive bomb down the inside, which he isn't going to do, which is very sensible of him, but he does close the gap.
He does indeed. No doubt with P2 in sight, he'll definitely want a chance, especially with the MDOC technology car holding him up this much. Will's going to have a look.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's a code 80 for certain.
That was a massive incident between Scalette and the MDOC technology car. And that was a car that was far too eager to get past his driver. He got caught in the gap there, didn't slow up. The M.Dot technology car, what else was he supposed to do? He was on the outside, both coming to grief there. And,
if
I
that's
don't
not
know
a
about
code
you.
80, I don't know what will be. I reckon, yep, Skelette's absolutely limping round the track here. I reckon we will see one.
He's staying on the outside, though.
He's staying
I
off
think
the track.
He's staying off the track. But yeah, that was not a good incident. Scalette from battling for the podium all the way down to the bottom. That means that Anthony Moras, therefore,
Code 80.
Yep,
Code
as
80
expected.
for 10 seconds.
as predicted by Joshua Anderson, we have a code 80, which is to slow
5,
down
4,
numbers,
3, 2, 1.
and
Code
it is
80.
in force now. Basically, it's our version of the virtual safety car from Formula 1. Everyone goes at a speed limiter speed around the circuit, which gives us a great chance to catch up on what is going on then. So Anthony Moras, therefore, inherits that third position. And Kyushu Motorsport, they're loving this. They're P3 and P4 currently. So a great day for both of them. LMP1, 3 wide from Doug Henson from P1. Looking at GT Pro, Djokovic still holding on for Team Bias in P1 there, with Warp Racing P2 and SRVN P3. And the GTM class has Boros still holding on. Adam Taylor must have made a mistake because he's currently back in P4 now. Ed Trevelyan Johnson, or ETJ as I like to call him, in P2 for Revolution.
People
No
are coming
idea
into the
where he
pits as
came
well.
from. Sorry?
People are coming into the pits and taking
People
advantage of
coming
this code 80 to try and make a pit stop, which is very clever, I should add.
Yeah, so Alexander Santos as well there in P3. I wonder whether Taylor made a pit stop.
Arise is in one of the DHR cars, in the number 8 DHR car. Adam Hodgkinson's come in, making full advantage of the fact that he's got a code 80 on.
Vollert stays out though. I guess we'll just let everybody come in and out. There's no point in saying which positions everyone's going to be
There's
coming in
no
and
real
out
point in
of.
covering every single pit stop.
But I reckon that Taylor might have pitted, and that's why he was in P4. We will wait and see. Anyway, but yeah, what an incident, Josh. That was really dangerous from Scaletta, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, he should have noticed that the end technology for 24 car was there. He couldn't do anything. I'd go as far as to say the end technology car was absolutely... I'd say they were a passenger in that because, well, they were already on the outside. They were already trying to let the prototypes through. And then Skelet moves over, bunks the other LMP2 into it, and that causes the incident. So, that wasn't really the most sensible of moves.
No.
I'd have left a bit more space for it with me.
Well, I think he should have just backed off. That wasn't a gap that he should have been going for. Especially with the back marker there.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it was a brave move, but I don't think it was very logical.
Well, I think we've got to distinguish here. There's a difference between brave and stupid.
Yeah, there always
And,
is. You know, it's all well saying.
Sometimes the two are interlinked, you know, but
It's all well saying if there's a gap, go for it. But sometimes the gap's incredibly stupidly small. Is a risk factor. You know, you've got to weigh up risk versus reward.
it's at a track like this as well, Interlagos, where I like to bring up a lovely quote from Ayrton Senna, and it's a lovely quote because I think it says a lot. What's a lot wrong with sim racing and racing in general? When you no longer go for the gap,
in
you are
30
no longer
seconds,
a racing
green flag
driver.
in 30
I
seconds.
don't believe that.
Neither do I.
You're a racing driver if you stay in the race.
Yeah,
If you go for a gap and you're out, then you're not a racing driver. So, yeah,
you're a racing driver that's not racing, which kind of makes it redundant.
yeah, exactly. So anyway, we're going to get going again in about 30 seconds or so. People still in the pits.
I
So
would
once
keep an eye on the battle for 4th place here because Vasquez and
Green flag
Brzezinski
in
very
5,
close.
Yes,
4,
look at that.
3,
Right up behind
2,
the back marker of
1,
Faber as well.
green flag.
We are go. We're going to keep an eye on this battle with Vasquez. They are still going slow. Oh, wait, I'm on a delay. Never mind me. Vasquez holding on nicely. Never mind me. And he got a good getaway there from Brzezinski. Nice restart from the Spaniard. He goes very wide there at Jung Chao. And this could allow the Polish driver a look in. Remember, starting P10, the very back of the LMP1 field. Could be looking at P4 here by the end of the straight. Vasquez on the soft compound tyre, Brzezinski on the hard, and it's just a show of pure pace that the Pole eases past Vasquez into the Senna S.
Yeah, they were very close to start with, and then, well, Brzezinski's gone straight through here. So on the soft, I think he's on the softer tyre, isn't he?
Vasquez, yeah. Brzezinski's on the medium.
Yeah, so Brzezinski on the softer tyre then of the two cars. It's obviously pace has a lot.
No. Vasquez on the softer tyre.
Oh, well, that makes it even more impressive then, because Brzezinski's gone through, and he obviously has the pace to go through, and Vasquez is now going to do the job of putting the pressure on Brzezinski, trying to force an error and going back through again, because that's the best he can do in this scenario.
Right, Jimmy Broadbent has rejoined the race for his LMP2 Doug Henson racing car. Good to see him back. You never know, we might have another Code 80. We might have many things happen, such as rain, which is still yet to appear for us.
Yeah, Broadbent so far behind compared to everyone else. He's actually behind pretty much every single car, bar the M Technology and Scuderia GTLA and Luca Bonatti. So he has got a lot of work to do as Jimmy.
A lot of work indeed. Right, I am going to have a look. Let's look at the battle for P31 here. It was the battle for P2 just a few laps ago, but now it's the battle for P3 as ETJ for Revolution Racing has slid on through into P2 on his way up to Gergely Barros. Got a lot of cars there as well to overtake, but Adam Taylor down the inside of Santos. He's got
another
Suave
P2
there.
to deal with.
Suave and Suave there.
Santos not happy, he's flashing his lights.
He is flashing his lights because I think that was a little bit rude from Suave. But there you are. It's a free position for Adam Taylor. He's back onto the podium. Next up for him is Revolution Racing.
I tell you what, in all this battle between Taylor and Santos, Dawei Tapper in the Vod Bull BMW isn't that far behind either. We haven't seen Vod Bull. I don't think we saw them at Silverstone, definitely, but yeah.
Their first time in Room 1, actually.
Welcome to Room 1, Vod Bull. Enjoy your stay. You've got this to contend with. The Vod Bull car, the number 014, not that far off the battle either, so we can see Dawei Tapper have a go. Dawei Tapper very talented, as we know. Well, as we may not know, because we haven't seen him in VEC Room 1 yet, but
I think he's newish to VEC, but we obviously know him from other places in sim racing. Very talented driver. Take our word for it.
yeah, he's brilliant, Dawei. So we can see him get involved as well.
We shall wait and see anyway. We shall wait and see. Right. That is the car that was involved in the Skelet incident.
Ah,
Wolfgang
right.
Arms.
So that might
And
not be a
so-
surprise. Maybe take some engine damage in that then.
I fear that may be the end of the road for M. Technology, unfortunately. A blown engine is very difficult to come back from, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, by the time they'd replaced it anyway, if this was a real race, they'd probably be an hour down. So I think this might be terminal for the M Technology car. But still, not really. I'd quite like to get them in here possibly and see their view on it. Because it's always good to see things. They might obviously, not if they're annoyed and going to shout the house down, but...
I want to actually just ask anyone, if you fancy coming in the room, please do. Head on to the Room 1 team speak for the Virtual Endurance Championship. Head into the waiting booth and I'm sure one of us will pick you up and we can have a nice chat, as per always. But, Mr. Josh, I want to focus back in the GT Pro class because we have the top three very close once again, and they're just about to lap a GT Am class as well, so it could get even closer. Djokovic, oh wow, look at Risto Capit there, catching up to Djokovic massively there, and now you can really throw a blanket over these three. Very close indeed.
That is getting really, really tense now. Djokovic having to defend from Rosalie ahead of him, sorry. So it's Djokovic from Capit from Balen, and it's three cars within about a second of each other. That just shows how close they are. You know, you could quite, as James said, you could throw a blanket between them. It's that close, and Capit the closest of the lot to taking the GT Pro leads. And well, wouldn't be much of a surprise. We know Racing Capit's extremely quick. We know Walk Racing are a very formidable team, but can Capit do it?
Not had the luck this season, Walk. It must be said, as Scalot there squeezes through. And I noticed that Bram Beelen was involved there, and here comes Anthony Jans as well, fighting his way back through after an early pit stop for damage, we believe. I think that might have ruined Capit's chances of going through at turn one there. As there goes Jans up the inside. I think is he overtaking someone?
I think he's,
might be
I
lapping
think he was already ahead to begin with. I think that's actually lapping in front of Skelet.
Yep, he's lapping someone. Or unlapping himself, perhaps, even.
Possibly.
Crazy
Well,
stuff.
Jans was ahead, so...
Let's focus on the pros here. Capit and Beelen all over the back of Djokovic, sorry, not Djokovic, that's a tennis player. Djokovic heading through De Siga, Delago, and up to Ferradura now, turn 6, and into the Curva, the Lauahinia, as here comes heading Vollert, our race leader. Once again, Bram Beelen flying out the way, and there goes Vollert down the inside of Capit. Will he get Djokovic as well? Yes, he will. Djokovic on the inside. Oh, a tight squeeze there for Wallace. He just about gets through. This battle is really wonderful to watch, but I must say the P1s aren't exactly helping here.
Well, no, they never are, because they're gonna have their own race, but at the same time, the GTs. This is why I keep saying it's hard to be a GT driver than it is a prototype, because you've got so much traffic to worry about and your own battles.
It's Vyers v Walk, the SRVN. I remember the SRVN is actually the highest place of these outfits in the GT Pro class, so they'll be looking at this as a potential chance to go top of the table in the Pro class if they can, but they're certainly in the worst position of these podiums. I think what Beelen is possibly secretly hoping will happen is a collision between the two Porsches ahead of him, because I tell you what, Josh, that GT Pro leader, or the first position basically in the first maybe 2 hours or so in the GT Pro class, it's cursed. In race 1, Silverstone, GT Pro leader crashed into a wall. In Fuji, GT Pro leader disconnected.
What's it going to be this time? Is it going to be anything this time?
Will it be anything this time? We don't know. I certainly hope it will be nothing though, because Team Vyers are doing very nicely indeed for themselves, holding off Risto Capit well. Actually, in fact, I'm glad to see Walk Racing up in a high position, because they have had no luck at all. They actually inherited the pro lead at Silverstone, only to crash out. They disconnected, didn't they? They didn't crash out. They disconnected, so they've had terrible luck themselves. Nice to see them actually getting some of the karma back.
Absolutely. Capit's definitely got it in to take that race lead, but it's just been luck that the team has not had this season. But will they strike lucky here at Interlagos quite possibly only half a second in it as we go back round this massively high-speed few turns and back straight, main straight complex. Capper we're on board with as we go. He's not really making much headway though. He's actually losing time with Jakovic, so I'm suspecting Capper might have higher wings.
I just remember there are two SRVN cars as well. There's the 111, or there's the 211, and there's the 011. The 011 is actually leading the GT Pro, and that is the car which is on circuit. So that's the GT Pro leader, not the person trying to take the GT Pro lead. So maybe he's just protecting his championship, and that's why he's not attacking too hard.
Possibly, yeah. Quite possibly, indeed. That might be it. But, oh, cap it off! Cap it wide! That's,
wide. Yeah.
well, not very good for Risto there. And he's going to lose quite a bit around there. And that's going to let Bram Balen right in with a shot for P2.
It is Bram Balen, isn't it? We've learned this about accents on E's and Dutch people.
That's why.
Says Balen.
Yeah,
As
Balen.
Who's that round? Is that Vasquez round?
Yes, it is!
It is Miguel Vasquez there from P4. No, it's P5, sorry.
I wondered why there was a yellow in sector 2.
He's lost his front bumper as well, unfortunately. He's surprisingly not lost P5 despite all that.
He will do it at the pit
He will
stop.
lose P5 after he pits, surely.
Yeah, Hodgkinson's going to go through to P5. That's going to make the Doug Henson 3-5, which will be good in terms of P1. Obviously, Jimmy Broadbent with this connection for the P2 car as well is not made life easy for the outfit, but a 3-5 in P1 definitely solid, if not quite what they were looking for, as Vasquez does, of course, pit.
Yeah, look at this. Parkin's fallen to third. Furman's up to second. And within 8/10 of Vollert. Has Vollert pitted, I wonder?
He might have, it's possible, or Furman could have just caught up. I mean, it's not out of the question that he did. He's got the I think that's Adam Taylor he's going to deal with now.
Yeah, he had a 2-minute 55 quite a few laps ago. So I think that Vollert has pitted in that time.
It would not be surprising if he had, because, well, obviously, losing that much lap unless he's spinning, I would see damage anyway. So, you know, he must have pitted, but Furman now.
Wait a second, that'd be on the safety lap, wouldn't it?
That may have been on the Common 80 lap, yeah.
I don't even know what's happening. Maybe the man who has just joined our room does. Welcome, Lewis McGlade of Doug Henson Racing. Pretty solid time for your outfit so far in LMP1. A shame about Jimmy Broadbent in LMP2, but maybe you could shed some light on why Parkin is in third position.
Well, just quickly about Jimmy at the power cut.
All right.
Unfortunately, you know, he was showing such good pace in that P2 car, and yeah, not really much you can say about it past there. With the P1s, Hodge lost his front bumper going into the code 80. Someone slowed up a bit earlier than he thought, and yeah, problems came from that. Luckily, the code 80 was where it was, so...
Oh, hang on, James. In the YouTube chat, we're being told that Vollert made a mistake. That's what it was. He didn't pit.
That was a mistake from Vollert,
Yeah,
right?
I am keeping an eye on the YouTube chat, by the way, just in case we do get any information. Keep on talking to us. But yeah, back to you, Lewis.
But yeah, Kieran. I think personally, I don't really know. I think Kieran's got a bit more pace than he's showing. Yeah, he's just cruising around a little bit, just being comfortable. He's very, very fast at this circuit. So maybe we'll see that 7 car move a bit further forward. But with all the stuff that's been going on with DHR over the last couple of days, it's just getting a bit mental, and we're just trying to, you know, keep to ourselves and
Why
just
is it
get
being
around.
mental? Tell me.
It's because well, Billy's internet is probably the worst thing on this planet.
Wow.
It's so slow. If you go and like look at him and do the a ping check on TeamSpeak, he's running at about 2,000 ping. So obviously he can't drive. There's no way that he could drive. And so we've had to steal Hodge from the 7 car. It's all over the place because I can't do more than 4 hours in one stint, and Lars, who will be in the car at the end of the race, can only do the final 2 hours. So it's such a mess with what's going on between the 2 cars that luckily Mr. Bailey in the quick mind yesterday, along with Kieran and Hodge, sorted out what was going to happen. And yeah, we're lucky that we've actually got the 8 car out there. So
That's why I was confused. I was thinking, hold on, isn't Hodgkinson the 7?
supposed to be.
Yes.
He's doing a very good job.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, James. But this battle for the GT Pro lead is literally could not be closer. Captain is right on the back of Djakovic.
Yes, he is. Heading down to the Interlagos then, onto the second massive straight here. And Will Cappick, it doesn't seem to have the slipstream, and this is something which that Porsche car won't have an advantage because he's facing, I almost had a stroke there, he's facing another Porsche car. Big issue, and I do know that Cappick prefers to have a little bit more wing on his car as well, so surely if it's anywhere, it's got to be in this middle sector where he's overtaking Djakovic.
Yeah, it would have to be in the middle sector because he will not have the advantage on the straight if he's running higher downforce, which means more drag in turn. So it's going to be for Djakovic, it's going to be a case of stay ahead and then maintain it on the straights. But Cappick's going to have to go through sector 2 if he wants to. We've got a yellow in sector 3, I'm not sure what that's about.
I can't see, it might have just been a little bit of contact here and there.
Yeah, it does obviously show up on the broadcast when there is a yellow flag, so it's useful to point out, but it can go off for something so petty, so it's a bit oversensitive to say. Cappick now is probably going to lose that again on the straight as all the prototypes overtake.
He's doing okay, isn't he? Actually,
Yeah.
he's closing more, but he's not close enough, isn't he? Making sure to steer clear of that white line, which will get you a penalty if you cut it too much, and no impact down the straight whatsoever for Risto Cappick, just holding station. But I tell you what, for the P1s, this makes the championship battle very exciting in the teams because we've got the number 8 in P5, we've got Brzezinski, who's with City Sport Poland, the team behind in P4. 3 wide are currently nice in the lead. P1's getting a good result. This number 7, Doug Henson car's getting a nice result. It's all being thrown up in the air, the team's championship, which is wonderful to see as we continue on with this pro battle. And for Bram Balin, he must be just fingers crossed. You know, why haven't you crashed yet? Why haven't you crashed yet? Come on, I want to get in the lead.
Oh, coming now!
Djakovic, a mistaken Djakovic through turn 6. That is what Risto Cappick was waiting for, and he has pounced on it like the wolf he is. He is through into the lead of the GT Pro class.
It's not just what Cappick will be waiting for, it's what Balin will be waiting for. Now he has a shot at P2. Who locks up himself, Balin, but not going to give up now he's seen that mistake. He's thinking, hang on, he's susceptible here, I'm going to have a crack myself.
That's a very good point. I do wonder whether Djakovic will crumble or almost reassemble himself from this, though.
Christy Michel in all this, trying to get past all the GT pros on his resurgence. To get back into the fight for P8 in the LMP1 class. And speaking of that, we've got a battle for P7 between Malamed and Demistamula. Malamed losing time to the car behind him.
That's a new one, Demistamula. It's Demilmeister.
Demilmeister, Jesus Christ, Josh, get your bloody surnames right.
Yeah, as I noticed Martin Furman and Kieran Parkin are into the pits. Into the pits? Oh, that's going
Wow.
wow. Place, isn't it?
Nice one.
As, yeah, voice breaking. Never mind. And Henning Vollert is in as well. So that means that Kuba Brzezinski takes the lead of this race. I'm just going to have a look to see whether is Macmillan past Demilmeister? Or was Demilmeister behind anyway?
Demilmeister's behind Malamed at the moment, but it's not very much in it.
No, no indeed. We've got Vasquez there as well, who's ahead but being lapped. Hodgkinson through into P2 then. He doesn't pit either. And we've got to see what guys, or what all these guys come out. And Yuri Kazdorp then, he'll move through into P3. And I reckon it's going to be pretty close between Max Melamed and Reno Demilmeister. Look at all this traffic that they're having to get through as well. Lapping everyone currently under the sun. And they are going to go through ahead of all of these pits as well. So Max Melamed into P4, Mulmeister into P5. And here comes Furman. And there goes Vollert. It's going to be close out the pits. Vollert out ahead of, there goes Christian Michel, by the way, through into P6. Vollert ahead of Furman, though. That is what he wanted. Parkin will remain net P3.
Yeah, well, that's still very good
but
for the D.
just to point out that as the race is going to progress, the Brzezinski and the people that still haven't stopped will probably be in at the end of this lap or the end of the next lap. The fuel tank doesn't go much further than that. That's why they're still out there. And you'll probably see everyone pit every 37 odd laps.
Good spot from those there. Thank you very much.
Well, Brzezinski and Hodgkinson are still going round. That much is for sure. We'll have a look
Hodge
and see where
pitted. Don't forget Hodge pitted under the code 80.
Hodge
Yep,
has
so
bitten,
he will take the net lead. Or if he doesn't
So
pit
Lipinski
soon,
pits.
he will take the net lead. So that'll be a lead for the DHRP1 car, which will be brilliant.
Right, Melamed has pulled away, so I think we shall dive back down into the vestiges of the GT Pro class, where Bram Balin is now right on the back of Niki Jakovic. Looking very exciting as we've had Lewis Blade leave us. Just reading a message there, that's all right. Yeah, Bram Balin, he's right on the back of Jakovic now, who hasn't crumbled necessarily, but the pace differential is certainly there for all to see.
Yeah, there is. Balin's not necessarily. He's not giving up his Balin. He's still on the back of Jakovic. And that's not the only fight necessarily in the GT Pro class, of course. We've got Thomas Jacobs trying to challenge Miroslav Davidovic for P5 as well.
Sorry, there was someone going to this. Never mind me. Don't worry.
We have Jacobs trying to catch Davidovic there, but he's gone off! Thomas Jacobs off for Flatline Racing, so what's happened there? I saw LMP as well. I'm going to go on the replay and see if there was an incident. So Jacobs was sliding around when he... Yeah, Jacobs has gone off, but being the replay, it's quite laggy, so I can't discern what happened.
As indeed. As it looks like Jakovic has used that as an excuse to pull away. I think he'll take that with both hands for sure. And I tell you what, Balin is actually more under threat now from Salvo Sardina, who's just overtaking the 3-wide Motorsport AM car. And yeah, Sardina's getting in on the act now. He could be eyeing up a podium here.
And you know, this is another LMP2 trying to overtake, so that could play into things. But yes, Sardina having to go with Balin having to go to Jakovic. Jakovic trying to have a go with Kapit, but Kapit's really starting to pull away now, and once he's ahead, it's very, very hard to stop the Estonian.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As in comes MQ Brzezinski, our race leader, and out he comes again now. Yuri Kazdorp, though, takes the lead, and I think Hodgkinson has made a mistake somewhere along the line, because Hodgkinson was most certainly ahead of Kazdorp at the once everyone had pitted, so Kazdorp then takes the lead for Revolution Motorsport. Hodgkinson second, Melamed third, the Mulemister fourth, Michelle in fifth currently, but Voller and Furman is really the battle we've got to be watching out for. That is the net lead from at least, well, from what we can tell anyway.
Yep, that's going to be that. Hodge may have just been thrown in the pit stops, I don't know, but then again, he hasn't pitted since the Code 80, I don't think. But
No.
regardless of that, with 55 minutes of this race gone, Kazdorp is in a very good position to be leading, but has he pitted though, is the question.
I don't believe... Well, let's have a look at his
If
time,
Kazdorp
shall
hasn't
we?
pitted, Hodge still has the net lead, but if he has, then that's a bit of a problem
He's
for the
had-
DHL driver.
He's had a 2-minute 13 and a 2-minute 51. I am pretty sure one of those is a pit stop.
Yeah, so he must have pitted since then, so Hodge has then obviously done something wrong to be in second. And then it's a 2-7 for DHR at the moment then. So Kazdorp very much in the lead of this race at the moment then. He's only 5 seconds ahead of Hodge, so it's not impossible for Adam Hodgkinson to get back into that fight for the lead of the race. So I'm sure if we found that happening, it would be very interesting.
Hodgkinson had a 1:35 a couple of laps ago, so it must have been a mistake.
Must just have been an arrow from Adam Hodgkinson, yeah. Must not have gone his way. I'm just looking to see if there's any more battles going on. I think we do have one. Yeah, Christy Michel's in the pits, but that's...
I want
he's
to
quite-
go to P12, can we, Josh?
Oh,
Because
surely.
Augusto Arias is currently P2 in the LMP2 class. Look who is in P3 after pitting early for damage.
And the Jans,
it-
there he is.
Wait, it was Anthony Jans.
But he's not here anymore. I can't get a view on him.
Oh no, Team Spirit. Has the spirit been broken? I think that might be a disconnection for Anthony Jans, unless it's one of the biggest lag spikes in history.
I think he has disconnected. I'm still not getting anything.
Oh dear.
Well, talk about the commentator's curse.
Talk about the commentator's curse. What a shame for Anthony Jans there and Team Spirit. They were looking so strong to take a third consecutive race win. I'm afraid it is looking very unlikely now. Perhaps we can delve into the other potential. That there are confirmation of the DNF. They will hope to see him back. As for the GT AM class, though, things are still looking pretty good. for Adam Taylor, it must be said. He has just gotten past Revolution Racing's ETJ, back up into second place. Next on the road for him is Gurgly Barros, and he is an entire home straight away. I think Adam Taylor's got the pace to catch him, though, for sure.
He most certainly does have the pace, as we've seen, not just from this race, but other races as well. But you do have to remember there are still 7 hours of this race to go. We're only about an hour into it. So, sorry, my throat's going a bit there. Anything can still happen.
Indeed. So then, we have reached the 1 hour mark. And just to go through your leaders, it's currently Yuri Kazdorp leading for LMP1, Pedro Gomez leading for LMP2, Risto Capit leading for the GT Pro, and Gurgly Barros leading for the GTM. We're going to take a little short break now, I think, with your DNFs currently, Anthony Ans and Jimmy Broadbent. We will see you in a few, though. Make sure to stay with us. We've still got rain to come, we imagine. Very exciting race so far. Swansea lost 3-0.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 3 of the Virtual Endurance Championship Season 8, as sponsored by R-Factor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Warg Racing. It has been a fascinating race so far, and it has been made even more fascinating by a slew of recent DNFs. Anthony Jans with Team Spirit Racing, the team who've won 2 on the bounce so far.
Hang on, James. Sorry. Really sorry to interrupt you.
But we have Christian Michel as well now, who is just disconnected.
He hasn't disconnected, he's blown his engine.
Oh, he's blown his engine.
Yep, Jimmy Allison just confirming there that Michelle has blown his engine.
So TXL are out fully,
Yeah.
completely.
Absolutely, 100%, totally out.
That is incredible. And I thought that they were going to join M. Technology. Oh, he's rejoined apparently. Right, so apparently you can rejoin and your engine's fine, because I noticed that the M. Technology Corvette that also blew its engine after contact with Skelet
Yeah.
is also going.
Carstokes just lapped it. That's slightly unrealistic, but hey, what can you do?
Yeah. Either way, Team Spirit Racing, terrible day at the office so far. Same for TXL. It's just not been going well for the people who are looking to continue their good streaks. All apart from Adam Taylor. Now, Adam Taylor, for Dark Racing, has had a very nice time of it indeed. And although we're currently in the pit stop phase of things, Dark Racing is third in class. The two guys ahead of him have yet to pit. So
You can argue he's got the net lead.
once the pit stop phase is done, he will have retaken the lead for Dark Racing, and we could see the only team to continue a streak of race wins, which I think would be justice to Dark Racing, because they started in the midfield of that AM pack.
Yeah, it would absolutely be justice to them. If they can get the lead of that AM class, then that would be brilliant for them. I mean, it would show just how good they are and how good they are coming back from any adverse situations. We've got a fight on, I think. Henning Vollet is gonna. Sorry, that's timing being problem. I thought he was gonna have a go at Reno misdemeanor. Again, I've got his name wrong. Apologies, I'm not on it today, but he just missed the timing beam, I think, and that's got a bit weird. So, yep, back to the AM class.
Actually, I do want to focus on Vollet for a bit. I'm sorry to take you back to
Oh no, I never moved.
this was the guy who was leading the race for so long, but we had a code 80 because of the aforementioned Skelet Wolfgang Hans incident. There was a code 80 called, and a number of drivers pitted, and it's led to a weird order. So Yuri Kastorp leads for Revolution Racing. Adam Hodgkinson in the number 8 Doug Henson racing car, which was the second on track initially, has just gone off track incidentally. He's now in P2. Max Melamed for Team RGPL is P3, with De Mulmeister, a debutant we believe, in the LMP1 class, is P4. Vollet is now P5. Furman, who was P2, is P6. And Kieran Parkin, who's actually been on a real charge in recent laps, is P7. We're not sure what the proper order is because all the pit stops are out of sync, but it makes it a fascinating race for sure, and I do believe we might see our third different winner in the LMP1 class if we are lucky by the end of today. It's a close fight between Sport Poland and the number 8 Doug Henson racing car. It is, yes. I think we might see a battle for P6 then, very soon. Parkin was actually ahead of Furman initially, like in the early stages he was. But then he made a mistake, Furman got through, and Parkin's been playing catch-up ever since. Remember, this is the number 7, not the number 8 Doug Henson racing car. There are 2 of those LMP1s in this race. There's also a... well, I was also going to say there's a 3rd Doug Henson racing car. There is. It's in the LMP2 class. But there has been a stop-go penalty assigned to Martin Furman. And that was apparently for avoidable contact. Now, we got a warning earlier in the race for extension of track limits. But apparently this is for a different thing.
Yeah, that's...
So he must have hit someone off the road. So
that's interesting. He might have had a bit of a do with someone, so he's now going to save a stop goal, and that's going to put Parkin through into the next place.
Let's have a little look, shall we? I'm not even sure where it would have
I
been.
mean, you can have a look back while I keep an eye on this. I'll keep an eye on the Furman Parkin battle. As obviously just update us when you have that. Furman obviously has to serve that stop goal, and Parkin's going to go through. He might go through before that. Of course, Furman doesn't have to serve it straight away. He has a few laps before he has to. I think it's about 3 laps before it's a disqualification for not serving it. But he'll want to get it out of the way as soon as possible, because otherwise it's just gonna. He could hold Parkin up, but he'll want to get it out of the way as soon as possible, ideally.
I couldn't find it, but We'll just trust the word of the moderator. I think that Furman should pit now because he's got parking all
He is
over.
gonna-
it. That is a pitting line, isn't it? If you've ever seen one. It's not even just a drive-through. It is a flat-out stop and go.
He's
So
actually
Furman
got the stop in the pit box.
Yep. So he's probably going to be falling behind Brzezinski, I'd imagine.
And
And he is.
yep, he's making that stop going now. Is it a 10-second?
I imagine so. It doesn't matter either way. Here comes Brzezinski. He will overtake Furman then. And, well, I don't think he has to worry about Boyer Ori, who's filling in for
Oh, it's
Miguel
definitely more than a
Vasquez, who's
10-second, it
crashed.
seems.
Yeah. He might find himself... I don't think he'll find himself
Oh,
at the
there's
back
the
of
Magenta
the
Warriors
LMP1s.
Viper in with them.
I think he'll find himself at the back of the LMP1 field, surely, because Ori's got to complete a full another lap. Might be a 30-second stop go. Must have been some serious contact, you'd imagine.
I mean, it might be a full minute at this rate. As I just joining them in the pit lane there was Reese Gardner and the Magenta Warriors Viper there. I just thought I'd point out, but yeah, Gardner in the pits. Don't think we'll see a driver change just yet, but it's possible that we might. And oh, hang on, I think there's that. Yep, there's a Revolution Racing car in there
Yep,
as well.
that's ETJ.
Yep, Trevelyan Johnson in as well.
Furman is out, but he's now a full lap down.
That
And
has
I'm
cost
afraid
him.
that is any chance of a podium gone currently, unless we see the rain that has been predicted many a time coming. Remember, we are only, what, an hour and 10 minutes into this race, so there is still plenty of time.
Trevelyan Johnson's out, and as is Gardner, so out at the same time. Reese Gardner, well, obviously was never ahead of ETJ to begin with, but he's in a different class. But Gardner has lost a few places, but not that much in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, indeed. Just having a little drink there. My mouth is getting very dry.
As it
Because
does.
that's the most commentating I've done in probably the first hour of this season so far. Oh, dearie me.
Oh,
Right.
I don't think Jimmy Broadbent has actually recovered from that disconnect he had earlier. He's right at the dead last of it.
James Wilson has contacted me on TeamSpeak. He says, Furman penalty for crashing into the car on the main straight, the 102 AM car. So there we are.
Right. So it's a case of a prototype not taking enough care on an AM car.
Remember, if you want to get involved with this race, by the way, you can come and chat with us. Just head on to the Room 1 Virtual Endurance Championship TeamSpeak and head into the waiting booth. We'll be sure to bring you in. We had Lewis McLeod in earlier, and we love having new
We
friends.
do. We absolutely love having friends.
Especially in about 40 minutes when I go on my break and when Anderson takes over on lead comms.
Yes,
You'll
that's.
need plenty of friends to talk to.
I need many friends.
But also, if you've got Twitter, join in the conversation. Hashtag VEC Interlagos. That is VEC Interlagos on the hashtag. You can mention me as well at KirkyLife. That's at KirkyLife. And we'll get to some of your tweets, because I love interacting with our audience. We've got a great bunch of people. And also, if you're on the YouTube watch page, you can get involved in the chat there, because Mr. Anderson's got a little beady eye on that. So get involved with all of the things. As that is Reno de Mulmeister round, I've noticed. Reno de Mulmeister has spun round the Pico de Pato, and I think he's made the situation even worse for himself by spinning on the grass. Oh, it was contact with Henning Vollert. It was contact with Henning Vollert, who was... That was for position as well. And let's see, Vollert just forced his way through, and you know what? You know what? That's a very close one. Vollert didn't... Was he entitled to that? I'm not sure.
Well, Vollert was on
Nice
the
go-
inside, and well,
Yeah.
he was already on the inside of the corner, which makes it tricky. I mean, you could argue that Demis Demurla should have respected the fact he was on the inside of the corner, but at the same time, you could
was-
argue that Vollert should have respected the fact that Demis Demurla was on the
It was-
outside.
It was late though as well. I wonder what the stewards are going to decide about that one.
That
'Cause
is
that
going
could
to be a
go
talking
either way.
point.
That's either going to be a racing incident, or surely another stop-go penalty handed out, and this time to the what we believe is the net race leader.
And that won't help very much at all. Obviously, the race director, Jimmy Allison, and his team of stewards will look at that. We'll probably get an update as to what happens there later. but that wasn't a very good incident to have because it's put Demismula right back behind again. And I meant to say Demurlemeister there. Again, I'm finding on his name right!
Demurlemeister, yeah.
Hey!
I do wonder whether he's related to another Demurlemeister, which I know, which is Dimitri Demurlemeister.
Quite possibly, he might not be, but...
Might depend on his actual nationality, because that's one thing which I've consistently gotten wrong all season so far, is nationalities. Because I've called Kasdorp Brazilian when he's Dutch. Per Rosenly, that's another one. I thought he was German. Nope, he's Danish. Next thing we know... Is Reno Belgian? Because Dimitri's Belgian. You know what I'm going... I know you can't see from here, but... I'm going to have a look.
Yeah.
I don't want to get his nationality wrong, bless him. I've gotten too many of them wrong.
I mean, I'm not very good with nationalities myself, but I know a couple. Obviously, I know Pedro Gomez, who is currently LMP2 leader.
Belgian.
He is Belgian.
Yes.
Got it right.
In fact, it is... It is an entirely Oh my word, my words! It is an entire Belgian outfit.
So there you go.
So there we are. In fact, there's a lot of all like single nationality outfits. We got IRG all Polish. We got JERR all Dutch. Labiella, of course, with Vasquez and Ori in this race, all Spanish. SRBN all Dutch. P1 is entirely German. And 3 wide is entirely German as well. So, you know, obviously, strength in numbers, like to keep together. And to be fair as well, I think that surely having just one nationality between all of your drivers will be an advantage, because then you can speak in your national dialect.
Not
and it just makes
necessarily
communicating a lot easily.
that. It would be a case for the shorter races, but the 12 hours and 24s, it really pays to have multiple different nationalities because time zones.
Ah, time zones. Yeah.
That would really pay in a 24. I've learned myself by organising the team through a 24-hour race once. I had a couple of Americans, and the rest were... I had a couple of Americans, I had 2 Englishmen, myself included, and a Dutchman. So everything ended up all right in the end, for the most part. But it's always going to have those different nationalities in a 24 or a 12.
The Joker cards, or, you know, the golden snitches, as you will, in those long races, are Australians and Americans.
Yes, absolutely.
They are they're in the perfect time zone for the night sense.
If you wanna get a night race done, hire an Aussie.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of which, should we talk about the first 24-hour race coming up in February? Because, of course, this is the last race of the year, you know, sad stuff. And then we have a test race, which might be broadcast, it might not, it won't be with myself anyway. That's coming in January. But then the official round 4 of the season, you know, it kicks off in February, and it is the 24 hours of Daytona.
Oh, yes.
And that is going to be a long one. And we do have broadcast plans for that event, don't you worry. More than likely, you're not going to cover the entire event. So I think my original plan was maybe doing the first 8 hours. Then the second 8 hours would be not broadcast. And then the 8 hours after that would be broadcast. Wait, but so what? Wait, so we've got Reno Demurlemeister. Okay, so who's Dino? That's what I want to know. And is Dino's
Dimitri,
brother
sorry.
Dimitri?
I mean, I think probably meant Dimitri.
So he's the son of Dimitri?
No, not necessarily. I don't know. It's all too confusing. We need Tim in here.
Tell me now. I need.
We need Tim in here with us to explain everything. I've miscommunicated it.
This is someone messaged me. Tell me now. I had a sneaking suspicion he was his brother.
Please
'cause they
tell
both
Mr. James Kirk what the relation is. Otherwise, I'll have to get the entire Mr. family on a special VEC edition of Who Do You Think You Are, and we don't have time for that.
I love it. I absolutely love it. But anyway, sorry. Back to Daytona in February. we're putting out a call now. If you want to be involved with that broadcaster, either as a lead commentator, a full-time co-commentator, or more importantly, a cameraman, then please let us know, because at the moment, myself and Josh, Jimmy at a stretch, we're the only... I'm sorry, go on. Okay, I want to find out quickly, go on. Right, so Dimitri is Reno's nephew. Right. There we are. We found it out. We found out. I'm happy. I am really happy with this. I love racing. Families are just lovely and everything. But anyway, we need to get back on subject because I keep on distracting myself with this Demula Mista family mystery. Right, we want full-time commentators, like lead commentators, co-commentators and cameramen. If you want to get involved in the, not only just the Daytona 24-hour live stream, but the Le Mans 24-hour live stream next summer as well, get in contact with me on the official VEC website. You should find me in a couple of threads at least. Start up a conversation with me. Tell me you want to get involved, because right now the only semi-permanent members we have on this commentary / broadcast team is myself, Josh, Ben Willis, Curtis Kenyon at a stretch, and Jimmy Allison at a stretch. And right now we're probably only going to be able to broadcast 16 hours of the 24. Quite simply because we don't have enough manpower. So if we get that manpower in, then we might just be able to broadcast a little bit more of that race. But that is where we're at. We'll be sure to tell people again and again about it throughout the broadcast. Please let us know, because
if
we're getting very excited about it.
If we have any Australian cameramen, please do get in touch as well. That would really help with the night stints, and maybe we could do a full 24 then.
Oh, that'd be exciting. We could do takeaway bingo.
Oh, yes, except I probably won't be having a takeaway on the day of Daytona.
As we've had our race leader pit, Yuri Kasdorp for Revolution Racing finally in, and that allows Adam Hodgkinson to take the lead. Remember, these pit stops are a little bit all over the place. We had a code 80 earlier in the race, which has thrown everyone out of sync. So, to be honest, we don't even know what the net lead is anymore, unfortunately. What we do know is that Adam Hodgkinson is there in the lead, and that is where the number 8 Doug Henson racing outfit will want him to be.
I think we've got a volunteer.
We do?
We've got a volunteer for 24 hours. Tom Parker says, I'll do some cheeky comments for the 24-hour race.
Tom Parker.
That, yes, we need Tom Parker. If you
love a
haven't
bit of
heard Tom Parker commentate, you are missing a major milestone in your life.
That is, it's on the night stint as well. That
On the night stint. That's an idea, actually. Me and Tom Parker coming up to the later hours of the... me and Parker on the later 9 till 11 hours of the 24. Make it happen.
If anyone is going to keep people up for the entire 24 hours, including a night stint, it'll be you and Parker.
It would, yes.
For sure.
That would just literally be Commentary Central.
Comedy Central.
Like Commentary Central, but with comedy.
Comedy Central.
It would just be something really awesome.
Commentary Central?
It's my cold making things really bad now, isn't it?
How are we spelling that? COMEDTARY Central.
I don't know. Is Hodgkinson in?
Hodgkinson is in. Indeed he is.
But to think of the spelling, it would probably no. It would just be the best thing in the world and you'd have to watch it.
I agree. Melamed pits from what is Pete. So Max Melamed pits as well, and that Kieran Parkin, who has gotten past Henning Vollert. I didn't even notice
Parkin
that.
in the lead.
Parkin takes the lead.
Well,
But
where
the
has he
numbers
found
are
that from?
excellent
That's a
racing
good
car.
question. He's found some pace from
I
somewhere.
completely missed that.
He's definitely found some pace, and now look at this. He's in the lead.
and Reno de Mulmeister will be in P3. Oh, but for
Exactly.
how long? Look at this, he's got Brzezinski all over him. Brzezinski's all over him. We've got traffic everywhere as well. We had this battle earlier. It was for P7 or P6, I think. And now it's round 2, and this time the stakes are even higher.
Yeah, the stakes are even higher because now it's a battle for P3 and P1, which is the P3 in the overall lead. Brzezinski closing into the break and descent. No, the Mulmeister goes a bit wide. Brzezinski trying to go for that just doesn't exist there. Down the inside, he's going to have to wait for a little while longer before he can make this one work.
Up through Beradura and the curve of De La Regina, then and into turn 8, and that's where Brzezinski's going to strike. And he is through and around the outside of the Pinarino. He confirms that move. So Kuba Brzezinski from P10 on the starting grid is onto the podium.
Yep, he didn't have to wait long to make that move,
As
did he?
the Revolution Racing car is out with an engine blower.
Is that ETJ?
Sorry?
Is that Trevelyan Johnson or is it...
That's the LMP1 car.
Oh, that's even worse.
And I tell you what, that is not even a DNF. So we've seen engines go before, but it was more a DNF than anything. This is just an engine blowout. He's straight up retired from this race.
Is that what happened with Broadbent as well? Is he just not come back from his disconnect?
I'm not sure. Hold on. Let's have a look at it. Oh, how bizarre it was. How bizarre. It was up the start-finish straight. Just completely went as Reno de Mulmeister is now into the pits, which should see Adam Hodgkinson, therefore, in the number 8 Doug Henson racing car, up into P4. So de Mulmeister's fleeting flight with the podium comes to an end, unfortunately. But it's been a good fight for sure, and he's still looking to get a good result, nevertheless.
Yeah, I think he still will get a good result regardless of what happens then. Hodgkinson's currently making it a 1-4 for Doug Henson Racing, which is a lot better than the 2-7 they had before. So DHR very much in LMP1, having a very good goals. Look at this, look at Hodgkinson's now got a ton of traffic to manoeuvre. He's got P1s, P2s, cars everywhere.
I think that's been the story of this race. Hashtag
It has.
cars everywhere.
It has been hashtag too many cars. Well, not too many cars or too little space. Just cars everywhere, yeah. Get it trending.
Here in my car. Dun, dun, dun.
That's a good point, actually. We need a VEC soundtrack.
A VEC soundtrack.
Quite
What,
possibly.
Didn't Top Gear release an album every year
Yes, they did.
of the best driving tracks?
Yeah.
But now that Top Gear is essentially dead,
We should take the reins.
I know that what's his name, Chris Evans, has taken it over. It's not Top Gear anymore. Whatever that new show on Amazon Prime is, that's going to be Top Gear.
In the eyes of the fans, it will be
There's
at
a niche
least.
in the market. There's a niche in the market. We can leap in on this, Josh.
Yes, let's compile a soundtrack of the best driving songs this year.
For VEC.
VEC, of course. So in Eric, and guys like who are like Rock's case, it might just be loads of rock songs. For people who don't, come to think of it, what are the musical preferences of the VEC drivers?
Something that will get you in the groove.
Definitely.
So like Uptown Funk.
Oh God, yes.
Great song. Love that.
We'll have to ask actually. Let's have that as a question for the viewers. What, as a VEC driver, are your musical preferences? What would you like to see on a best driving songs of VEC album? Have a go in the YouTube chat and let's put some songs down. Let's see if we can't compile a list by the end of this broadcast.
I'm interested to see what people are interested in, you know?
Yeah.
Because
I'm a David Bowie guy myself.
you're, yeah. I'm not so much a fan of David Bowie. I'm actually, to be fair, I've got a very wide range of music taste. So like everything from metal to a little bit of rap. I know me, the posh guy, liking rap. You're mad. Well, I do. I appreciate a bit of Mr. Eminem and Mr. Am. What's it? Will.i.am, he doesn't do rap, does he? No, he does.
No, he's Black Eyed Peas member.
He's like Black Eyed Peas, yeah.
Well,
him
while
as
we're
a
still
music
around.
star.
Oh, Parker likes some Rammstein.
Sorry?
Parker likes Rammstein.
Rammstein.
That would be an interesting one for driving.
Rammstein.
Rammstein, I don't know. I did German, I should know this.
That's very aggressive music.
It is very aggressive,
I wouldn't
especially for
associate
driving.
it with VEC.
Wouldn't associate it with VEC, definitely not, but it's interesting.
Doesn't that make the racing more exciting, I guess? But
It would make it more dramatic. Probably put you off for the most part if you're in a tense. Okay, I'm just driving for P5. Oh god, I'm spun. Like that sort of thing.
what about more funky tunes? Fleur East Sax. Have you heard that song?
No, I'll have to check that out.
It's great. And Fleur East was the runner-up in last year's UK X Factor. And yeah, she's brought a nice track. I noticed Sam McDonald just rejoined the race, but his engine is still blown up. So I think he is fully retired from this race, you know. I think that Revolution car is done. And so it yet again proves a terrible start to the season for that outfit. Where do you go from here, Josh? Because
Well, upwards, because you can't really do much worse than a race finish. You can't really do much worse than a race exit, can you? So you can only really go up from there, but they'll be prepared for Daytona. Now if they can't rejoin the race.
Indeed. Right, so let's go through our order, shall we? Kieran Parkin leads the race in the number 7 Doug Henson Motorsport car. Henning Voller, who incidentally has not received a penalty for that earlier incident with Reno de Mulmeister, occupies P2. He's 3.9 seconds behind. And Kuba Brzezinski rounds out the top 3 for Petersport Poland. As of now, they will be closing the overall LMP1 Teams Championship lead, but not taking it, as the number 8 car of the Doug Henson Racing outfit, the guys who they are trying to beat, is currently PE4. Into the LMP2 class, Anthony Jans, who's won 2 races in a row, not going to be winning this time around. And SimHQ Motorsport have picked up where he left the game, quite literally. Pedro Gomez currently in that car, and Kyushu Motorsport are having a field day. Both of their cars occupy the rest of the podium. They will be loving that. Heading into the GT Pro class, Risto Capit leads for Walk Racing. He's ahead of Rudy Van Buren for SRVN. And that means that our GT Pro leader, the old leader, Team Vyers, have fallen all the way back off the podium. Remco Major, where is he?
Hang on, is that some rain? It is, you know.
What's a rain?
We've got rain.
We do have rain, yes! Oh, thank you, Interlagos. We've been waiting. And now the rain has come.
So what happens now? Very interesting.
Very interesting indeed.
It's a question of when are people going to start pitting. It's as soon as the dry line goes. I don't have an idea of how much rain there is. You're going to have to be my eyes on the sky for that, James. But Orients! That's not good. That's Parkin who's just clattered Ori, and Ori's clattered Parkin. That was the P1 leader. It's now not leading.
It's P2, wasn't it? Yeah. So let's
Yeah.
have a
So
look here. So it was Parkin on. Oh no, that was completely Ori's fault. Parkin was very late, but
Absolutely.
he was lapping Ori, and Ori just completely turned in on poor old Parkin, and that means that Henning Vollert is now back in the lead of this race.
I suspect Ori will get a severe penalty for that. That, from where I was sitting, looked like Ori just should not have got in Parkin's way, because Parkin was ahead as well. I can see spray on the track now,
I can see
and it's
spray
looking
as well.
very, very grim. So this could get heavy quickly.
Look at everyone, they're diving into the pit lane. Pedro Gomez in, Capella in, Rosalie in, none of the LMP1s there. Christian Michel Smith, everyone coming into the pit lane. Look at this. It is like, I mean, we've got the front.
Oh dear, no, that's the P1 game, and Fuhrman's just crashed.
Oh,
And he's
dear.
blocking the track too. That'll be a code 80.
Oh my word.
Fuhrman's Fuhrman stacked it big time. He spun. He left it too late to go into the pits. Then trying to cross the line and spun, and he's got no rear wing. He's missed the pit lane now.
And this
he's
is like
know he's
Black
gonna.
Friday.
Oh, what you see? That was what Fuhrman's done there. Is he's actually crossed over the blend line. He had to get back into the pits, and that's penalisable. That.
It's like Black Friday.
It's like Black Friday all again. Everyone wants a pit stop, but Martin Fuhrman there, let's just talk about that. He actually missed the pit lane, so I had to go back and cross the blend line. I reckon he's going to get a penalty for that, you know.
Right, we are
Some
going to
freaking
bring
luck
in
with this team.
a couple of people now while we have everyone in literally the entire field pitting. We welcome Walk Racing's Mr. Bogdan, and we welcome Magenta Warriors Oscar Hardwick. Welcome, guys. Maybe we can start with Mr. C. What on earth do you make of this?
Hello everybody. Well, as I was waiting for some luck this race, this happened. So I'm tightening my butt cheeks very hard.
Well, I tell you what, Walk Racing have been doing a lot better this race in any case. Coming in from the GT Pro lead, you must be happier. This is where you expected them to be this season.
Well, yes, I expected them, but bad luck. Everything shit happens. Sorry for the bad words, but now with this rain, yeah, I'm a little bit worried. But I know we are in good hands with Marius and Risto. Also, recently added Sean. So hopefully we can at least get a podium.
I'm sure that'd be nice. And Oscar, you predicted the rain very nicely last time. Did you have anything to do with this?
I didn't ask for it, if that's what you're insinuating. But we had a look at our various weather radars, and it was really obvious there was an absolute 100% chance that during this race we would get rain. And we didn't know when. It could have been, as soon as the formation lap again, or 3 hours in. But one thing I can tell you is that this is a tropical storm, so it's going to be anywhere between, say 30 and 100% actual rainfall the entire.
If we get 100% rain in this race, I swear to all that is holy, we will have.
No, it will happen. That the centre of this storm is literal monsoon conditions, so it's not too bad now, but it's going to get worse.
Well, prepare your canoes, everybody. We're going to have a storm on our hands.
Well, we do have a storm on our hands. See the rain coming down.
Yeah.
Boya Ori has just DNF'd as well. So
that's going to make penalising them very difficult.
Yes, the Labiella Racing outfit really not having a good time of it. Let's go through what has happened now in terms of the leads, because everyone came in for wets. Most of them are out now, and so we can get a good idea. So Henning Vollert still leads from Kieran Parkin, who is still second from Kuba Brzezinski. That has not changed. In the LMP2 field, SimHQ Motorsports still lead with Pedro Gomez. Alexander Pressa for Kyushu Motorsports is still second, but the other Kyushu Motorsport car has lost out heavily there. And Vincenzo Capella, the Scuderia GT Italia, has taken that podium away from him. In the GT Pro class, Risto Capit has retained the lead. And he's quite a way ahead of as well of Thomas Jacobs, who's capitalised a lot there for Flatline Racing. Rudy Van Buren there, the man who has jumped down to P3 for SRBN. And in the AM class, we have Revolution Racing, they have retaken the lead. Actually, I think it's the first time they've taken the lead this race in the AM class. ETJ has managed to stay ahead of Pedro Ramada for Dark Racing, who's now in third because Alexandra Santos has overtaken him for Firehorse Racing. So Dark Racing, they've really got to fight back hard again if they want to take the lead, to take the third win in a row. It's incredible how things have to and thrown this race.
Yeah, they will. They're going to have to get it right back on track. Broadbent still hasn't... I think he's out permanently now, Broadbent. So, unfortunately, the other DHL car, the LMP2, has not got through. But Dark Racing are going to have to get the foot down, because in these conditions as well, I mean, you're probably better off trying to force a mistake and go for an overtake if the conditions are this bad. Unless you're really sure you can go for it. But, they're going to have to do something.
Absolutely manic scenes here. But let's delve into the knowledge of some of our guests, shall we? Because everything's settled down a little bit. So, of course, Mr. Bogdan, team manager of Walk Racing, who also happen to be a sponsor here at the Virtual Endurance Championship. Have you been happy with the proceedings so far of the first 2 and a bit races?
Well, actually, I have been more than happy. I don't know, it exceeded my expectation quite a lot, and I'm really, really, really happy to. I don't know, sponsorship. I don't think as a sponsorship. I'm always trying to help the sim racing community because I'm so freaking nuts about it, sim racing in general. So every time I get a chance to help a community, I give my full help.
But of course, with Walk Racing leaving sim racing at the end of this season 8, Where does that leave you with the community? Do you still just want to get involved, but on a more personal level, rather than the association with Walk?
Well, I'm leaving the sim racing community like only except iRacing. Walk will be focusing on iRacing a lot, especially on oval and track. But that's the only racing Walk will do for, I don't know, foreseeable future. We will get back on the normal side like GPV, TPS or something like that. Do not know when. And about the sponsorship, the help, yes, I'll bring it out as a personal touch. I don't have with VEC is the walk, so I wanted some exposure, but in the future I don't want any exposure at all. I just want to help the sim racing community become more like a sport, like an e-sport.
That's fantastic, and taking part also in that e-sport with one of the newer teams, Magenta Warriors. Oscar, obviously, sim racing is near and dear to a lot of us, and definitely, I've only been with VEC for, or at least part of the VEC crowd, for, say, 5 months in getting prepared for the season and actually commentating on this season. But this league is just so much more professional, so much more realistic than others, and the lines are getting more and more blurred every day between this and real racing. We've had a fantastic season so far, haven't we? We're just 2 races in.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first 2 races have been classic Spile standards, I think, even with the odd server issue here and there. I mean, I've heard, happiness, anger, the lot from all sorts of different teams, and we've had exactly the same, within our own group. We've had good results and bad results already, and we've only finished 1 race, and that's kind of the beauty of it. And like you say, with the professionalism and the realism, it caught me out, and it's something that's there to certainly catch out, the sim racing amateur, as it were. But it's a good thing, and it's a good thing to have such strict rules in place, because it improves the quality of driving, the quality of racing, so that you have a trend towards the end of the season where everything feels as though it's a bit better and more streamlined than it was at the beginning. And that's definitely the way that it's going, and I hope it continues going as well.
But whilst we can look to the future, I also want to talk about the past a bit, because, of course, this is the last race of the season, and definitely one of the last races on the sim racing calendar, that is for sure. But in real racing as well, the motorsport season is over, and 2015 has been a fascinating year, I think. And so I want to start with you, Oscar. What has been your racing moment, your favourite racing moment from 2015? And you can actually have 2 in terms of sim racing, whether it be at VEC or elsewhere, or whether it be in real racing. I'd just love to know what your highlights for this year have been.
With sim racing, I have to, as a team manager, relate it back to the guys I have driving for me and the cars that they're in, and how last time out, so very recent this one, but last time out in Fuji, our LMP2 car won in Room 2. And it wasn't Room 1, but the points that the professionalism from Tommy Ayala and Nicholas Hillebrand, who drove that car, you cannot ask for more. And the team management thing is brand new to me. And it was such a cool feeling to have 2 guys in a car that I've entered do such a fantastic job. And we've had a really good run in Room 2 today. I did the first stint and a bit in the LMP2 car until we got into a bit of an incident. But we're still in such good contention for another podium, and we started from last today. It's been, our pace is as good as the fastest LMP2 car in Room 1, so we know that those good results on this main broadcast are coming, and it's nice to see that progression and that build-up of pace from those guys. And in regard to real motorsports, I mean, this year I've had such a soft spot for the World Rally Championship. I think it's in its resurgence at the moment. And watching the live power stage at the Catalonian, the Spanish WRC event, where Andreas Mikkelsen held off Jari-Matti Latvala to hold on to second, and then during the power stage, Ogier binned it, handing Mikkelsen his first win, and seeing his co-driver, Ella Flone, just burst into tears when he found out that they had won their first WRC event. It's one of those special things, and in a live environment as well. It was just an absolute defining WRC moment where it shows anything can and will happen, and that you've got all these new young guys and new teams coming into the sport to, sort of invigorate it further. So it's been such a good year, like you say, in regards to sim racing and real racing, and I'm hoping that we sort of keep this form and this momentum through to next year.
And I tell you what, I can totally relate with you on that team manager feeling. It's why I've actually put down my controller. Yes, I know I drove with a controller, guys. I'm blasphemous, man. But I love team management so much more. And I've been thankful enough this year to actually have a driver's champion with my team. And the feeling that you get from that is just insane. You put so much work into find the drivers, you make connections with the drivers, they become your friends, and then to see them doing so well, it makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. And I tell you what, Mr. Bogdan, you must have felt that feeling many a times, Warp Racing being as successful an outfit as it is. What have been your favourite moments from this year?
Well, first of all, I want to point out that I'm very, very sentimental, as you might know. And for me, I don't know, the most important in sim racing, it wasn't a win like the championship. It was the collaboration between Ruud Histerbeek and Risto Capet in Super Cup. I met and talked with a lot of very fast drivers, aliens, whatever, but such a good collaboration in practice, in setup, in everything, I haven't seen. And I was really, really glad that, okay, I did this, I put them together, I provided them, I don't know, server or whatever, and that really felt good. And on top of it all, getting the championship felt even better. So that's my sim racing moment. And my real life moment is, well, it's two wheels. I like MotoGP a lot.
Oh.
And it was last race when Valentino went from the back of the grid to fourth, but still lost the title. I'm a huge Valentino Rossi fan, and yeah, a lot of controversy around that. But
You don't say.
but that was my real life moment. It was sad in one part because I'm a Valentino Rossi, but
I've noticed that Parkin has gone off the track completely. He hasn't just gone wide, and that has allowed Kuba Brzezinski through into second. And will Adam Hodgkinson capsize? No, he's a minute behind, never mind me. So Parkin down to third. Another mistake from the number 7 Doug Henson racing car. He's got to get back on it though. Kuba Brzezinski up to second from P10 on the starting grid. A wonderful drive from him so far. But yeah, I think in regards to Valentino Rossi, you're either side of the leg on that one, aren't you? You either believe it was Vasquez, or not Vasquez, it was Marquez's fault, or you believe it was Rossi's fault. But either way you look at it, driving from the back of the grid to where he did was such an impressive drive on its own that you might argue it merited a title. But well, you know, things do happen, and I think it's good to bring in the two-wheeled element. That is one thing I'd actually really love to see on R Factor 2. Two-wheelers. I'd love to see motorbikes on R Factor 2. It is indeed Melamed, who's missing a rear wing. So he's got a lot of damage to repair actually there, and the Magenta Warrior car of Reese Gardner also come in. Josh, what have been your favourite moments?
Oh, well, as far as sim racing is concerned, I actually have my own team as well. Yes, join the club. But yeah, we've had a fantastic year. More particularly one specific league where I think we've taken 5 wins this season in total there. 4 in one series and 1 in another as well. And getting all those wins when we'd had none before is an absolute. Well, we have had wins before, but they weren't in, as competitive fields as this. To have those wins as being a team manager, it does put a nice little warm glow in you, doesn't it? Seeing your guys go out there and win races. But
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
what about your real racing moment?
Yeah, the best real racing moment. That's a bit more of a difficult one because I don't really. This is going to sound blasphemous. I don't really follow real motorsport as such.
I don't blame you. I mean, I often think that sim racing is very exciting and often times more exciting than real racing.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really followed real motorsport as such this season. I'm not really a sports guy, to be honest. I mean, I can only think of a couple that I do like, but.
Oh, sorry, Henning Voller to spun! Henning Voller to spun from the lead, out of the centre S, and this could give Kuba Brzezinski a chance to take it. And he has. Kuba Brzezinski, starting last of the LMP1 class, has taken the lead of the 8 hours of Interlagos. An incredible mistake to make by Henning Voller.
And now Voller's under threat from parking.
Yep, here's Parkin coming down now. He's right behind the German, but not close enough to make a move into Desina Delago. What a break for Brzezinski, though. It could lead to a second race win in a row for the Polish driver. And more importantly, it could lead to Feeder Sport Poland taking the lead of the team's championship. Unfortunately, Oscar Harbuck has had to leave us. Thank you for joining us nevertheless, Oscar. But what a series of events that was.
Yeah, it just came out of nowhere. It just seemed to apply in the rain, obviously proving its difficulty to traverse, if you will, but yeah, it's not really easy to do things in the rain as you can in the dry, because the traction is just not there. It's kind of like driving on grass or gravel, except it's not. You do have the traction, but it's just aquaplaning you've got to be careful of, and the less grip, you get a lot less grip with this water on the track, obviously. So you get a yellow in sector 1.
As unfortunately the TXL of Christian Michel is disconnected yet again. That TXL car having plenty of problems. But you say that you don't have a real racing moment this year then, Josh?
Unfortunately, no. I wish I could say I did, but I mean, the only thing I really watched was I only really watched a round of the Formula Renault 3.5 and seen Oliver Rowland take the Drivers' Championship, so I guess I should say that.
Well, what about me then? Well, I think my favourite sim racing moment by far and away was my aforementioned team's champion winning a championship. That's the first championship that my team has ever won in any capacity, so that was such a feel proud moment for myself and for the driver involved. As for real racing, honestly, my favourite moment would have to be turning up. It's multiple moments, but you'll get what I mean. Turning up to your sofa, sitting down in front of the TV, turning on the TV for a GP2 race, and knowing that you will get a crash every single race. Because it's hilarious to watch. I mean, Formula 1 hasn't been that great this year. Actually, to go World Endurance Championship, Nico Hulkenberg and his team, and I know that's really bad because everyone else in that team deserves a shout out, but I don't watch World Endurance Championship myself. I don't know the people. I just know Hulkenberg. But to see him being so successful in another discipline, wonderful to see. Also, Fernando Alonso in a sun chair. What a beautiful moment that was. As we say goodbye to Mr. C, thank you for joining us, good sir. Hope you enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you, boys. Good luck.
Brilliant. Take care. And yeah, just a lovely few moments. It's been a good year for motorsport. Not a fantastic year, in my opinion, but a good year for sure. And just going to bring in someone else here. So, before we head off to the ad breaks, for the second time of asking, we are going to be talking to Revolution Racing, Yuri Kasdorp. And Yuri, the day has just not gone well at all, has it?
No, the bad luck continues from the last couple of races.
Yeah,
I've been struggling with lag in the PC that I haven't been able to fix. I had some lag spikes in the race, but other than that, some throttle issues and still went pretty well in the stint. And then Sam got in the car and he tried to unrequest a pit stop. He pressed the button next to that, which was neutral, just before he was going to shift up. So he shifted to first while he was going to shift to 7th, I think, and just blew the car.
And yeah, you can't come back from that. That one of the only 2 retirements from this race, of course. But I guess positives have to be taken. You did lead the race at one point.
Yeah, we know we're capable to beat races and fight for podiums at least. It's just we have to get races without this much bad luck.
Yeah, indeed. And so where do we go from here then? Next up is next up for you is the test race for the 24 hours of Daytona. Is it all hands to the pump for that test race and then hoping that you can get something from round 4 itself in February?
Parking the wallet, they just had a big do.
Yep, I see. So let's have a look then. They were heading through Desina Delago. up to Ferradura, and it looks to me like Voller just spun in. How bizarre. Really bizarre thing, actually. So, yeah, look at that. Parkin took the inside line. Vollert went wide. He was coming in to overtake Benuti, I think, and the two just clashed lines. I'm not even sure that was anyone's fault in particular. I think that was just a racing incident, in all honesty. Either way, both of them have not lost positions. That's the important thing. That they haven't lost
Parkin
lots
behind,
of time
though.
to Brzezinski.
It's put Parkin behind though. He was right behind and now he's a good 6 seconds off.
Yeah. I think that was a racing incident, though, in all honesty.
Yeah, I guess it was, in the end of it.
Yeah, sorry, going back to you, Yuri. Preparations for February all go pretty much now?
Nah. It's a long time for the next race, and it'll take a bit of time off the VEC, I guess.
Oh, it's Vollert's fun again, sorry! Oh, and he's crashed with... Who was that? That's Becker and Reno de Mulemisa almost getting involved there, so Parker goes through to P2.
Oh! And Wallach gets clashed again! Wallach got clipped again by a passing LMP2. I would not be surprised if this was a code 80. Again.
All of a sudden, Vollert's lead evaporates. Any chance of a podium gone.
He's got no front bumper, he's been clipped by an LMP2. There'll be a lot of debris and traffic from that. If we do get a code 80, it'll probably be justified. Whether we will is to be seen, but it would be interesting to see one in the rain.
So Kieran Parkin in through to P2. No doubt Adam Hodgkinson will therefore go onto the podium to make it a Doug Henson Racing 2-3. They would be very happy with that. Although, what a way to end my stint here, or my first stint of the 8 hours of Interlagos. Henning Vollert trudging back to the pit after a nightmare couple of laps. You do not want to go away to see how this race ends up. I will be back in a couple of hours. Until then, I leave you in the hands of the very capable Mr. Anderson. Stay tuned for more.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 8 hours of Interlagos in Season 8 of VEC, sponsored of course by RFX2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar and Walk Racing. We're just about to come up to the 2-hour mark in this race and Kuba Brzezinski is leading for Feeder Sport Poland's LMP1 entry. It's followed by Kieran Parkin and Adam Hodgkinson as we come up to 6 hours remaining in this race. So, just a quick introduction for myself. I'm Mr. Joshua Anderson. Of course, you'll have heard us on the broadcast before. But I now take my role as lead commentator for 2 hours of this race until Mr. James Kirk comes back from his break. And I'm joined in the booth, of course, by Mr. Yuri Kastorp, who we had with us before the ad break there. But Yuri, of course, in the booth with me, possibly going to help out with some commentary if he wants, if he's alright with that.
Yeah, sure.
So, Yuri here as well.
I can do that.
He'll help us keep an eye on things and provide some opinions, if you will, just for the racing action that we've got going on here. So, we have Mr. Brzezinski there, leading for Feeder Sport Poland from last on the P1 grid. That is fairly impressive in itself, to be fairly honest. You know, to have come that far back and now to be this far ahead is very, very good stuff indeed. Looking at the LMP2 class, sorry about this, I've got a bit of a cold, so my voice isn't at its usual standard, but we have Mr. Pedro Gomez in P1 in the LMP2 class of CityHQ Motorsports, and Vincenzo Capella a whole minute down the next car, so Gomez very, very strong looking there, but he will surely have to pit soon. Looking at GT Pro, it's Risto Capit for Walk Racing, a long, long way ahead, it seems, ahead of the next car in its class, and oh, Capit round, as I say there, so commentator's guess at its finest, oh dear. Risto Capit has a bit of a spin, but luckily manages to get it going again. No problems really much going on there. But Scarlett goes ahead in the Orica 05 LMP2, so he'll have got past, which is what he wants. And Henning Vollet has really dropped down the order since we went back for the break. He's down in 7th now in the Porsche 919. But looking at Capit here, he just had a spin, but nailed Desperandum for the Estonian because he hasn't really lost out because of it. And then going down to GTM, we have Alexander Santos for Firehorse Racing, now leading the class. He's followed by Ed Trevelyan Johnson, or ETJ, not right behind, he's about 10 seconds off, but not that far behind in the Revolution Racing car, and then a couple more challengers behind him as well. So just to bring Yuri on, this has been a pretty interesting race so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've been in for the first maybe 1.5 hours. I've seen quite a bit of it. I started just ahead of Kuba Brzezinski. He passed me, I think, the first lap while I was fighting with the Müllerwisser. Then, well, for me it's been quite smooth. Don't get an incident with Sam.
Yeah, it's been quite a smooth race until this point. Of course, we'll see how it goes from there, but a very interesting race indeed. We've had the rain, we've had the incidents, we've had the crashes, we've had the laps. What else is going to happen? I don't know. But hopefully over these next 2 hours we will have some very good racing indeed.
I think a lot is still going to happen because this is a really tricky track, especially with the rain. It's not as wide as it was in Fuji, so lapping is much harder. So,
of course, yes,
it's going to be really tough.
It's very difficult here to get the lapping underway and done because, well, you know, it's a tighter track. There isn't as much space to do it. This will, of course, be a high quality affair race. There's no doubt about that. And you can get involved, the viewers, as well. If you would like to join me and Yuri in the broadcast booth, you are more than welcome to do so. Just hop onto the VEC TeamSpeak channel and get yourself in the waiting booth and we'll pull you up as soon as we can. And, of course, you have the YouTube chat as well. If you're watching the YouTube stream, keep commenting on that. I'm keeping a beady eye on that. And there's plenty of ways to get involved, so I don't see why you shouldn't. This is going to be a good race and you do not want to miss it. So let's just have a look now. I'm looking for some interesting battles going on within the grid. I'm just going to have a little look here for any fights that we can find. It looks to me like everything's all spread out now after about 2 hours. I'm just looking to see if there is any...
I think it's pretty close for third place in GTM.
Third place in GTM, we'll go to that then. That will be Trevelyan, that'll be Simoncic, yes, in the Vodbull car. He's coming up to Daniel Faber here. He's not that far behind, you're right. That might be something to have a look at here. Daniel Faber in the 3-wide car, Jared Simoncic in the Vodbull Racing BMW Z4. not a lot between these two. So, oh, we got a car round as well. We got a Ferrari round as well. That might be a 3-wide car, actually. It looked like a 3-wide. But it might not
looks
be.
like Faber went yellow, and Simic went past.
Yes, Faber went round. Yes, well, have a look at that. That was let's see what happened there. See if we can get a replay of that, if possible. See if we can't see what happens here. Yeah, he comes around the corner and just loses it on his own, and yeah, he loses on his own. The SRBN car loses out, but yeah, he's gone off again. He's gone wide again, so not helping him very much. And Simic through, so that ends that then, I guess. So Jared Simic, now third in DTM, will be beginning to chase down Ed Trevelyan Johnson in the Revolution Motorsports car as well, who in turn will be chasing down the Firehorse car, the number 666 of Alexander Santos. So without that out of the way, I'm looking to see if there's anything else here. Yeah, there is a battle for P4 and LMP1 up near the front. Martin Furman closing in on Reno de Mullimista, even, who we already sorted out the family crisis there. We know Reno's relation to the rest of the Mullimistas now, luckily, which James Kirk will be very happy about. So now we know what's going on there. We can focus on the actual racing. So, Yuri, obviously being a driver in this as well, you'll know. Let's talk about the fact we've got rain, because we had rain at Fuji and it played havoc with everything else, but it seems that the rain hasn't been as much of an issue here.
I don't know how hard it's raining. At Fuji it rained really hard, it was really slippery. And looking at the times here, it's not raining 100%, because when it was raining 100% I was doing lap times considerably slower than everybody now. So I think there's still a decent amount of grip, and that's why we haven't seen too many issues yet.
Yeah, from a driver's point of view, how annoying is rain? I know it's going to be quite annoying, but if you weren't expecting it, how annoying is it? Because surely then you've got to readjust your whole strategy to cope with this unexpected downpour.
I think it depends how much you like the rain. Personally, we haven't got a good setup for the rain. We have managed to improve since Fuji on the rain setup, but it's not been perfect, so we didn't like to see the rain. But I know people that were looking forward to the rain. I know our GTM car, who's new in second position, they were really looking forward to the rain, so they'll have good fun out there now.
Yeah, well, yeah, Ed Trevelyan Johnson driving that at the moment as well. He's been going for about 2 hours now, and of course we have the limit on driver time at which case he can drive. So there will be driver swaps happening sooner rather than later, I would suspect. And let's just see if there's any other fights going on at the moment.
Looks like the Mullimester got past Hodgkinson. I don't know what happened there.
The Mullimester past Hodgkinson here. Not much in it though, so Hodgkinson having to do the catch-up job on Reno now.
And then Furman isn't too far behind them either.
Yeah, this is the battle for P3 in LMP1, I should add. As the Mullimester very quick down the inside of that corner. Oh, well, he's done that very well. He's going to pull out a bit more of an lead from Adam Hodgkinson now. Hodgie, of course, his goal gets a bit of a slide on. So that's going to...
I also see Kieran Parker in second position. He had a yellow flag and he's lost about 10 seconds to the leader, Brzezinski.
Yeah, he's had a bit of an incident there. Look at all the traffic he's got to contend with. Now, there's a yellow in Sector 2. I would not be surprised if it's for all this traffic. As Parker now goes past the GT, past another GT, past the Northern Lights Racing GT, then probably past the P2 as well. He's got to get through all this traffic and he's got to do it quickly. Pressure will be on, but he manages to do so. And then, of course, there's his teammate of Adam Hodgkinson right in front of him, who will be now coming around the lap as well as... I think that's actually Ed Trevelyan Johnson who's gone round.
Yes.
ETJ's gone round, and that won't benefit him at all. Pedro Ramada will be breathing a sigh of relief there in dark racing. It gives him a bit more catching up time, even though he's not in a position to make a move. But Trevelyan Johnson spins it out of nowhere, it seems. So that's not going to benefit him. It's going to put Jordan Simic in a better position. He's in second now, and Santos is going to won't necessarily be directly affected, but he'll be aware of that probably. As we look back at the battle for P3 in LMP1, it's still to Mr. Mueller, and Hodgkinson's dropped down to P5. So Furman has gone past Hodgie, and well, that's not going to benefit him either. But still, we'll be looking to get that place back.
Seems to me like the number 8 car with Hodgkinson is struggling a bit in the rain. They've
Yeah.
dropped back quite a bit.
Might have a dry setup on that car. Might not have had the chance to change it over yet. Whether you could, I think you can change things on this car. You can put extra wing on. I know that for certain. But
You can only change the tire pressures in the rings, I believe.
yeah, they haven't had the chance to change the actual rest of it. Someone's taken out a marker board there. The 100-meter board's just gone flying. As Hodgie goes wide, Adam Hodgkinson goes a bit wide there. That's definitely showing he is struggling a bit. So not going all the way of the Doug Henson racing driver at this present moment in time.
I think he might be struggling with overheating tires. Once in the rain, just start sliding a bit and the tires overheat. It's really hard to cool them down, and it seemed to.
It is, yes. Oh, Martin Foreman has a great cloud of the overstep racing Aston Martin there, the number 100 car, and that's Nico Barclay's just clouted into. Luckily, he seems to have come off somewhat unscathed, but that was a scary moment. That would have been very scary for Martin Foreman, because he's just clouded him there, and that won't benefit him at all as he gets past the Aston Martin there behind him. But that could have ended so much worse than it did. As Kieran Parkin, I think we've lost Kieran Parkin. No, we haven't. He's just a bit of a lag spike. Yeah, that was scary as well. I thought we'd lost him. We got a yellow in section 1. There's a car round. There's a GT car round. I don't know which car that was. It was the GTM, but one of the GTM Ferraris is round, and that was Luca Bonatti in the Scuderia GT Italia. I'm interested to see. Yeah, he spun it of his own coming at turn 1. Did anyone clash with him? No, luckily not. That went very much avoided by everybody, and thank goodness for it. That would have been horrendous if we had an accident in turn 1.
The
traffic trying to go through.
20 AM car, the M Technology car, just disconnected after being yellow for a bit.
Oh, right, so we're going to disconnect from the N Technology car as well. That's a shame. They've had a bit of an unlucky race weekend so far, and it's not gone any better for them now. They've had another disconnect. They will be able to rejoin, of course, as you do when you have a disconnect. But it's going to put them further down the order than they want to be. And as a driver yourself, disconnects must be pretty much the most annoying thing, because you lose loads of time from them, even though they are resolvable.
Yeah, well, it depends on why you would disconnect. Sometimes when the car is too damaged, you can force disconnect as well to try to get back to the pits that way. But if it's like a normal disconnect when the internet goes down or something, it's really frustrating.
It is, especially when the internet goes in. It's absolutely frustrating to have a disconnect, because it can't be helped. It can't be helped, and that's the worst thing about it. You're helpless to stop it. Absolutely helpless to stop it, and that's what makes it so cruel. Because there's nothing the driver can do, and they may be in a really good position because of it. Well, before it, and then because of it, they'll lose it.
It's a sim racer's version of a mechanical problem, I guess.
It is. It is the sim racing equivalent of a random technical issue. That's what we can put it down to ultimately. And going back to that point, the sim racer's version of that, it just goes to show that we don't really have sim racer's version of many things, which shows how blurred the lines are becoming between sim racing and real motorsport. I mean, in the good old days, you'd have like mod issues and all that, and that would be the sim race. You wouldn't really have an equivalent in the real life world of that, but it's becoming the point where you can model things in a simulation so accurately that it's very close to real life. And we're just going to go to some GT cars here at the moment. Just going to have a look at the GTs. We haven't really been giving them much love at the moment. No problemo, we shall do that. So, Alexander Santos. Let's have a look at Santos, because he's not that far behind in the GT Outclass Jane Simitix. I'm looking for a battle in the GT Outclass, and we've got one. Miroslav Davidovic in the Revolution Racing versus Remco Major, I think that's how you pronounce his last name, for Team Vias. Oh, yeah, yes. That would
It
be
looks
nice.
to me like
And,
there's a bit of a gap between them.
yeah, and speaking of Team Vias, actually, we have for Team Vias, Nicky Davidovic, sorry, I'm getting your name wrong. Yeah, Nicky Davidovic in the car. Hello, sorry, in the booth.
Hello.
Hi, sorry, I'm just trying to get my words right here.
No, it's okay. I know everybody pronounces all the names differently, so no hard feelings about that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my wits about this, yeah. So, Nicky Jakovic was in the car before for Team Vias. we're just looking at your teammate. I think it's Remco Major. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, I guess he's got.
Well, we'll go for that then. Remco Major. He's currently P3 in GT Pro. Because we've got Rudy Van Buren in the SRV and then Salvo Sardina, then Remco. So, very good job so far from him.
Yeah, he's doing alright. The race is unfolding.
And obviously being P3 in Room 1 as well, which is the room of the broadcast, must be an added bonus because it shows, you know, you've got the pace to be up there.
Yes, yes. Well, we are a new team, so we're trying to still, you know, find our place, and it's very difficult out there. I don't know if you caught, but we started from pole position. It was a bit lucky for us because the differences were so small, and it showed in the race when basically everybody was sitting on our tail, and you know, it's hectic out there.
I mean, for a new team like yours to be in 4th place at the start and then 3rd place, yeah, in your first race in Room 1, I think it is, you're a new team, and it sets a very good standard because this is such a competitive series, VEC, and it's showing a lot of good things for your team to be this high up so soon.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying our time out there.
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it.
Making a good show for you.
I'm absolutely loving seeing how your team are doing. It's brilliant to see all the new teams, brilliant to see any new team have a go up there at the lead, you know, have a go for the lead, have a go for the high positions. It's always a good thing to see new challengers have a go at those positions.
With these conditions, for us, we just want to, you know, survive and then remain in the podium, because that would be a great success for us. And because, you know, we're coming from different simulations where we don't have rain, so it's a new experience for us.
Some simulators don't have rain. This is quite advanced stuff and it does, so it's a new challenge for you, and you are very much rising to it. It's something to be very proud of, I'm sure. As we just obviously seeing Remco here in the GT Pro car in P3, Salvo Sardina ahead of him in P2. There's a nice battle going on for P4 in the GT Am class, or about to. P3 even, about to unfold. Ed Trevelyan-Johnson, after his spin, is catching up to Alexander Santos in the Firehorse car. So, he is gaining position back, and we could see a battle for P2 in the GT. Oh! Well, I think that's the GT Am off. That's a Ferrari in the GT Am cross off. That I think that might be. I'm not entirely sure who that is. That might be Luca Bonatti again. It is Luca Bonatti again off. It's going to be a GT Italia car. Excuse me. Is spun again. So could that be overheating tyres, as we mentioned before?
Yeah, it could be. Also for the LMP1 fight for 3rd position, it's Martin Fuhrmann in the B1 Gaming into 3rd. There's the Müllermeister.
Indeed, yes, we'll have a look at that as well. We are trying to focus on the GTs as much as we are on P1s, but Martin Fuhrmann through into P3 of the LMP1 class. And Nicky Jakovic, thanks very much for joining us. Obviously, we understand you've got to go to your teammate now, but thanks very much for joining us anyway, and hopefully we'll see you again later.
Yeah, I hope I hear you as well later, so have fun.
Alright, thank you very much for joining us. And well, that just leaves me and Yuri now. So I'd like to put the call out that if anyone else wants to join us in the broadcast booth here, you are more than welcome to. Just put yourself on the VEC TeamSpeak Room 1 TeamSpeak, of course, not the Room 2 TeamSpeak. Then drop yourself in the waiting booth, and as soon as I can, I will bring you in for some fun and banter. As we've got a yellow flag in Sector 1 again. That could just be for someone spinning or going wide if it's cleared. So nothing major there, evidently. But I'm just looking for some more fights here. Let's have a look at Reno de Mistamura, who is in P4 and LP1. Not necessarily in a fight per se, but could be in one if Adam Hodgkinson in P5 catches up. And speaking of LP1s, well, I don't really have anything else to say. I don't know why I must be seeing that line of thought. Let's have a look at the GTs again. Let's go back into the realms of the GTs, because there's always something going on there, even if we're not focusing on it. Let's have a look. Oh, Remco was caught right back up to Salvo Sardina, it seems. No, I think there's just some timing being possibly. He hasn't, but he's 7 seconds in it, so let's have a look at Remco again. We may as well, because, well, what else are we going to do?
We could watch it to fight for almost the lead in GTM. There's 3 cars within 15 seconds now.
Oh yes, now where, yeah, that's Simitic, Santos, Trevelyan, Johnson, isn't it? So let's have a look at that. Let's give Ed Trevelyan Johnson a bit of a look here, because he is very good, we know that. But he hasn't had the best of luck. He spun earlier and lost some position, but he has caught back up and is chasing Alexander Santos in the Firehorse car. So we'll give ETJ a bit of things, and apparently it's now 100% wet. So that is going to throw a couple of spanners in the works. I'm not sure whether it is 100% wet, but apparently it is.
I don't think so, looking at the times.
It
might
may
be
not
100%
be.
wet
Possibly in
off the
room 2, it might be 100% wet, but we don't know. There is definitely some sort of... There's a lot of water on the track, is obvious.
Yep. Mr. Bailey in the chat said that there's no problem on the racing line, but as soon as you go off, it's very slippery. And of course, that's gonna be hard with lapping.
Absolutely, and speaking of which, we can probably get... we've got Max Melliman in the chat with us now. Hi, Max.
Hey, guys.
We could probably get Max to talk about how difficult it is to traverse the wet conditions, because we've just had Stephen Bailey in the YouTube chat talking about how difficult it is if you go off the dry line when it's raining. Did you find that, or you've obviously got, we're obviously seeing you throughout the season, with the rain being how it is there a lot of difference between the wet line and the dry line?
I personally think there's a huge difference in grip when it comes to braking. It's like you're just driving on ice when you go off the main line. And super hard to overtake and not spin the car like I did.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. So Max, of course, under braking as well. That's like worst bit as well as Trevelyan Johnson gets a bit of a half spin going on there, but under braking that would be even worse, because you don't want to lose it under braking. That could be even more disastrous than starting to lose it going round the corner.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I just lost it around the corner, like when the rain started, and it was like, no, you're so stupid. Why do you do that?
Because the slower you go as well, the less downforce you have. So under braking, you're losing downforce, and that's the last time you want to lose grip, because you've got less chance of saving it.
Exactly. It's like you then have to rely on the mechanical grip, and it just doesn't exist in the wet.
Yeah, so to make up for that, you'd have to put extra wings on the car with a pit stop. So as soon as you pit for those wet tyres, you'll probably be knocking the wings up a couple of notches in the pit menu and getting those wings working to make up some of the mechanical grip you lose when it starts raining and the traction reduces dramatically.
Exactly.
So let's have a look at your teammate actually, Max, because David Baronek, however you pronounce his first name, I think it's
Baronek,
David.
yeah. David,
it is David. I'm so used to pronouncing David because I know a David. So I know a David. So David Baronek, 6th place, Team RGPL. In a bit of a, there's not really much going on around him, but he's racing his own race at the moment. But 6th place will still be all right, I guess.
Exactly. Well, we started 5th, and then we had to do those 3 drive-throughs, and made a strategy change, and we're on P4 or 5 after the pit stop, which was pretty good. And then when the rain started, I spun and wrecked the car a bit, totaled it almost, and then it took over, because he has more practice in the rain for Interlagos. And for now, I'm quite happy that we're still in 6th position. Seems like 3 wide were struggling at the beginning of the rain as well, because they're well behind us. And yeah, we hope that it stops raining again, because our setup is more like towards dry weather and not rain.
Yeah, and anything can happen in an endurance race. And speaking of anything happening, we're going to battle on about to happen, I think, for P3 overall. That's Reno Domestimir, let's call it right back to Martin Furman. And he is in a bit of a battle with Kieran Parkin, so it's the battle for P2 overall. So things have just got a little bit spicier to add to the chili rating we already had. I'd say it's pretty high on the Scoville already, but it's about to get even hotter.
Kieran Parkin is a lap ahead of Furman, so it's not for P2.
Oh, so it's not for P2, sorry about that. Yeah, I thought it was. The timing's saying equal, so that might be it. But still, Kuba Brzezinski on lap 101. Kieran Parkin will be on lap 101 as well. Lap 100 for Martin Furman this will be, and he's under threat from Demulabista. So can Reno go through and take P3? We'll have to see, as Furman got very close to Parkin there. almost a collision, and he's going to have to watch it because he already got a stop goal for avoidable contact this race. Oops, sorry, excuse me. Is Furman trying to chase off De Mullerista. And simultaneously trying to get ahead of Park, and he's getting very close again there. He's really pushing it as far as he can, isn't he, Mark? Really giving it the beans.
There was a slight yellow flag for the millimeters, so I think he lost some time now.
Might have lost a bit of time there, indeed. Might just have lost a couple of seconds there if he got a half spin going, because it's very easy to do that and lose vital time.
It looks like he had coming together with GT car or something like that.
Oh, that wouldn't have been very good if he's had to come together with someone. But yeah, Parkin ahead of Furman and De Mullerista out a bit further behind, so that may have put the dampers on his attempts to get ahead for now. As Furman has a bit of a clout with a P2 there. Maybe said, like, that was a bit, I didn't quite catch that. And oh no, there you go, there goes Parkin, has a bit of a spin, and through he goes, and Parkin, well, lost it of his own accord. Everything's happening now. It's all kicking off. I told you the Scoville rate was going off in the Chiras. And that is, of course, the rate at which they use them as a chili, so you know it's getting pretty hot when that happens. I could do with a couple of chilies right now to clear this blocked nose of mine. Just stick a couple of ghost chilies in my mouth, that'll solve it. Yeah, so Brzezinski then still very much leading this race for Petersport Poland. If he wins, it's likely they will take the team's championship lead as well, which would be a major bonus for the Polish outfit. Parkin still second despite spinning, which shows you how quick he is being this race, and the whole DHR team. The number 7 car really showing its stuff. And now he's always had another slide, Kieran Parkin there, so starting to make a couple of mistakes, and his teammate Adam Hodgkinson has caught right up. Now, I don't know if Parkin's going to let him through here, but there's a lot of space in it. I doubt he will, because Parkin is a lap ahead, and Hodgkinson a lap behind, or thereabouts. So it may be, as the Revolution Racing car goes in there, and Parkin in the pits, that's why! Parkin in the pits, so he does let him through, and I'm inclined to say we will see a driver change here. I think we're going to see a driver change in the DHR car, and it's possible that we're going to see a changeover. Kieran Parkin has been in the car for a while now, as he shoots into his pit box, and what is going to be the crack here? We will see. Of course, you are allowed traction control in this series, as well some cars have in real life. And especially in the wet, that will come in handy, won't it? Because it's now impossible to control 700 plus horsepower in the wet.
Just traction control allowed in these cars, you can put it on.
Yep, you are allowed traction control. I was just saying, it would be very hard to control such power that you get the LMP1 cars in the wet with no traction control, wouldn't it? That would be a nightmare.
Oh, yes. It all depends on how you've got the power divided over the front and rear axles. But if you've got the balance mostly towards the rear without traction control, it will be really, really hard with the torque of these cars.
Of course, yeah, and as soon as you put the power motor at the front, it becomes easier because you've got more like four-wheel drive. But, you know, with traction control, you are more inclined to keep it on the track, even with the penalty of speed that comes with. Because you are, of course, faster if you are not using traction control. And Kieran Parkin stays out. So, Parkin still in the car.
I believe they're doing shorter stints again like they did at Fuji, which worked really well for them there. And he might have overheated the tires a bit with that first spin there and just went to the pits to get new fresh rubber on.
It might be, and of course there is a limit on how long a driver can stay in the car. I think that limit is about 4 hours, is it?
Yeah, it's 4 hours, so he can still do 2 stints.
He can still stay out, but he must be getting tired now. He's been out since the start of this race. That's 2.5 hours. I couldn't do 2.5 hours of solid racing, I know that much, especially with a lap as short as this, because it is a very short track, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's only 1 minute sub 20 lap times. But we have seen Christian Michel last race do a 3 hour 59 minutes stint, so it is possible.
Yeah, and speaking of driver changes, actually, we do have one. Matt Hutzfeld has taken over the car from Martin Furman in the P1 car, because there is a P2 P1 car, but we're talking about the P1 P1 car. That caused me a lot of confusion with Silverstone, I know that. But yeah, Hutzfeld in P6 for P1, and he's taken over the car from Furman. They are down in 6th, as mentioned, but the question is, when are we going to see driver change from the other cars? If it's working, they might not want to change drivers, but we have a driver change in LMP2 as well. Yari Venari has taken over from Pedro Gomez in the same HQ car. They still lead. And yes, we have a driver change. Lewis McGlade in the car from Adam Hodgkinson in the number 8 DHR. So McGlade takes over. Lewis McGlade, a very quick driver, as we know. And we'll be looking to see how he does as well. So could it be time? No, well, Kaparkin's not come in long ago. He won't be pitting soon. He just came in for over, and I assume he'll be staying out. But let's have a look further down the field and see what's happening in the GTs, because it's always good to see what happens in the GTs. Jeremy Simitic. Oh, sorry.
Just to quickly say, I think the leaders in the pits and also third place Fiat Sim Racing.
Oh yes, you are. Good spot. Kubazinski in the pits for Fiat Sport Poland, and Kieran Parkin, if he's lucky, might. No, depending on how long this pit stop is, he might not necessarily take the lead here, but get a lot closer.
He's 1 lap behind at the moment because he made his pit stop a bit earlier, so I think he's going to be about half a lap to a lap behind.
He's going to unlap himself for certain, which will be an advantage, but he won't go into P1, it seems. As we have a yellow in sector 1, possibly for a spin as well.
It looks like the number 45 LMP2 car, the Team Spirit Racing.
Yeah, and that is Nicholas Pace in the car there. So Team Spirit not having a very good race after Andy Yann's disconnection. And now this, Dak down in 18th after winning so much so early on in the season.
Yes, but I wouldn't count them out in such a crazy race with so much crazy stuff that can happen with the rain and the lapping and the traffic. They might be able to get back to maybe in top 5, top 3.
That would be an achievement if they did, but it's looking very grim for them at the moment, as we do have a driver change. Oh dear, oh! Well, this is dramatic. How do you pronounce his name? Wisniewski? We're going to go for that. What he's done is he's collided with the safety car on pit exit. So he's lost his front bumper, and now he's going to pit again.
Yeah, and that's not a good start.
That's a very bad start, and it's going to put Kieran Parkin right in the chance to take the lead, which I'm sure he wasn't expecting.
Yes, I think this means that Parkin will go to the lead.
Yep,
I'm
Parkin,
pretty sure it's,
well...
For Wisniewski, it's pretty... he's gonna be nervous when starting the car, especially when it's in the rain. And on top of that, the car's leading the race. Not with that much advantage, about half a lap. So the pressure's on for him, and he might have just wanted to go a bit too fast, too soon, and just hit the safety car by getting a bit of oversteer in the first corner.
Yes, it's entirely possible he's thrown the race lead away in that little mistake, and Parkin is going to be right on the back of him now. He's going to be sure he doesn't make the same mistake, to be honest with you, but what a mistake and a mega from Wisniewski. He's going to have to make a second pit stop in as many laps, and Parkin has a really big chance of taking the lead, because there's aero damage to repair on that Fiat Sport Poland car. As you see how wide he's going there. He's going so wide. Comes into the pits, and I think he's crossed the blend line there. He's crossed the blend line, and that is penalisable.
That's gonna be a drive-through, if not even a 10-second stop and go.
So it gets worse for Fiat Sport Poland. Wisniewski crashes into the safety car, loses his front bumper, crosses the blend line, and now may serve a further penalty. It's like all the bad luck in the world has caught up to them at once.
And still he has a better opening lap than my teammate had, who blew up the car and ended the race on the spot.
It could be worse indeed, it seems, but Wisniewski will not be thinking that at this moment. He will be kicking himself as Kieran Parkin, closer and closer he comes, about to take the net lead of the race, it could be seen.
And now for Wisniewski it's got to be case of not getting your nerves up, not getting frustrated, but just getting on with it. It happened. You have to put yourself together and still do a really strong stint and not start tilting now.
Yep, Parkin takes the net lead then. The DHR car back in the front of the field. Wisniewski exits the pits, possibly to serve a penalty for crossing the blind line on pit entry. We will see about that. And he doesn't do it on pit exit, thank goodness. But may be about to serve a penalty here. If he gets one, of course. It's all speculative. But yeah, it's all going to be about damage limitation now. He's just going to focus, he's going to regroup and make as much as he can from this very unfortunate turn of events.
Yep.
It's all
I can assure you this is not the last front splitter we will see off the car.
Yeah. I want to hark back to a phrase that I think I used in Silverstone. It is a marathon. It is a sprint, is it? You've got to keep that in mind. There are still 5.5 hours there or thereabouts of this race to go. And anything could still happen. Absolutely anything. We've seen that throughout the season.
I think the end results aren't gonna look how the lifetime is looking now. Even though the gaps may seem big, a small mistake will be penalized really hard with a lot of time loss, as we saw from the leading car, who just lost it a bit on pit exit and now lost the lead while being like 60 seconds in the lead.
Yeah, so and you see, even the smallest mistake can cost you, as we got, well, a yellow cleared in sector 2, but nothing really major it seems, because it cleared quite quickly. So Parkin still leads. Let's have a look further down the field now. Let's have a look in let's have a look in the, I think we're going to go to the GTs again, because Salvo Sardina has caught right up to Remco Madura. There's not nearly as much in it as there was before. I'd say about 2 seconds, which is easily recoverable if you get a good drive. And
I think that Major was behind Sardina at first, so I think he passed him and is now trying to drive away from Sardina.
Yeah, that may full well be the case. We're going to yell on sector 1 again. Doesn't seem to be clearing as quickly this time, but it has now, so no problems there. It can be triggered by the smallest of things, can't it?
Yes.
Like,
even going one tire off the dryer line, which is the grip, will cause your car to over or understeer and most likely result in a spin. And it's so easy to do, just miss your braking point by a small bit, have another car in front of you do something that you don't exactly expect, and you're gonna lose a lot of time because of it. So it's a case of keeping the car on track and doing decent pace.
Rudy Van Buren in the pits, the leader of the GT Pro class for the SRVN, and I'm tempted to see whether he overshot things a bit there on that pit entry. So let's have a look at Van Buren's pit entry. Oh, it's glitching out a bit, can't, unfortunately. Sorry about that. But yeah, Van Buren in the pits, that's going to allow Madura to catch up, at least, and David Baronek goes through past him. But is there going to be a driver change? I don't know. I'll have to say. It is getting up to that point in the race where you'd expect driver changes to happen, but you don't know, as Madura closing in ever and ever and ever more on Van Buren, who's still in the pits in the number 11 SRVN car.
Lead after this.
Madura looking to have the lead after this, indeed, unless Van Buren exits the pits right this second. And he hasn't, so Madura is looking to go ahead and do it. Team Vias, the new team, are leading. And that will be a major advantage for them. A massive confidence boost. That will be huge. That'll give them right what they want. And Van Buren down to third now, as he finally exits the pits. No driver change has occurred. Going to make sure not to clip the safety car, as he does not. And we have in the walk racing car now with P4 Marius Nikolai. So Risto coming out of the car, and that obviously being that, Risto has done his stint, and now we see Marius Nikolai, the I think he's a Romanian-born German. So Marius Nikolai, obviously we know him as a German, but born in Romania, I think. So Marius in the car now. I do hope I've got that right, by the way. If I haven't,
well,
please do feel free to shout at us.
I'm pretty sure he's not Brazilian, at least.
He's not Brazilian, yes. James Kirk would have probably if anyone's going to get nationalities wrong by his own admission, it's James Kirk. So, you know, we've seen that. Murray Stickley is not a Brazilian, and he is in the walk racing car in P4 of GT GT Pro even, about to get passed by Doug Henson Racing LMP1. I believe that's Kieran Parkin. No, it isn't. It's Lewis McLean, because we're looking at Parkin now. But Wisniewski is 10 seconds behind him, so he's got a lot of work to do. But going back to the GT Pros, we're going to have a look there because, well, why not? Because GT Pro is a good thing. Oh, it's Jared Simmons actually in GTM. We'll go there instead, in the pits. So, he leaves the lead to Alexander Santos for Firehorse Racing, and Edgerman Johnson likely to take P2 in the Dodge Viper. That will likely happen soon as ETJ closes in on Simitic. Comes round the last corner onto the main straight, and indeed does take position. So through he goes into P2. Very, very good stuff.
Looks like now Ramco Major is in the pits, so from the lead they're down to third at the moment, looking to lose even third to Walk Racing now.
Yep. So let's have a look at the Murray Stickley again. Obviously still P3 for Walk Racing. Rudy Van Buren, not very far off Sardina, it seems. About 3 seconds off, 3.5 seconds off. Not much in it.
Judging of the pace he's had at Fuji and so far in this race, I think it won't take long until Van Buren catches up.
Yeah, that's the one we want to keep an eye on in case he does catch up. But in the meantime, if you would like to join us in the booth, because it is just me and Yuri at the moment, please do feel free to join the VEC Room 1 TeamSpeak and put yourself in the waiting booth, and we will talk to you as soon as we can. And of course, if you are watching on YouTube, well, firstly, you're doing a brilliant thing, because this is an awesome race. But secondly, feel free to keep your comments coming in on the chat, because we do like to see what you think of the race.
I see yellow flags for Wisniewski in the Peter Sport Poland car.
Good spot, I will have a look. Yep, he seems to have spun because he's dropped a lot of time. He's dropped about another 9 seconds. So, he is dropping back a bit. But still desperandum, it seems, because he is going to hopefully catch up. But Kieran Parkin's still very much out there in front. And speaking of battles between prototypes, Lewis McLean is catching up to Mats Hutzfeldt. A battle for P5 overall in the race. Let's have a look at that for a minute. See if McLean can't catch up as we go on board with him. So McLean in the Audi R18 versus Hutzfeldt in the Porsche 919. German driver versus English driver in both German cars. Hutzfeldt, of course, part of the P1 gaming team who have done quite well. And McLean can make it a 1-5 if he gets past him. So McLean will want to do that. Want to keep it nice and calm in the wet. He gets rid of a half spin on there. Not going to help his speed. Not going to help that at all. But it's not a major loss. It's the misdemeanor past Berenek. So that's a one we'll want to be interested in as well. Has Berenek had a spin? Oh, he's in the pits, that's why. So he is in the pits, and well, David Berenek probably not going to see a driver change, but more than likely are going to see something else as Wisniewski still trails. But going back to McLean Hutzfeldt, Lewis has got all the work to do now. He wants to get back in front of David Berenek, and will most certainly be hungry for higher points positions than he's already got. Let's go back down to the GTs now, because Rudy Van Buren, you were right, I think you were right. Rudy Van Buren is catching on Salvo Sardini. He's 0.8 behind. You were right in saying it wasn't going to be very long, Yuri. He's right there.
Yeah, he's had really good pace in the last race and this race, and I know Van Buren is a really good driver, doing really well in the championships that Azavian hosts himself.
Yeah, so Van Buren now in the middle of a P1, well, he's in the middle of a PT, he's in the middle of a P1, there's the DHR P1. He's got two P1s behind him, P2 in front, and then the guy he wants to overtake. Not going to be easy for the... Is he Dutch?
Yes, yes.
He is Dutch. I thought he was a Dutchman. Van Buren sounds very Dutch. So the Dutchman right behind Salvo Sardina. Not going to make life easy for himself or the others with all these cars around him. But they are going through, so Rudy can focus on Salvo Sardina here. It's going to be a GT Tally car. This is for the lead of GT Pro. Remember, he's going for it. Going for it. Sardina didn't get a very good exit, and Rudy Van Buren through into the lead of GT Pro. But Salvo Sardina not going to give up. Has the slipstream. I think he's going into the pits, actually. Yes, he is. So Salvo Sardina going into the pits. Manages to avoid the blend line. Well done. And he will pit now. So what's going to happen here? More wing, driver change. Who will know? Time will tell. We'll see what Sardina does. But Rudy Van Buren takes the lead of GT Pro. And that will be a major relief for the SRVN driver. He'll have been chasing that for a while, and he's finally got it.
He's looking really good because he just made a pit stop as well.
Yep, he
So
did just
he's
make a
gonna
pit stop
help
as
the
well,
lead.
so all the better. I think Marius Nikolai might go through for P2 as well, while he's at it. So,
Yeah,
might
he
just
will
go through for P2 while he has the chance on Sardina. Is he going to do it? Yes, he is.
But I believe that Nikolai has got a pit stop soon to make.
Yes, Nikolai still has to stop, so Sardina net second in his class. So let's have a look. Still in the pits. Renko Madura is starting to come into threat here for another position. It would
And
seem,
also
unless
for
Sardina can get
P5
going
and
immediately.
LMP1 is Lewis McLeod past Baranek.
Oh yes, that's a very good spot. Lewis McLeod past David Beranek. I missed that completely there. He's into P5. Well done, Lewis. It's good thing I have you here, Yuri, otherwise we wouldn't be seeing as many fights on the track. You are very, very useful, and you're doing a fantastic job as David Beranek now. Begins the chase of Lewis McLeod. Go on board with Beranek in the Team RGPL car. We'll be chasing the Englishman down with intent, it must be said. We'll be absolutely hammering the throttle in a dash to get the Englishman's position back. We'll want to very much keep that as well. Let's see what's going on down the rest of the field as well. Rain intensity is increasing, it's fluctuating all the time, so no one ever knows how much rain there's going to be. The rain is unpredictable, as you would expect rain to be. But let's go back to Beranek McLeod, because that was just about the closest fight we had. McLeod has he's gone down into 6th again. So what happened there? Did he make a mistake? We'll have to have a look. He was ahead of Beranek, then he comes into the corner and just runs way too wide. He runs too wide and lets him back through again. So now Lewis has got to do all the work again. Not what the Englishman would have wanted. So McLeod now has to fight back from P6 into P5. I think we're going to see him have a go down the back straight. He's slipstreaming Mr. David Beranek as he sees if he can have a go here. Beranek goes defensive, he will go to defensive for McLeod down the outside. It will be a brilliant move if he can pull it off. Is he going to pull it off? No, Berenek's there on the inside to stop him in his tracks. David Beranek not going to make life easy for the Englishman, but he clips the inside, and now McLeod has a chance. Now he has a go at the position. Will he make it work? Yes, he has. He's gone through, but will he hold it? Beranek breaks slightly later, but McLeod holds his line, and now Beranek through again. And McLeod forced wide, so Lewis has gone from 6th to 5th to 6th to 5th to 6th again. All in the space of a lap or so. So many changes of position between these two. And now he's going for it again. But this time he's not quite close enough. So, McLeod, Beranek having a go at each other there. Let's see what's happening further down the order. Let's see if we can get a fight in the GTs. A look here. Let's have a look. Well, we're looking at Cosimo Straponi at the moment in the SimHQ Corvette. I really like that first name, Casimo. That's an awesome first name. In the number 35, Simi Tequila there. So shout out to Casimo. You don't see a name like that every day, do you? He's going to be chasing down Reese Gardner at the moment in the Magenta Warriors Viper GT Arm car. Yeah, so he's going to be trying to chase him down, and all the best of luck to him, of course. But let's have a look at Reese. We haven't talked about Reese much. Probably hasn't been the focus of our attention, but we are looking at GTs. So why not look at Mr. Gardner himself?
Talking about GTs, is getting close for second position in GT Pro, with Franco Major catching up to Marius Nicolai.
Yes, let's have a look there. Marius Nicolai and Remco Majura getting rather close to each other, it must be said, and there's an LMP1 in the middle of them. So, Majura and Nicolai may be about to go to battle here, if it were, between each other, as Majura tries to choke up the Walk Racing driver to his list of people that he's beating at the moment. It's only for P2, well, as I say only for P2, that's fairly significant, as Nicolai got a very bad corner there, and Remco Majura's right here, going down the inside, nearly having a go. And speaking of Casimo Straponi, he is there right in front of all this, so he's going to get some more airtime, it seems. So Straponi, in the front of this battle between Majura and Nicolai. Nicolai about to lap. I think he's Italian, is he?
I do not know.
Oh, it's Nicolai! Oh, Nicolai! Marius Nicolai comes so close to whacking Casimo there. Almost does, but loses track position as well. And that's a flatline racing car there, having a little go as well. So yeah, Nicolai lost out there, and Majura very much through. And Van Buren now has a new person to look out for, but then again he is quite way ahead of Remco here. So no major threat for the Dutchman yet, it must be said.
So it's two Dutchmen in the top two positions, GT Pro now. That's not bad.
Yep, it's the Dutch Revolution in GT Pro. We have, of course, Remco Majura there in P2 trying to chase down. I've lost him on my little standings table here. Yeah, so Remco Majura and Rudy van Buren both chasing down.
Yeah, the SRVN car is a full Dutch team.
Yeah, SRVN's all Dutch, so it really is the Dutch Revolution in GT Pro. So Van Buren there, leading very much at the moment.
Then yellow flags for Honey holds up the East and 5th GT Pro.
Yeah, let's have a look at the GT Pros again, because, let's see. Yep. So we have still status quo being maintained there, but Hadi Azalpati's gone off. Azalpati's just stopped on the side of the track. Now what is going on here? I'm gonna see where he is. I'm gonna see on board where he is. He's crashed in the track and he's not moving. So Argenis Riera for the Overstep Racing team is going to probably pass him at some point, and has indeed. What he's done is he seems to have crashed at turn 1, and that's causing the yellow flag.
Yeah, if he doesn't drive afterwards, I think that it wouldn't be a crash, but maybe back screen, real issue, something like that.
Yeah, but he's missing his front bumper as well. He's got it in the pits there, so that might be a retirement or at least a temporary setback for Revolution Racing. And that is not going to benefit him there. Not in any way.
Yeah. Bad luck continues for a team, I guess.
Yeah, and he's back out again. It looks like he's going to come back out again. So it was a minor setback, but a setback enough is... Well, Nikita Brzezowski is now 30 seconds behind Kieran Park, and that really shows how much he's fallen after those problems he faced earlier before. And, well, he's struggling. He is struggling, but he's struggling onwards and still giving it a go. It must be said. He is still trying, and bless him for that. So, we have got 5 hours and 8 minutes of this race to go, and we have Kieran Parkin leading in LMP1, Yari Venari leading in LMP2 for same HQ Motorsports, Rudy Van Buren the leader in GT Pro for SLVN, and the GT AM leader at the moment is Journey Simitix for Von Bull Racing. Just to take you through the leader of each class at the moment. We do have someone in the waiting booth. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to have missed him, but we have Ed Trevelyan Johnson with us. Hello, Ed.
Hi.
So, Ed, you drive for Revolution Racing in the GT AM car, I believe.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, I've got that much correct. And let's find your car on track now, being driven by Matej Lakota. And you're currently P6, P5, Stephen, in GTM, which is a good result.
Are we fifth? No, I think we're fourth.
Oh, you're fourth. Well, even better then. I'm getting Honor Shunavith for Revolution Racing. Also, your team as well. Honor is in the middle of this fight of the GTMs. He's a GT Pro himself. So the faster car stuck in the middle of some slower cars.
Yeah, I don't. I just jumped out of the car, so I don't really know what's gone on with the other cars. But I saw Sam disconnect, which is a shame.
Yeah, that was a shame as well. Sam McDonald's disconnection in the P2 car.
Oh, Yuri, you were in it.
Yeah, Yuri was in it, and then Sam did. I think so.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here, Ed. Obviously, so you can talk about. Let's just talk with your experience of the car in the race so far, because James Kirk was very fond of talking about you. He obviously brought you up a couple of times. You were doing very well before in the top lead of the race, but then you had a spin as well. So just talk us through your experience of the race so far.
Yeah, I think. Well, we were able to go longer on the fuel than anyone, and that left us in the lead. Also, a ton of people had drive-throughs and so on, so that kind of the sea parted in front of us. But it was just luck. Like I think I got about 10 minutes into the second of the stints, the double stint that we were doing, and the rain started coming down, so we made up a bit of time on the other people. But I mean, I know there's a bit of a Taylor fan club on this broadcast, but yeah, I have to give it to him in the dry. He's awesome. I could barely keep with him.
Yeah, we do have a fight going on, I think, in GT AM at the moment. Let's see, we've got Jake Cooper, who takes over from Reese Gardner in the Magenta Warriors racing there. I wondered why Magenta Warriors had fallen behind Same HQ, and Jake Cooper has made the driver change, so that's why Casimo Straponi is now in P34 overall. And yeah, just to go back to Matej Lakota there, P3 in GTM, a very good result so far. And
yeah,
do you think the win or second place is in sight for you in GTM?
Yeah. Well, what happened on the wet stint that I did was I had two fairly big spins, so we would have been quite a way out of the lead if it hadn't been for those, and I make a public apology to my teammates for that. But yeah, it kind of everyone was having that kind of thing, so it sort of demonstrates how sort of up and down all the cars are at the moment. Mate's just got in the car. He's roughly about a second quicker than me in the wet, I think, if not more, so hopefully we'll gain some time in the wet with him. But yeah, as you say, Arna's in between him and the next GTAM.
Yeah, indeed. So what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to take a very quick ad break, but we will be back with more action from the 8 hours of Interlagos. So stay tuned, and we will be back in a jiffy.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Welcome back to the 8 Hours of Silverstone here at the Virtual Endurance Championship, sponsored of course by R-Factor 2, Walk Racing and Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar. You join us as we're just about to take over into the 5-hour margin of this race, and I go into my last hour of lead commentary. So, I'm delighted to say that we're joined in the booth now by Mr. Reese Gardner. Hi Reese.
Hey Josh, how's it going?
It's going quite alright, thank you very much. You, of course, have just stepped out of the Magenta Warriors, the Dodge Viper in GTM, which is going to be driven by Jake Cooper. Obviously, Jake is now going to be chasing down Cosimo Straponi in the Sim HQ Motorsports car. And that is such an awesome name, I can't help but say that. I don't think I've ever met anyone with, ever heard of it. That's quite an interesting first name, but still, Magenta Warriors doing quite alright for themselves.
Yeah, of course it hasn't been without a lot of trials in the first stint. Of course, Jake's in the car now, and he's self-professed that he loves driving in the wet. So it's good that we got him in the car now. But yeah, there were definitely some things that could have gone better in my stint. For instance, not being turned around by a P1 car at turn 1 would have been nice. Also, not being caught up in Max Melamed's crash when the rain started. That was very unfortunate. Of course, you know, I'm not angry at him for that. It just happened at a very awkward spot, and I had nowhere to go. That gave us damage. So like a minute 20 in the pits, and that's basically put us a lap down on all the people that we really should be racing against. But one positive we can take from it all is that we're actually matching their pace for the most part. So I guess from now on we're just hoping that. That there's going to be, you know, more mix-ups and more situations we can take advantage of, and hopefully get our lap back and start actually fighting for more of the top spots, like I know we can.
Yeah, of course, you have shown yourselves to be very, very strong in this GT car. You've put in some very good performances all this season, and I'm not going to discount the fact at all. I think it's more than likely we will see the Magenta Warriors car further up the order, as Jake was just been lapped by the P1 Gaming P1 car there, and himself getting past the Sim Racing for Holland car of Robin Verdequal. I think that's how you pronounce his name again. Verdegal even. Is that the Q origin? No, it's a G. Verdegal. Yep. So getting himself past, unlapping himself, getting through past a GT Pro car, which is always a bonus, and his pursuit of Cosimo Straponi can continue. But how has your race been so far, Reece? Just apart from obviously some of the things you mentioned, has the rain been annoying, or have you managed to work it to your advantage?
Yes.
It's been annoying.
Yes, it has. Yes. I don't think I can really say anything more than that. I absolutely hate the rain, and our setup's
I think there
not
was
entirely
a point where you got away
suited for
from me
it.
in the rain.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, it's good that that we still have pace in the rain, but that doesn't make it enjoyable to drive.
You guys
unfortunately.
are hot as hell.
Yeah, thanks, man. You know, I mean, I'm sort of indifferent to the rain, to be completely honest with you. I mean, the car is difficult to drive, yes, but pace is all right. So yeah, we're just gonna keep on keeping on, and we're fast in the dry as well. So that's also good. But unfortunately, we won't have. It's unlikely that we're going to have any dry conditions to sort of let loose in.
Yeah, you're gonna keep on keeping on as well. That you could say there. And Jake Cooper very much keeping on. He's closing in on that SimHQ car ahead of him, which will be a key point for him to continue the fight back. But yeah, how much do you have a figure for how much it was raining? Do you know how much it was raining? Because there's been a bit of a debate in regards to that. Was it 100%?
Yeah, 100% wetness.
Yep, so we have a tropical storm on our hands if it was ever in doubt. We do actually have a monsoon on our hands.
Yeah, and in terms of the actual rainfall, I was looking on my GitHub as I was driving, it didn't drop below 7%. So the rain is literally non-stop.
It is not stopping this rain, so some very useful informational, technical information from Reese Gardner. There's Reno DeMistermula in P3, and the LMP1 has just spun it in turn 1. A very common place to spin it seems, but DeMulemister even, finally getting his name right, has spun it, and Hutzfeld, who's still in the car, will be taking that as an opportunity to say, hello, I want a shot at the top 3 here.
Yeah.
Looks like the blade is yellow as well now.
Sorry?
McGlade was yellow for a small bit as well, so...
Oh yeah, McGlade was yellow, he'll have had a half spin possibly. But DeMistermula now under threat from Hutzfeld, who will be gunning like a gunner to get into P3 for the P1 car, which is P1. And well, if the P2 P1 car was in P3 in class, I'd be very confused. But unfortunately, it isn't. I don't think we have a P2 P1 gaming racing car in this server. That's in LMP2. No, we don't. So it's just this one. Unlike the last race I did where there was. But Mulemister being closed up upon by the German now. So this will be difficult. Oh! Hutzfeld collides with the overstep racing car there. So what happened? I'm going to get a replay of that.
Which one?
So it was I think it was the GT Pro overstep racing Corvette. So that was the GTM car. Yeah, it goes through the overstep car. Hutzfeld, I think that was just a lack of communication there. Maybe the GT Pro turned in, I'm not totally sure. But regardless, Hutzfeld has not lost position, but he's lost time. And that could be just as bad. The Mulemister now will be thanking his lucky stars that he is still there. But he goes a bit wide.
That incident is kind of, I don't know, without pointing any fingers, I'm sure it's, the blame is from both types of cars, but it's kind of the story of the race at the moment. It's happening to everyone. It's happened to Reese, it happened to me. Yeah, I don't know, what I did want to kind of ask Reese though, because I think you stopped a little bit later than I did, was that like the rain, as you said, is kind of coming on and off, but there are kind of like, you can, you know, when you track the spray behind the car and it starts going away, it's sort of rubber banding a bit, it's coming off and on, and I couldn't decide. When I pitted, I really was kind of considering intermediates, but I guess they're not the way to go at the moment.
Yeah, oh no. In any circumstance, intermediates are really not the way to go. There's something very wrong with the way the intermediates work with this mod, so, you know, it's either wet tyres or dry, there's no middle ground.
There's like a 10-minute window where the track is drying, and the intermediates are like a second faster than the soft.
Ah. Well, that's an interesting fact to know. I'll take that into account.
I wish I hadn't told you now.
Whenever there's changeable conditions, but it doesn't look like there's going to be changing conditions in this race anytime soon, isn't there?
I tell you what is changing though, the gap between Jake Cooper and Casimo Straponi. Cooper is closing in, which will please Reese Gardner to no end.
It does.
It will make you a very happy Aussie, so Cooper now chasing down. I'm going to go ahead and assume Casimo Straponi is Italian, because it sounds like a very Italian name.
Yes.
It does sound like a very Italian name, so he's being chased down by Jake Cooper, very much so. Jake Cooper now within a second of him as the rain has stopped. The rain has stopped. So, could it be drying out quickly? Oh, it seems to have lightened out, if anything, but there's still spray on the track. Jake Cooper will need to make his move soon if it's going to work, because otherwise extra pony will probably retain that lead he has over the Magenta Warriors cars. Oh, look how close he's getting here.
Yeah, Jake is our fastest driver at this race, in the dry and in the wet, so I'm really hoping that he can get this done. It's really good to see him actually chasing the guy down like I wasn't able to.
Yeah, and he is chasing him down. Cosimo on a serious threat from Jake Cooper here. Jake Cooper's got the inside, which is the advantageous line. The rain seems to have started again. May just be localized stoppage and Cooper through! Cooper through, yes. So mate. Yep, Reese is happy, you can hear that much. Woo! Yep, and now Cosimo is having problems of his own, having to let all this traffic through. And he's got a GT Italia car behind him. Now he's losing track position very badly. So
good move.
Cosimo loses out. Jake makes advantage. Cooper through into another position for the Magenta Warriors racing car. His next target will likely be Martin Vindis in the overstep car. A whole minute ahead, so he's got a lot of work to do, but nothing really impossible at this point.
Well, that's very good news. You know, from my perspective, I really hope that Jake can continue this run of pace, and yeah, then we're going to get Alexander van der Walde in the car at some point. Yes, this will be his first time driving in VEC, and yeah, we'll see what happens from there. But yeah, things are looking up for us at the moment, it seems.
Jake's the fastest AM on track at the moment.
Oh, good news.
That even makes better news, and it's not going to benefit anyone behind Jake Cooper. They've got no chance of getting ahead. So let's take a slight break in the GTs now, as much as it pains us to say. We are going to have to take a break in the GTs because we have a battle on for P3 in P1 class again. Matt Hutzfeld is not that far away from Reno de Mustemela, who is the Murlemeister, who was really caught back up after his little incident before. The Murlemeister starting to gain back on Hutzfeld. We've already established the Murlemeister, the Belgian, and Hutzfeld, the German here. Similar colours in the team flag, but in the nationality, but the Murlemeister trying to close in on the German here. There's only about a second or a half a second in it at this precise point in time. That could be a battle to watch out for here, as it seems that the Murlemeister's losing a bit of time here. But nil desperandum. We shall have for him at the moment. You say he's still a second out, so that's still a good gap to have. Perhaps you can enlighten where any. Actually, let's have a talk with Ed. I don't know whether we've Ed. What do you think really is the sort of gap between? I know you drive GTs, but from whereabouts? What sort of gap will he start thinking, hang on, I've got a chance to take this guy here?
You're talking about the Murlemeister?
I'm talking about anyone. What sort of gap would you be talking about before you start thinking of an overtake?
Prototype.
Prototype or GT? Just give your own personal thoughts on
it. It's difficult to sort of make a maths out of it, but I guess if you
I'm not asking for
2 seconds a lap faster, that's fairly decisive, I guess.
So you'd want to be at least 2 seconds a lap faster before you start thinking, I'm going to overtake this guy soon, but...
I mean, just without too much bother, I guess. I mean, he looks as if he's kind of within a second of the blue car. Yeah, so, I mean, he's going to get a nice slipstream on the straight.
Yeah, Hutzfeld is pulling out a bit of an advantage now, but still, Mr. not very much in the running. So let's very quickly. Oh, Hutzfeld crossed the blend line on pit exit there while he was going across the back straight. Now, whether that's legal or not, I don't know. I think you're not allowed to cross the blend lines unless you're absolutely forced to.
Correct.
But he did have to overtake a car there, so maybe that's deemed as necessary as... Let's have a look now at the top few in each class. So Kieran Parkin leading at the moment for Doug Henson Racing, and leading via way, it must be said. He's followed by Nikodem Wisniewski, quite a way behind. I'd say at least a way behind. I know that's a very scientific term. Matt Hutzfeld then in P3 has been established, being chased by Reno de Murlemeister in P4. Then it's Lewis McBlade in P5, and that's what we're going to do. So in LMP2, Jari Venari for CMHQ Motorsports, still running away with it from Vincenzo Caballero and Scuderia GT Italia LMP2 entry. He's followed by Matthew De Crop in the Kyushu Motorsport car, who's in the pits, funny enough. May see a driver change there. And Dennis Hadlack also in the pits for PRL Logitech. And then Pablo Laurenti will be in P5, or was that Christian Meyer? No, Christian Meyer changes. So Pablo Laurenti in P5 in the LMP2 class. In GT Pro, Rudy Van Buren, the Dutchman, still leads for SRVN. He's followed by the next Dutchman of Remco Major. And then it's Daniele Pizzo in the Scuderia GT Italia car. Thomas Beer for Northern Light Racing is P4 in GT Pro. And Marius Nikolai for Walk Racing, now down in P5. So he's fallen a long way from the lead, or second place that he was in before. Journey Simitic, P1 in GT Am for Vodbull Racing in the BMW, still a long way ahead of Arno Shudovic, but he's not in the class. Matej Lakota, second place for Revolution Racing GTM. He's followed by Pedro Morada in P3, and Mauricio Kaufmann, bit of a blend of Italian and German going on there, in P4 for GTM, and Peter Grau right behind him in P5. So this could be a fight in its own right. So, getting a sore throat there, sorry. And I'm just looking for the next big battle on track.
Sorry, come on.
I'm just looking for a bit of a battle going on here, see if we can find anything. I think Grau Ramada is the closest we're going to get here.
Well, Kaufmann's pretty close to the back of Grau. I mean, well...
Yeah, Kaufmann, that's what I meant. Kaufmann Grau, let's have a look at that. So... in all this, obviously we've got Arno Shudovic for Revolution Racing, having a mix in with there as well. He's ahead of all of these guys on track. Oh, Kaufmann goes onto the grass, so that's not going to aid his cause really. Not going to help him out, so he's going to lose time from Grau now. So, yep, Grau back on the back straight. Kaufmann going onto the back straight. Not really what I've been after. So. Yeah, that's not quite gone his way, but nil nonetheless. Let's take this chance to invite, because we still have some space in the broadcast booth. We don't have that much left. We have
McGlade is 2 seconds behind De Mellemeister. Less than that now.
Good spot, Ed. Thank you very much. Let's go to Lewis McGlade. Let's have a look at him, as he is not very far behind De Mellemeister at all. But yes. Now would be a perfect time if you want to join us. 4, 5, however many of us there are, for some more fun and banter. It would be nice to get a few more people in here. Obviously, it's very nice to have Ed, Reese and Yuri in with us at the moment. Obviously, it's a pleasure to have you all here, but still, nonetheless, if you want to get involved, you can keep on the YouTube chat or join us on the TeamSpeak, as we have 43 minutes to go until the 4-hour mark. And McLeod in, he's taking the pit line and avoids the blend perfectly. So, De Mellemeister in as well in front of him, so timed that perfectly.
And also Kieran Parkin from the lead was in the pits. He's about to go out again, I think.
And Kieran Parkin in the pits too, good spot. So, DHR might be about to double stack the cars here. So Parkin in the pits, McLeod, is he going to have to wait?
No, they've got different pit
Oh, they've got different pit boxes. Oh, well, that's an advantage, I guess. Don't have to wait for your teammate to finish. That's always a good thing. So McLeod, both of the HRP1 cars in. De Mellemeister in. Matt Hutzfeld will be taking advantage of this, trying to catch up. But let's see. Oh, Nick Woodbury takes over from Kieran Parkin, finally in the car. A bit of a change over here. And Reese, I was going to say, he's going to jump down soon. So thanks very much for joining us, Reese. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys, and keep up the good work.
Yep,
have a good one.
We'll make sure to do that. Thank you very much for joining us. So Nick Woodbury resumes the lead for the number 7 DHR LMP1 entry. The new driver in the car, and no change in the number 8 so far. McGlade's still in that. We're going to wait to see if there is a changeover. I doubt there will be, but you never know. There is no change. No, he stays. And yes, there is a change, however, in the VRL car. Dino De Misdemeanor. I think that's... No, I got it wrong again.
De Mellemeister.
De Mellemeister, yep. A change to Tim Vanny. So, Tim Vanny in the VRL car, another Belgian, because it's a Belgian-only entry, takes over the car from Dino. So maybe we can get Dino in, I don't know. Might be possible.
I think we're about to have a battle for the lead.
That is a good spot. Nick Woodbury is not that far away from Nick and Wisniewski. There's about 8 seconds in it. Worth keeping an eye on.
Riera less than a second behind. He's now in front of Mulberg.
I'm being informed in the YouTube chat there's a wreck. So someone's crashed their car, obviously. I can't see who it is, but might be worth looking to see if anyone's in the garage or DNF'd.
Mate just had yellow next to his name on the live timing.
Right, I'll have a look at Mate's Lakota then, see if that was him. He's still going, so it wasn't him.
Oh, that's good.
It's not my good name friend Casino Straponi, who's now quite far down the order. So who was it? I don't know. I do not know, but what Nick Woodbury knows is that he's got to take care of Wisniewski behind him in the Feed Sport Poland car. It looks like he might be closing in, and that will be problematic for Woodbury if he is. And yes, we do have Mr. Kieran Parkin in the broadcast booth with us now. Hello, Kieran.
Afternoon.
So you've just been driving the DHR number 7 car. Obviously, you pitted from the lead. Nick Woodbury still in the lead of this race.
Just about.
That must be a good feeling.
Absolutely. I mean, I had a couple of hairy moments, but Feed Sport have also had a couple of issues as well, so let's put us back in the lead. Only just though. But yeah, I have full faith in Nick. I know he'll do a good job. So.
Yep. So Nick, obviously in the car now, is going to have to chase off the Feeder Sport Poland car behind him, but the Feeder Sport Poland entry of Wisniewski appears to be closing in. He's only about 6 or 7 seconds off Nick at the moment.
It was only about 9 seconds when Nick came out of the pits. Obviously, Nick hasn't driven yet today. You know, he's getting used to the car, getting used to the conditions, because it is bloody difficult out there. There is one line you need to stay on.
It's basically a monsoon.
It's insane. But,
can I just say, on top of that, thank you very much, Kieran, for being one of the best people in traffic, like out of all of the prototypes.
So everybody
it's
that I've
really
been
tough,
chasing,
and you're making really good work of the traffic.
I'm amazed. We're all amazed in the DHL. We're like, why are they driving so aggressively? They're idiots. It's so silly, some of the stuff they're doing.
Whenever you overtook me, it was just neither of us lost time. It was just fantastic. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah,
I
you're
really
welcome.
appreciate it.
I'm just trying to drive carefully. That's all I'm trying to do. Like, there's no point in being so aggressive with this traffic and these conditions. Like Fuji, it's so difficult.
Well, there are some desperate downs.
There are
in the P1 field.
They were ahead of me, but they are now not. So yeah, that shows how well that works out.
Yeah. Well, congrats.
Yeah, just to bring that point to that famous Ayrton Senna quote, James Kirk mentioned earlier, if you don't go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver. I think. Nick's had a spin. Nick spun.
Okay.
Nick's just spun there. Sorry, I was going to quote James Kirk there, but Nick Woodbury spun.
Or a half spin?
It was a half spin, which is even worse because he's had to wait for all the other cars to go by, and Wisniewski is taking the lead.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, has he done it to turn 1?
It was in turn 1. He's just had to deal with Wisniewski now, having to deal with traffic, so it's all kicking off now. The Tilly rating is going back up.
I've done that twice.
Yeah, but this time it's cost, unfortunately, the lead
Well,
to Wisniewski.
I mean, we're out of sync with pit stops and we pitted, and they haven't yet, so...
So you have still got a chance to get ahead. You've still got a very good chance to get ahead, so...
Nick will brush that off and just get back to it. So... Oof, bloody hell, I've just seen that almost move into turn 4 there from Wisniewski. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
So, Wisniewski currently in the lead. Could be argued Woodbury still has the net lead of the race because Wisniewski is still at pit. But still, a bit of a tense moment there. Don't really like to see cars spinning in the middle of talking with the team drivers because...
It's interesting to see some of these P1s using GT cars to get a little bit more speed as they just rub off them out of the corner.
That's slightly controversial, but I'm sure there's something in the rules that defines whether or not you're allowed to do that. But yeah, just go back to what I was going to say there about the desperate downs and the 8 and center. Don't go for a gap, you're not a racing driver. Some of the drivers here have really proven that's not true. Such as yourself, Kieran, who's taking it nice and slowly, being very careful in traffic especially, and yet you found yourself in the lead of the race.
I'm not going to say that I haven't made some risky moves and I haven't made some dives. Of course I have. I have to when I'm under pressure, but it's not like I'm just going to go, oh, look, there's a gap there, but I'm 2 car lengths back. I'm going to take it anyway. No.
Exactly.
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You've got to take your chances when they arise, unless there's a severe chance it can go wrong, is what it comes down to. So maybe that, a better version of that quote would be, if you don't go for a realistic gap that exists. Maybe. We'll have to consult the English language people on that one, because...
You've got to have a little bit of a... you don't want to slow either car down in the corner. So there's obviously a little bit... You can come from not quite having an overlap and still make it round if you're a prototype. But if you're kind of trying to dive bomb while the car in front has already started to turn, that's generally not really on.
Absolutely, you do have to judge whether it's right or not to go for the overtake. Sometimes you have to make an aggressive move, sometimes it's best not to, but...
It is nuts at turn 5, 6, watching the broadcast, my god.
Yes.
Yeah,
let's see if there's anyone around to turn 5, 6, because
Oh, wait. This, the Dark Racing car in GTM just lost a bunch of time at the yellow flag.
Oh yes, good point. Okay. We'll find them. We're going to find them really quickly. Yes, it's Pedro Ramada. Has just lost a bunch of time there apparently.
He's doubled the gap to us.
Yep, that's he's dropped back a bit. He's behind Lakota, behind Simitic, and within grasp of Peter Grau. So he's within grasp of Peter Grau, so that will not pose well. Dark Racing were doing so well, and now they're down in 3rd, which is comparatively not as good.
Big battle for 5th, 6th and 7th in P1.
Oh yes, let's have a look at that too. It's a good thing you're all here pointing out the battles to us, otherwise I'd be hopeless. So, Tim Vanny, Carsten Wilhelm and Lewis McGlade all scrapping it out for P5. Now
also, Wisniewski in the lead just had a yellow flag. He lost about 5 to 10 seconds.
That is true. About 10 seconds by my
count.
So
Nick Woodbury will benefit from that. Let's keep an eye on the P5 battle though. Lewis McGlade crashes with Vanny. And what the blaze has happened there? I'm about to find out on the replay. Let's see. So,
I'm going to pop down and see what's happened, guys. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, no problem, Ed. It's been a pleasure having you. Is that Ed or is that... I can't see whether it was Kieran or Ed. I don't have the team speaking. It's Ed. It's the only Englishman here.
Sorry?
Oh, no, sorry. It was... Kieran's already gone. Never mind. So, let's see what happened in that incident there with McGlade. Let's see. It was Tim Vanny coming around here. And...
yeah, he was just bumped off.
McGlade went wide and then he just got bumped off. So... not the best move in the world, but McGlade has not benefited, but he's back into P5 now anyway. So no love lost, no harm done in the end, but still. And you know, this Carsten Wilhelm and the 3 wide cars making progress for them. He's going to have a go for P5 as well. Into turn 1 they go, McGlade being chased by the 3 wide car, who's in turn being chased by Tim Vanny, who's now lost the place from 6th to 7th. And McGlade on the inside. Contact between the two of Wilhelm and McGlade there. And I think this is going to end in disaster, this. There's so many cars, so little time, so much speed. It can only go one way and it's badly. But Tim Vanny almost clips McGlade on the brake in there. And takes P6 but goes wide. And now loses it straight again. So he's got to watch himself. He really does.
You have to remember it's an 8-hour race with 4.5 hours left to go, and it would be stupid to throw it away taking risk here.
God, that was close out of 3.
Yeah, it will be. It will be very, very difficult. It would be stupid to throw it away at this point, and they will know that. They will keep that in mind.
That's a great race.
Himself. It makes for great racing though. You're all right. McGlade chasing them off at the moment.
Oh, Vanny with a really late braking going wide. Almost hitting there in live stream.
Yeah, Tim Vanny, of course, is now down to P7.
So did they give that position back to McGlade?
McLean is in P5, so he hasn't lost anything as such, but it won't have pleased him that loss of position. Carsten Wilhelm is taking advantage as a P6, and Michelle's behind Vanny, who's in 7th. It's not really going anywhere this fight. Carsten Wilhelm isn't doing a lot, but Tim Vanny is falling further behind. So let's have a look at David Beranek, who's coming up the lot of them. Slowly but surely in the Team RGPL Audi. He's obviously got his work to do. As Nick Woodbury, let's have a look, is going to slowly catching Wisniewski here. Woodbury, of course, coming round to lap this and MB2, and that's Corvette in front, which is, of course, Massimo Scriponi. So let's see what's going on here. We have 4 hours and 31 minutes to go. We don't have 4 minutes left, otherwise we know about it. So Woodbury going to catch up to Wisniewski, still is doing so. Wisniewski just about holding the lead at the moment from Woodbury. And let's go back to McGlade, because Wilhelm even is right back behind him. This could be a battle for P5. I think it is a battle for P5. Down the back straight, McGlade on the outside, Wilhelm on the inside. Can't go any further than that line, but I think it's going to be enough for him. McGlade's going to have to do something here. So as Wilhelm down the inside goes the German, I think. And yep, McGlade concedes P5, and that's Mats Hunsfeld. So he's not going to concede P5. Hunsfeld's going to concede all the places. He's down in 7th. He's just had a spin or a do or some sort of incident.
He was showing yellow for quite a bit, so I think he had quite a big spin or having to wait in traffic before getting back on track.
Yeah, and now he's going to be chasing the battle for what is now P4. So McGlade will be chasing Wilhelm, who will be chased by Vanny and Hunsfeld. And
also want to point out that in GTM now the Revolution Racing car is in the lead while the Pod Bull car fits.
Yes, good point out.
You
Robert
noticed
Seuss.
that before I did.
Robert Seuss is now in the Vod Bull car, and Matej
Matej's
Lakota
picked up the pace a lot.
is now in the lead for GTM. So well done, Matej. You're leading for Revolution Racing. That will please Ed.
It does.
Makes you a very happy man.
Me as well.
And you as well, Yuri.
Yeah.
You're part of the team too. It's like Revolution Racing Central.
There's something going
I thought we
right
should
for the car.
redress the balance a little bit from the DHR domination in the past few races.
Yeah, we just need to adjust the balance. There's been so much DHR now with so much Revolution.
I joke.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm all good to jinx myself. Yeah, it's good to have lots of members of a team at once, because we can have a talk about that team. So yeah, it's always a good thing.
Yeah,
And speaking
I'd
of
rather
teams
not
and
talk
people,
about it too much. It's not been going well.
it's not
Most
been
of us.
fantastic, but you've been doing okay. You can give yourself that. Endurance
No,
racing
not
isn't
even
easy,
okay.
is it? If it was easy, everyone would.
This totally shit, really. We expected much more, and we had too much bad luck to have better results, I think. I think there's a part of it which is wrong preparation, but mostly just bad luck. Like, same thing happened to the 33 car. Hani was in the car and he was driving and he pressed the wrong button and then couldn't rejoin either. That car wasn't fourth.
Yeah, so it's not easy, but you can have your fair share of bad luck as well, and the weather can come into it. There's so many things that can go wrong in an endurance race. You have to be
Well, this
able.
isn't just any endurance race either. I mean, this is Interlagos, which has one line around it, pretty much. It's a long sweeping track, so the car is often at the limit of adhesion. So it's particularly for heavy GT cars like the Viper. And then it started to rain however many hours ago, and that sort of like doubled how hard it is. So this is sort of quite a race, put it that way.
Yeah, it is. Interlagos not an easy circuit, not easy weather conditions. Very hard stuff to deal with. I think that's the Magenta Warriors car going off there. That's Jake Cooper, who is not really going to lose the experience behind him, because Casinos Raponi's well behind now. Yeah, so Cooper has a bit of a do, but no real deficit to him. Nick Woodbury back in front of the LMP1s is chasing the TXL car currently being driven by James Pascal. As Wisniewski now around the last corner, leading another lap. Woodbury could be argued is still in the net lead of this race though.
Does anyone know if Rudy van Buren has been in the car for the whole race so far?
Rudy van Buren is still in the car. He did switch with Bron Balin before.
Oh, okay.
Bron Balin was in the car before. So even then, he'd be coming up, even if he was coming up to the 4-hour mark, then they'd probably switch soon. But Van Buren, no, is still very much in the car, but it was Bron Balin before.
Okay, so don't think anybody's in the car that started the race, because only Christian Simoncic were in the car, but they both just had a driver's swap.
Tapper started the race in that car, in the Simic car.
Oh, okay. Might have missed it then.
I'm not sure, but I think Franco Skelet's been in there since the start. I'm not sure. Unless there's been a driver change. I think Franco Skelet's been in since the start. We mentioned him before in the race, I know that much, but definitely he is definitely still in the car as such. As Nick Woodbury is rounding the track still. Let's try and see if there's any fights going on in GT. Oh no! Woodbury's caught Wisniewski and gone through into the lead.
Oh,
so
wow.
thank goodness
Wow.
we didn't switch because we would have missed that. Nick Woodbury takes the overall lead of the race. Now he's in a fight with Wisniewski. This is actually a race for the lead we've got going on. Can't believe I got the chance to say that. So the fight for the lead. Things are getting really, really heated now. So hot that you may as well throw the jalapenos on the bonfire, because this is how hot it's getting. Wisniewski versus Woodbury for the lead of the race. The gap is increasing at the moment, but the Polish driver will want to stop that. Putting the lap 149 of however many we're going to have. I would go so far as to say we are probably going to have about, I'm going to say, let's take a guess and say if every 6 minutes is 5 laps, every 60 minutes is 50 laps, so I'm going to say we've got another about 225 laps to go in this race. So we're not halfway yet, as the time says, but it could start or stop raining, and that could change everything. But in current conditions, we've got about 225 to go.
Lap times are a bit 1 minute 30 and not 1 minute 20 in the rain, so I think we're gonna have around 180 laps to the finish.
Well, we'll see. It might speed up. Lap times might speed up, so I might get more 225. Might have about 200 left to go. It's been 149, but we go on time, not laps. None of this is relevant, because as soon as that timer ticks down to 0, that's pretty much it. That's what it boils down to at the end of it. So, let's have another look down the order and see where the
I've got
battles
another
are.
battle when you want to change
Oh,
from
yes,
this one.
that
but
would
this
be
one's-
lovely
this
then,
one's
please,
very
Ed.
close, though. You sure?
That would be lovely.
Okay, so, Grau has just overtaken Ramada. That he was lapping roughly. Oh, no, they're going back.
Oh, there's a do! Thank goodness you pointed it out, there's been a collision.
Oh, really?
Yep, good on you, Ed. Let's see what happens, if we can. Oh no, it's glitching
interesting
out,
for us.
unfortunately, so we can't. But there has been a collision. That much is certain.
Can you see if there's damage?
And I don't think there's damage. But things are definitely not looking good for Grau and Ramada. No, I think they've both got off
Oh,
scot-free. But
Actually, the AM of the GT Italia AM got involved as well. The Bonatti car, I think.
yeah, that much is still going on. But Grau now and Ramada have had that do, but not that much has changed.
There's still a second between the leaders.
Still a second between the leaders though. Let's have a look at Wisniewski then, as we still watch him go round against Nick Woodbury. And yeah, has the work to do now, the Polish driver. Definitely has the work
So,
to do.
Woodbury was 2/10 faster that last lap.
Yeah,
just
Woodbury
looking.
was 2 tenths faster.
I think they've got a little bit more pace in their car. I mean, not to discount feeder sport, but just looking at the times and their best laps and stuff like that.
Well, the best lap is in the dry, so
Yeah,
it
I
doesn't
know.
say much about the wet pace. And looking at how fast that
But I've watched
Brzezinski
them for
was,
the last 3 laps or so, just checking their times, and Woodbury has generally been faster. Although the gap is now a lot closer. It's a half a second
Yeah.
now.
I wouldn't say too much about over 3 laps in traffic with LMP1. Because it's all about how you hit the GT cars on the lap times, and especially gaps like a couple tenths of a second don't mean anything.
Yeah, that's... You know, gaps can change as the race goes by. You might be quicker, might be smaller. Visevsky is starting to tail off, I think, from Woodbury at this precise moment in time. And he's tailing off a lot now as he's spun. So he's spun in the middle of the track and he's being clouded by another prototype. So that's not good. There's a car stopped there. And Nikodem is causing all sorts of havoc through spinning. Not very good indeed. That's going to cause problems. Not enough problems for a Code 80 though. We've only had that once and now he's spinning again. Half spinning or drifting at least. So that'll have overheated the tyres massively. He'll have to cool those down. And well, it's going to drop him off from Woodbury and throw Carsten Wilhelm in an interesting position. A chance where we
Do you want another battle?
Oh, Hutzfeld, yes. I found Hutzfeld.
Kaufman, Vindis.
Vindis in the GTs, yes, we've got that. But Hutzfeld and Wilhelm for P3 in the prototypes as well. We have going on another fight. I know we're focusing on prototypes a lot, and we should focus on GTs as well. But the prototypes is where the top end of the race is, so...
I guess we'll just focus on where the fights are, and if the fights happen to be the prototypes, then that's where we'll go, and if the fights happen to be GT cars.
Yeah, it's any fight will do. Any fight will do. Is, let's see, Wilhelm Hutzfeld. Is that progressing or regressing? We'll see. As no, it is getting closer.
Yeah,
Hutzfeld could be getting closer.
Also on a quick note, because SFVN pitted from the GT Pro lead, they're in second now with Team Virus leading.
Oh yes, Bram Balen's back in the car. Good spotter, Yuri. Bram Balen back in the car now for SRVM. Remco Majura for Team Virus leading GT Pro. Indeed, as one of the GT cars gets quickly behind him. But, yeah. That is going to favour the SRVN driver as soon as the Team Virus team pits. Which should be soon, in all honesty. I haven't seen them pit in a while. But to go back to Wilhelm Hutzfeld. It's very close now, if it wasn't very close before. Hutzfeld all over the back of Wilhelm. Trying to go down the inside of this turn here. I've got a track map, but I haven't used it. So, yeah, well done me. And Hutzfeld is through. So, Mats Hutzfeld through on Carsten Wilhelm in some style as well. He's already got about half a second on him. So, good move from the German, and he moves it to P3. And what I'm going to do now is slightly earlier than anticipated. We are going to go for an ad break like we did at Silverstone, so I can welcome Mr. James Kirk back into the broadcast booth when he returns, but also to get a bit of a break for myself. So, don't go anywhere, and we will be very shortly back after this very quick advertisement break.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear, coupled with high strength, provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Welcome back to the 8 Hours of Silverstone for VEC, sponsored of course by Factor 2, Leo Bodnar Sim Steering and Walk Racing. And I think it's just about time actually. By some stroke of sheer brilliant timing, we've got Mr. James Kirk back already.
Well, what?
Yep, we have you back already with 15 minutes to spare.
Yeah, not too bad. I didn't realise you were running the advert so early. Goodness me, I literally just come in, sat down, and I was like, hey, so give me a shout when the adverts are on. And you're like, they're on now, and I'm like, okay.
I thought I'd run the ad break early so I could welcome you back, but I didn't actually expect you to be back by the time the adverts had finished. But anyway, we have Nick Woodbury currently leading the race, and we're focused on Cosimo Straponi, who's now finally pitting for CMHQ Motorsports and will probably be getting out of the car. He'd been involved before that in a good fight with Reece Gardner and then Jake Cooper of the Magenta Warriors cars, but unfortunately fell back a bit and now he's in the pits. So there's been a lot of stuff going on since you've been away, James.
I noticed there have been 3 more retirements.
Yeah, there's been some more retirements and a heck of a lot of action. We've had crashes, we've had no code 80 surprisingly, but we've had all sorts going on, lead changes, the full shebang. And Cosimo Straponi does not switch out of the car. Now, I don't know how long he's been in that Corvette for, but there is a 4-hour limit on how long a driver can stay in a car at one time for. So, he might have to switch out soon, assuming he's a he, of course. With a name like, well, I'm not entirely sure. And Straponi has a bit of a do on the pit exit as well, so I'm not entirely sure where that name originates from, to be honest with you. It's very strange.
Let's play safe and say they.
They, yes. Let's use they, the gender-neutral pronoun, because that's always a good thing.
Guys, just a quick note, there's going to be a fight for P1 in GTM. The football car is closing up now, and it's within a second of
less than a second.
Yes, let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at GT Pro. Is that the Vodbull car? Yes, well, have a look. GT Am. So, yes, Vodbull GT Am. Robert Seuss.
Less than half a second.
Less than half a second away from Matej Lakota, the leader of GT Am for Revolution Racing. So, yes, Robert Seuss could put the Liverpool-based team in the lead here. That would be good for them if he could do it as well. Robert Seuss then trying to have a go at Matej Lakota. BMW versus Dodge, V8 versus V10. There's a difference in the engines too, but a difference as well in many things about these two. But Seuss will be chasing him down. It's the P1 car there.
They've got higher speed on the straights.
Yeah, Seuss forced into the pit exit there, so I think he could have been forced into it. Yeah, I don't think they'll get a penalty for that as such, but needs to watch it certainly for fear of getting a penalty at least. As well, Seuss now starting to lose ground thanks to that, and possibly In fact, he's got a P2 ahead of him to Lakota, but still close. Still about only second in it. And this is the fight for the lead of GTM. Sus goes well wide now. So starting to lose some of that momentum and speed, and it's not really helping him.
Yeah, Mate's a bit of a tank in the wet. He's just quick and he's very consistent.
Yep, Lakota, of course, has been leading has been in that car for a while now, is obviously leading now, and you wouldn't really expect the Dodge, which has, it must be trickier to drive in the wet with having more torque than some of the other cars as well, because it's V10, it's like an 8.2 litre V10 as well, it's no small V10 as he does go off Lakota, and Sus takes the lead, so potential Lakota loses that lead.
Lost it.
But as I was about to say, it's got an 8.2 litre V10 in there. It's very torquey, not easy to control at all. But it has its power benefits.
Well, he right foot brakes as well, so he doesn't have the benefit of stabilising the car with the throttle when braking.
Oh, absolutely. If you right foot brake, yeah, left foot will be on the clutch. So
you haven't had brake stability issues until you've tried braking in R-Factor 2 on a controller.
Oh, absolutely. Or in the wet, and when you've just gone off the dry line.
But I tell you what, Football Racing are going to be absolutely ecstatic with this. This is their first trip into Room 1, and now they're leading the race at the halfway mark. Looking very promising, at least for a podium.
Only BMW in the room as well.
Yeah, they are doing, the manufacturer, they are doing themselves very proud indeed. And a lot has got to be attributed to the first stint from Dawei Tapper, of course. I mean, he put in the hard work, made sure he stayed out of trouble, and Sus is now taking this car to new heights.
Yep, indeed. So, I'm just.
I think Simoncic did a lot of the work as well. Actually, he made up a ton of time in his stint.
Yeah, I'm just looking in the. I'm just looking further down the field because we haven't looked further down the field very much. I mean, there are people right at the back of the field who have still got it in them to keep going, and that takes a lot of. Even if things aren't going anywhere, it takes a lot of nerve and determination to keep on going in the face of adversity, and I think that deserves a bit of a shout out too. So even the guys at the back, like Daniel Maybach in the M Technology car, that has been plagued with issues. He's not actually racing Maybach, sorry, but even Angelo Luigi Cilio, right there in the back in the Scuderia GT tally, is still plodding on. Props to him for that. It can be difficult to keep going when you know things aren't going anywhere, but you've got a team behind you at the end of the day, and you don't want to let them down, do you? That's what it comes down to, I guess.
On the note of not giving up, I will go off the stream now. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you, Yuri. You've been absolutely brilliant on the commentary, and I'm sure it would be an absolute honour and pleasure to have you again sometime else.
Yes, I hope I won't be able to be on as long for the next races, but...
Yeah, well, it was nice having it. It's been brilliant to have you around and help us out. We've got a position change for third. Carsten Wilhelm in the 3-wide motorsport car has overtaken Matt Hutzfeldt in P4 in the P1 car, so we will need to keep an eye out. Thanks very much for joining us, Yuri, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Yes, no problem.
So, Hutzfeldt versus Wilhelm is the battle we are concentrating on now. Cosimo Straponi and the other Revolution Racing Pro car getting involved in that slightly, but luckily their involvement ends now as Hutzfeldt has a chance to get a clear shot on Wilhelm. We have 4 hours and 8 minutes to go. Almost time for me to hang up the lead commentary boots, if you will, and probably sticking on auto cams for a while as I go get something to eat, but that won't happen for a while yet, so we've still got some time before that needs to happen.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Hutzfeldt, it wasn't Hutzfeldt versus Wilhelm, it was Hutzfeldt versus the backmarkers, and unfortunately for Hutzfeldt, the backmarkers won. But that said, it looks like Wilhelm hasn't had a very good turn 6, nor 7, nor 8, nor 9, and the German drivers heading up onto the back of his compatriot pretty nicely. It's going to be interesting to see how the battle for this final podium place heads out, because 3 wides, getting pole position was a great achievement, but their race pace hasn't been as strong as Feedersport Poland nor the Doug Henson boys, and P1's been slowly growing into this race, so we're going to have a good scrap on our hands.
We are, yes. I mean, in terms of the backmarkers, the likes of Straponi and Haniel Sobti as well, they have a hard job on their hands trying to keep out of the way and fighting position as well, but it can have a knock-on effect on the faster cars when that happens. As we've seen several times, throughout this race now, we have had that sort of thing happen, and well, it's a part and parcel of an endurance race, and unfortunately you have to deal with back markers. More so than any other discipline.
I've got to head off, and you'll probably see why in a lap
Oh,
or so.
right, are you getting in the car, Ed?
No.
Oh, right.
And how will we see? Sorry, Matt Hutzfeldt's just overtaken. Sorry,
Yes,
Carson.
he has.
There.
Completely missed that. Thank you, James. He does. So Hutzfeldt up to P3 again, but how are we going to see if you're not in the car then, Ed?
Well, I mean, you know what car I'm in. I'm not getting in it. Just
Oh, you
I
just
don't want
raced
to give
direct
away
before.
any strategies.
You're helping out
Anyway,
strategy-wise.
Thanks very much. Keep up the good work, guys.
Oh, we will do. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to have you, Ed. And yeah, so Hutzfeldt up into P3 then, up with Carson Wilhelm as well, and it's just me and James Kirk in the lobby with each other now, isn't it? It's just the two of us, as the song goes.
Yeah, I love a bit of ETJ.
Yeah, we all love ETJ, don't we? And well, with it being just us two again, I'm probably for that Wilhelm in the pits there. Just interrupted what I was going to say there, but if you do want to join us for these last 4 hours and coming of this race, do feel free to do so, as you can join the VEC room on TeamSpeak, and you can join us in that, and it'll be a pleasure to have you in with us. Obviously, it'll be more likely you're talking to Mr. James Kirk than me, as my time in the lead comms booth is nearly expired. We've got about 5 minutes to go before James takes over. We've already run the ad break we would have run at the 4 hour mark, so no need for that. But I bet maybe keep the sponsors happy, but no one likes ad breaks really, except for the people who are earning money from them.
But actually, there's been a couple of track miss warnings sent out to the new GT Pro leader Robert Seuss, and also Cosimo Straponi as well. So you know, people are
going to warn it?
Struggle with track limits still. Also,
that's a shame. They were doing quite well, and now they've got a track limit warning, so they must be struggling a bit. Well, when I say quite well, I mean quite well in terms of keeping it on the track, but you know, they're not doing well position-wise, but still. A couple of track limit warnings being put out there, just a couple of friendly nudges saying, hey, keep an eye on it. And you can see why there, Straponi's gone well wide in that turn too, but we saw a lot of people doing that, and there are a couple of exceptions to the usual track limit rules on this track.
And the one I've got to watch out for is the pit entry, isn't it? As Wisniewski from P2 is in, and he's been in there an awful long while, and he's actually going to be overtaken, I believe, by Matt Hutzfeldt.
Yep, P2.
And Lewis McGlade. Well, it's going to be very close to Lewis McGlade, isn't it? He's just taking the back marker there into the center S. I think Brzezinski's going to get out ahead of him, but Hutzfeldt is going to be ahead of Brzezinski.
Oh, yeah, speaking of the Feeder Sport poll, you missed a very, very, very interesting moment there. With the Feeder Sport when you were gone. Brzezinski switched out to Wisniewski, and Wisniewski crashed into the safety car on pit exit.
Did he really?
So he lost his front bumper and then had to go round and pit again, which handed the lead to the Duck Henson racing car. I've never seen that happen before, and yet it happens this time.
I've not seen that either. That's incredible. And I tell you what, it's going to be under a lot of pressure as well, because Lewis McGlade, who's similarly also had a track limits warning, right on the rear of Brzezinski, who's now back in the car. So a driver swap there from Wisniewski to Brzezinski. And McGlade, good driver. We know he is.
Yeah, we all know Lewis is a good driver.
Arguably the strongest English driver, though.
Yeah, he's up against a tough opponent in Brzezinski, as we know. And Matt Hutzfeldt currently in P2, chasing down Nick Woodbury in the Doug Henson car. He's led since he got in the car from Kieran Park and his Woodbury, and he's done a very good job of it. But it's a case of is he going to hold it? We've got, you know, some laps to go in this race. I say some because you can never really count how many, depending on changing conditions. There doesn't seem to be rain in Sector 1 though. Doesn't seem to be rain in Sector 2 though. Could be about to dry up. We had this before and it didn't. But is it about to this time?
Yeah, I think I've missed the majority of the downpour, haven't I? I've come back when
you
it's
missed
drying.
The tropical storm. Apparently it was 100% rain.
Was it really?
100% rain offline, so it was a case of pick one line, and if you go on, you are not going to make a corner.
Oh, I bet. It's always difficult conditions, and especially around Interlagos, such a slippy circuit at the best of times, and with all of the different elevation changes. I know it doesn't sound right in a way, but these cars rely a lot on downforce, more the prototypes than the GTs, and especially going up that hill through turn 6 and turn 7. If you don't have the right amount of traction through there, then you're just going to go flying off into the Armco barrier on the outside of the track. So I think a credit to all the drivers who've been able to survive the storm without crashing. You know, it's a very difficult thing to do, and everyone's got to be credited for a good job.
Yeah. Everyone can be credited for keeping it going in the rain, because it's not easy. And yeah, you lose downforce in the wet, you need to increase it because the loss of mechanical grip. It's harder to brake in the wet. It's harder to do everything in the wet. It's just not easy. As Straponi here, lapped now once again by the 3-wide car of Costin Wilhelm, who gets a bit squiggly. He's not really in a fight with anyone at the moment. Possibly his next opponent. No, he doesn't really have one even.
Capella in.
Capella in, yes, good spot. Vincenzo Capella for Scuderia GT Italia in the LMP2 entry. I think he's the LMP2 leader actually, so that is going to be relatively major per Uckvist in the same HQ car, the next car down. Obviously the same team with Casimo Straponi, but this is the LMP2.
A full lap ahead as well. I mean, Italia's had a great 2 hours since I went.
They have. They've had an absolute corner of a race since you've been in. Uckvist is slowed there to let the 3-wide car go through. But yes, Uckvist now has a chance of catching Capella unless he's exiting the pits immediately. He's not exiting the pits immediately, so Uckvist continues to catch and catch and catch as he can. And that, I'm fairly sure, will be something we will be keeping an eye on as this race progresses. But it appears my time in the comments booth as lead commentator has now expired, as we're about to cross over into the 4-hour realm of the race, and Mr. James Kirk is about to take over as lead commentator. I myself am about to go get some in a wheat, so I'm going to set it to auto cams. I'm going to cycle the top drivers per category, and, well, I'll leave it to you, James.
Thank you. Hopefully I'm not too laggy, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I've noticed my connection is not at its, so I do apologise. But yes, let us go through the leaders at this halfway stage then. So, Doug Henson Racing, Nick Woodbury, they currently lead the race in the number 7 Doug Henson Racing car. Remember, the number 8 car is the one which is leading the team's championship. We then have Matt Hutzfeldt in the P1 Gaming Racing car in second, with Kuba Brzezinski rounding out the podium. He's been able to pull away a little bit from Lewis McGlade, which was his main objective after coming out of the pitch just ahead of him. In the LMP2 field, Sim HQ Motorsports have retaken the lead with Per Ockvist, and Scuderia GT Italia have fallen back into second with Federico Suave. And rounding out the podium there, PRL Logitech Racing and Christian Mayer in the car at the moment. Kyushu Racing, Kyushu Motorsport, sorry, was the team which occupied the second and third pieces of the podium early in the race, but unfortunately one of them has fallen away a lot, and Thierry Charlotte is currently occupying fourth. So still a chance if one of the podium men goes astray. In the GT Pro class then, SRVN have taken the lead after Walk Racing, it appears, has had a bit of an issue. Where has Walk Racing gone? Have I completely missed them? Oh no, there they are. They are in the pits, right. So it's SRVN who lead with Bram Balin, and Team Vyers is back on the podium after an earlier worry with Niki Jakovic, and then GT Italia, their GT Pro class anyway, with Daniele Pizzo, currently rounds out the podium. And Walk Racing, who were leading earlier, are now down to fourth. And in the GT AM class, we have Vodball Racing, as we've covered earlier, now leading with 3-wide Motorsports effort, with Peter Grau in the car, currently second, and then Revolution Racing are in third with Mate Lakota. And Dark Racing, Pedro Ramada, they've been in and out of the podium here and there. And, well, they're still around, but now a lap down on the podium. So that ever-elusive third win in a row, looking a little more elusive by the minute, unfortunately. And we just had news through that the rain has completely stopped as well. which I'm sure will come as a relief to many drivers who've been able to capitalise on the weather very nicely indeed. That said, we have upcoming pits, call the strategy correct, may find themselves with even more time gainers. I noticed that Joe Chiampa there in P13 for Odin Racing, he is into the pits. And I do wonder whether he is pitting for tyres. We'll wait and see anyway. As he comes out the pits, I realise that the cameras are on a different person. I'll keep an eye on Chiampa. And they've been solid competitors throughout this season, to be honest, but they've not really been up there, if you get what I mean. You know, they're not trying to fight with the LMP2 leaders. And to be fair, I think this race is going to be certainly an exception to the rule, because the regular winners so far this season, Team Spirit, have had multiple issues with disconnections. I noticed that Tim Vanhee is coming in, but without a front bumper. So the VRL car has had issues along the way. The PRL Logitech Racing LMP2 car is also in, as is Nick Woodbury, our leader. So let's have a little look. Oh, Chiampa's actually hit the wall, and I think he's on. I think he's on actually the harder tyre. And so, is this the time to go onto the dries? I noticed Thierry Charlotin and Lewis McGlade in as well. So, we've got a very interesting call in the strategy here, for sure. As I'm sure, well, I remember last time in Fuji, Q Brzezinski went extra long on the wet tyres, and it's all about, well, you know, how much time are you going to lose on the wet tyres? Is it worth going on to the medium tyres if you're going to lose time? Is it risky? Is it not risky? Let's have a look here. Jimmy Allison just rescuing me here. Switch to the inters, right? So Joe Chiampa's on intermediate. Sorry, that's the non-marked tyres, I should say. So an interesting call there. We don't see the inters used often, but I guess these would be the conditions which you'd want to see them in. And is Lewis McGlade being held up in the pits here by his teammate, Nick Woodbury? Let's see, here goes Christian Mayer out the pits, and Christian is also on the intermediates in the LMP2 car. And yes, so there has been a hold-up in the pits. So Nick Woodbury is out into the leaders race. He's gone onto another set of wet tyres, but Lewis McGlade has been held up in the pits because his teammate was there as well. Out he goes now, and McGlade also on... No. Joe is on the wets, and 75 is on inters. Okay. My mistake. Never mind. So everyone's still on wets. That's the main moral of this story. Nick Woodbury, though, out into the lead, but Q Brzezinski, who had the earlier pit stop, has just collided with Carsten Wilhelm there up the top of the hill. He's trying to fight his way through a bunch of traffic. He's only 8 seconds away now from Woodbury. He can see the lead in sight, but he's got to try and navigate these back markers as effectively as possible, which he does nicely. There's now a good bit of blank space between him and the lead, which I'm sure he's going to try and use to his best intentions. Matt Huttels is actually a lot closer behind him than I expected as well. He's only 5 seconds behind the Polish driver, so Matt Huttels also a threat there. And let's see, who else? Is there any other battles on track which I can find? I certainly hope so. There's a lot of GTs mixed in with LMPs, I notice, in the midfield. And yeah, it seems to me that everyone's a little bit spread out, unfortunately, apart from these top guys. A lot of retirements, by far and away the most retirements that we've had in a VEC race this season. To remind you of them, we had Jimmy Broadbent in the LMP2 Doug Henson racing car. He retired on lap 20. Sam McDonald of Revolution Racing, the LMP1 outfit, they retired on lap 60. Daniel Maybach for M. Technology, they retired on lap 75 following contact with an LMP2 car. We then had Hani Al-Sabdi in the GT Pro Revolution Racing car. He was out on 104. Boya Ori for Labiella Racing was out on 112. And then Franco Skelet, who's actually the car that the M. Technology team had a collision with, the Sicania Endurance Motorsport car, they went out on lap 135, so both cars in that incident ultimately retiring. As I think really the battle that we've got to keep an eye on now, because it's the closest on track, would be P2 versus P3. Kuba Brzezinski versus Matt Hutzfeldt. Now I'm trying to quickly do the maths in my head, but I believe that I'm right in saying that if the positions were to remain as they are by the end of the race, then Feeder Sport Poland would take the lead of the team's championship in LMP1, which would be a massive boost to them. The first time that Doug Henson Racing, not exactly new boys here, but certainly harbouring a number of new drivers. It'd be the first time that they'd have to sort of use a bit of steel, see that they've lost the lead and come back at them for the 24 Hours of Daytona, which is our next race, by the way, if you just joined us. We have roughly 4 more hours of this Interlagos race left, but we don't have anything in January. We have a test race, might be broadcast, but it's not an official round. The next official round is in February. It is at Daytona Road Course, and it should be a very exciting affair. We're looking for anyone to come and join in as a regular host. So we're talking lead comms, we're talking co-comms, we're talking cameramen. If you are interested in getting involved with that broadcast, then please feel free to message me on the Virtual Endurance Championship website. I go under James Kirk, so I should be easy enough to find. And we'll get you signed up to something, because, of course, the more people that we know who want to get involved with Daytona, the more we know that we can rely on to eventually help us out on the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the summer. And that is going to be the big one. I'm looking very forward to that race, but still got 4 hours of this one, mind you, so let us just keep an eye on things now. The gap between Brzezinski and Hutzfeldt remains at about 4 to 5 seconds. Close, but not close enough. Brzezinski has actually just lapped the 3-wide car of Carson Wilhelm there, and there was another GT in there as well, whom Hutzfeldt has... Oh, Hutzfeldt's gone off! I thought he wasn't there. Hutzfeldt has gone off the track at the Cedar de Lago and has lost his front bumper. And I'm imagining this was just a spin all of his own accord. Oh, no it wasn't. No it was not. There was a straight overstep Corvette there, spun in the road, and Hutzfeldt blindly went into him. And that is both cars with a lot of damage. Hutzfeldt, in terms of the grand scheme of things, definitely coming off the worst. And that is more than likely going to allow Max Melamed and Team RGPL the chance to actually step back on to the podium position. Remember, Melamed and his team didn't exactly have the best of times in Fuji. Incidents all over the place, but a calmer drive, a less eventful drive. And oh, that's Djokovic off as well. I've noticed Niki Djokovic has had a crash with the other Overstep Racing car. And oh, dear me, it's all going off here. Everyone bunching together. And Djokovic, oh, that was actually Djokovic's fault. He just crashed into the poor stray Corvette. And oh, it's all kicking off. What is it about this race? Everything happening, and Djokovic just gets back on the road. Doesn't look like he's too damaged. But yes, Team RGPL, after a very eventful second race, now on the podium. I'm pretty sure that they're going to be pretty ecstatic with that if it remains that way. As oh, I might have a visitor. I'd like to welcome into the room Mr. Dowie Tapper. Hello there, good sir.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Me personally, great actually.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm a very happy man with how things are going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vobble's first venture into Room 1, and you're only going and leading the race. Would you say that the rain has helped? Were you expecting to be fighting for the podium? You just let me know your thoughts.
Well, obviously, we were hoping to, be at least somewhat competitive. The first few laps showed that we were on pace with the others, but in the dry it was just ridiculously close. Sadly, however, about like 3/4 into the first hour, I discovered there was an old hiccup with my wheel that came back, which was it would just without warning slam into neutral, and because I was downshifting and I didn't notice, I would slam into reverse and swing the car around, which happened 3 times. So yeah, we decided, or at least I and Jörni did at that point, we were gonna swap out drivers, so I had time to figure out what was wrong. And after that the rain came down and I looked at what he was doing and things just started going our way, and here we are.
Here we are indeed, with Robert Seuss currently in the lead. I must start
and doing a great job, might I add, by the way.
And doing a great job as well, absolutely. Actually, you're GT Am, aren't you? Not GT Pro.
No, we're Am.
Yeah, you're GT Am, never mind me. And so, you are by far and away one of the newest teams here at Virtual Endurance Championship. This is your first season. A bunch of new drivers, not much endurance experience between the lot of you from what I'm aware of. I think Seuss is probably the most experienced out of you, if I'm right in saying. But how are you all finding it? You've been in room 2 for 2 of the races. You're now in room 1. Is it an enjoyable experience? What sort of objectives did you set at the start of the season? Are you looking to come back for many more seasons of VEC?
Well, I mean, this was mostly just sort of a surprise sign-up, if you will, from my end, because I didn't expect it, and someone brought it up, and I was like, well, I mean, fine, I'll do it. I'm up for it. I like endurance anyway, so yeah. But for now, this is our first season as a complete team now. We're just in there for being up there, showing our face, and doing the best we can. Which right now is, by the way, way better than I had expected this early on after, only 2 rounds. So, I think for now we'll just keep up what we're doing, and that's it, really.
Do you prefer GTs or prototypes?
If you had asked me before the season, I would have said prototypes, but I'm more of a GT man now. They start to suit me better, actually.
You've been converted.
Yeah, more or less.
I think to each and everyone their own. I mean, I'm personally, funny, I actually quite like both, but I prefer LMP2 in GT Am to GT Pro and LMP1. There's something about it being as fast as it could be, which makes me enjoy them more. But right, anyway, I've actually noticed that the gap between first and second has down to about 1.7 as Matt Hutzbelt has just retired, and he was in the pit lane. So I wonder whether this is actually the end of the road for the P1 Racing team after crashing into that overstep car. Let's have a look there. Yep, they just retired. Unbelievable. So P1 Racing adds to our ever-growing retirement list here. And look at this. Nick Woodbury, under all sorts of pressure from Brzezinski, the Polish driver, has just lit up with pace, and he looks to be all over the back of the number 7 Doug Henson racing car. If Brzezinski was to win this race, then it wouldn't matter where either Doug Henson racing car would be. Petersport Poland absolutely would take the lead of the championship. And so we come round, the light shining on here as we head onto the home straight. Brzezinski tucking up nicely into the slipstream of Woodbury, and into turn 1 we go. Woodbury goes a little deep but carries it up nicely. Brzezinski following in very close, and actually, sorry, I was on a time delay, never mind me. Brzezinski's actually taken the lead now, so there we are. That was a nice move down the back straight, and Woodbury just went wide actually, so Brzezinski was let through, and into first he goes. But that said, Woodbury is not giving up just yet. Right on the back of Brzezinski once again, as Martin Vindis now has left as well. They're dropping like flies here from this 8 hours of Interlagos, but Brzezinski and Petersport Poland, the main move there, they take the lead. And a very impressive outing from the Polish outfit once again. And Dawie, at Vodball, are the heights of LMP1 where you're aiming to be in a few years? Is it is it even that long term, the goals for Vodball at this stage, or do you even know what you're doing here?
Well, as of right now, there's no really any big plans. I think eventually we'll be here for a few seasons, or at least I intend to be personally as a driver. But yeah, I don't know if maybe GTA Pro, maybe LMP2, but yeah, right now I think we're pretty happy where we are actually.
That's good, and we can welcome back then Joshua Anderson. Josh, we've lost Mats Hutzfeldt.
No, what happened?
And we've lost other people. Well, he crashed into an overstep car that spun at Desida del Lago. Both of them got back to the pits, but I think Hutzfeldt's car just had enough, really. And he went. And also, Brzezinski's taken the lead.
Oh, wow, yes, I can see that on the cameras, yeah. Brzezinski, yes, very much still. Brzezinski still now leading from Woodbury, Malamed, Wilhelm, McGlade, Vanny, yeah, we see that.
Ah, but Hutzfeldt has rejoined.
Oh, yes, so
okay.
the race not over yet for the German.
Indeed, and Martin Vindus has rejoined as well, so that's 2 potential retirements who are now back in the race, which is good to see, because I don't want that retirement list to get any bigger.
Nope, we don't. Oh, excuse me there, I had a bit of a sneeze.
Oh,
I've had a bit of a generally quite big cold today, so yeah, I've been sneezing a lot. But hey, I've pulled through.
I tell you what, Wood's not giving up on Brzezinski. Still staying behind him. Going onto the wet line as they lap Fristo cap it. And I'll tell you what, Woodbury can actually line up a move here if he's got good enough straight line speed. Heading into Desida del Lago, this is where Woodbury lost the lead after going wide. Staying behind the all, a little wheel on the outside of the curve there, just dipping in. And he is holding Cuba to a T at the moment. Very impressive stuff to be able to keep with the Polish driver.
Yeah, he's keeping it very well. And Brzezinski has a bit of a tap on the PRL car there, but PRL Logitech, I should say, because it's looking to do actual PRL and PRL Logitech. But Nick Woodbury started to close in on the Polish Brzezinski lead.
So around we go then to Mugello, and Brzezinski's still trying to wade his way through the traffic, and to be fair, the traffic unfortunately has really separated out the battle to now 1.3 seconds, so all of a sudden the wonderful job that Woodbury was doing, being able to keep up with Brzezinski, has been negated. But we still have to wonder, as Mats Hutzfeldt unfortunately leaves the game again, a real shame there, when will we see pitters onto the dry tyres? Because it's getting drier and drier as each lap goes by, and that is a car round. I think that was the car which Alexander Santos had early in the race. But yeah, when will we see the dry tyres? More importantly, will we see the inters used at all? It would be very interesting.
I don't think we will see the inters, because we had some people in earlier saying that the inters are pretty useless in this mod. There's like a 10-minute threshold between where you can really use them, so it's pretty much full slicks or wets in this case, so I doubt we will see it as being used in all honesty.
Well, you're not completely correct, because I've been checking the live timing and there's actually 2 people on it at this current moment.
And who would that be?
Which is Molbeck and the number 2 GTA Pro, and Christian Mayer in the PLR Logitech.
Oh, so we do have some people. Let's go to Molbeck, because he's on the... Yeah, he is on the inters.
Now, he could very well be in the window people are talking about, but yeah. I don't think it's going to help him much, unless he stays on the line. Doesn't appear to be that much
spray on certain parts of the track. It seems to be rather localised spray at the moment.
Oh, sorry, Nick Woodbury's taking the lead again.
Yes.
Sorry, I completely missed that. Brzezinski was held up massively by a bunch of traffic, and Woodbury pulled off a fantastic move around turn 14. It's basically the big back straight. He went around all the traffic that Brzezinski was trying to get around, and he's taken the lead. A wonderful move.
Yeah, that's opportunistic driving in its finest. Nick Woodbury takes the lead in style then. Definitely an opportunistic move, and it's paid off, but Kuba Brzezinski will be keen as chips to get back on that top spot.
Guinness chips.
Well, I've just had chips. You can't blame us.
Never heard of them. Just had chips. What did you have with your chips, though?
Oh, I had cheese and crisp bakes. So
I think they sound tasty, but right now the tastiest thing on offer is this battle between Woodbury and Brzezinski, which is still within 5/10 of each other. Brzezinski will be pretty mad, I'd imagine, by the fact that he lost the lead to a bunch of backmarkers. Once again, the traffic issue getting involved in this race. But look at this, even more backmarkers to hold up Woodbury. Brzezinski, he's got a wonderful exit, and they're weaving their way through. He's now right on the back of Woodbury. The light shining down from above as the clouds break. But here comes Brzezinski. Will he look into turn one? Will he not? He's going to have a little peek, but he's not going to take the chance just yet. He's going to try and put Woodbury under pressure and try and force him to a mistake, which is how Brzezinski inherited the lead in the first place.
yeah, sometimes it's better if you know you can't get the gap, force him into a mistake. It's what I like to do sometimes when I'm racing. Try and keep the pressure on as much as I can, even though I'm not the fastest racer out there. As what he might have just done that. It looked like Woodbury got a tiny bit of a slide on, but Brzezinski and himself being very quick is not helping Nick Woodbury's case at all.
So around Ferradura and a curve de la Regina we go. And then into turn 8. Brzezinski still hot on Woodbury's tail as we head through the Pinarino. And then up to turn 10, also known as Bico de Pato. Again, will Brzezinski have a look this time? He's a lot closer. He pulls out. He dives through. And Woodbury gives him so much room that you could probably plant the Titanic through there. Brzezinski takes the lead. Woodbury's defence a little bit shaky.
Woodbury not out of it yet. He's still got a good chance to take the lead back. This is a far from finished fight for first place as Woodbury now into this corner here. Oh, he's giving it a little bit of a push. He's putting the pressure on Brzezinski, trying to go down the pressure him into a mistake route, which sometimes works, and now he's got a bit more speed. Can't possibly go through a shot into here, but might be better off round into this complex.
Look how well he's holding on once again. The efforts of Woodbury got to be commended. The 7 car has not been in a position to challenge for the lead this season. They certainly are there now, though, as we head through this upfield twisty section. And Brzezinski starting to extend the gap a little bit more. It seems that he's got a bit more grip in his tyres. And down Mugello, the gap ever increasing. It was 2/10 at the last interval. It is now 9/10. And I think that the Feeder Sport Poland driver will just be hoping that he doesn't have to encounter many more clusters of traffic this time around.
Right, I've just had a message from Jimmy Allison. He says, can you stop streaming? Just want to test my stream. So, unfortunately, we are going to have to drop the stream for a short while, but we will be back very soon.
Right, yep, we'll be back soon.
Right, I've stopped the stream then. Might want to tell Jamie.
Welcome back.
Okay, so you're going to take over with that then. All right. If I had access to the broadcast machine, I would do it, but yeah. I mean, are we going to be using? We're going to be using the broadcast machine for the tour, of course. So does that mean I am going to be co-commentator?
You can just stay.
All right. So if we're using the broadcast machine, I'll need like remote access. That shouldn't be a problem if I can remotely do it. All right, I'm gonna restart. Right, I'll restart and lead in, and then you can take over as normal, James.
Throw some adverts in there.
I'll go to an ad break. Yeah, go to an ad break. So restart and stream, everyone.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello everyone, and sorry for that. We just had to do a quick restart of the stream to test something there, but nonetheless, we are back here at the VEC 8 Hours of Interlagos, brought to you by Alpha 2, Leo Bodnar Sim Steering and Walk Racing, and it's with that I'd like to hand you back to our lead commentator, Mr. James Kirk. And yep, James, you're on.
Right then, hello everybody and welcome back to round 3 of the Virtual Endurance Championship Season 8. It's the 8 Hours of Interlagos. We're here at the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache, and we've had a fantastic race so far and we still got 3.5 hours to go. We're sponsored here by R Factor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar and the Walker Racing, and we apologise for that little break there. We just had to try and see whether we could sort some things out. We're going to be making do, though. We're going to be making do.
Amending, as the saying goes.
Exactly. Currently leading the race is Kuba Brzezinski for Feeder Sport Poland. They started at the very back of the LMP1 field in P10, and they are now leading 1.6 seconds ahead of the number 7 car. So not the championship leading car of Doug Henson Racing. Nick Woodbury currently at the wheel. And 3 Wide Motorsport, the team which took pole position here, are currently in P3 with Carson Wilhelm at the wheel. It's been a race of crashes and traffic and great overtakes and opportunistic driving. And not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 retirements. And there's been another crash as Wilhelm, I noticed, has just crashed into the barriers before Magerlo.
Big confidence boost going at Daytona as well, but to make it a Doug Henson 2-3, they'll be proud of that for sure.
So, what have been the big stories so far? Well, Anthony Jans had early issues and then a disconnection for Team Spirit Racing, the man who's taken 2 wins so far this season in the LMP2 field and 3 pole positions. He took pole position here as well. Well, the Team Spirit now find themselves, how far down are they? They're in P15, which roughly equates to P7 in class. So not a good day at the office at all. Obviously, Team Sport Poland on for their second win in a row. The GT Pro class is led by SRBN's Bram Valen. The team are looking to extend their championship lead in GT Pro. And the GTM class is currently led by Matej
sorry, James.
As Robert
is out.
With Vodball Racing, who had just recently taken the lead, are now out fully.
They're out of fuel.
They have run out of fuel.
That is incredible.
That is gutting.
That is a miscalculation that has cost them their entire race, possibly. They're out of fuel, they can't continue, and it's going to put Pedro Aralda into the lead, I think, for GTM, for Dark Racing. So, back into it.
Matej Lakota is in the lead for Revolution.
Oh, yeah, that's sorry, my mistake. I thought they put some in centre then.
And so there we are. Oh, what a shame for Vodball after coming in and doing so well. To see them run out of... I mean, it's a rookie error, unfortunately, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's unfortunately that sort of error. And that is, that's not what you what have happening. No, it's not.
Oh dear, what a shame. And to make matters worse for the drivers, the rain has returned.
Oh
dear.
Oh,
it's all kicking off here.
It's getting a bit,
what a race.
It's getting a bit hotter. The bottom of a phrase I used earlier, the Scoville scale's been turned right up again.
Oh my goodness me. Max Melamed into the pits from P6. And I think he'll just be happy that he's not been one of the people who's had connection issues. There's been a lot.
He is on dries though, so he may have to pit again for wet soon.
So he's out on dries. Oh, what a bad time to pit.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. He's on the yellow compound, so that'll be the softs, and he hasn't timed this very well at all, has he?
Oh, dearie me.
If we look at Brzezinski, however, he's still out. I think he's on dry. No, he's on wets.
No, he's on wets. Everyone else
Woodbury
is on wets.
wets. McGlade is on wets, so he's timed that horribly.
Melamed's already off and already spinning on the outside of Desida Delago.
That's a big one.
That's a dangerous place to spin. Melamed quickly getting off the track. Good driving.
Almost spinning again.
Into the pits again. And look at this. So many people pitting in for fresh, wet rubber. What a race. You can't keep up with it half the time. And this world endurance, you know.
And, I mean, I had difficulty even when I was lead keeping up with all the action, and Yoma just went to keep up as well. It's hard, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Not easy to keep up with all the action that's going on in track. Melamed surely going to have to pit again now, so he's timed that horribly, and that's going to cost him a position, I think, to James Pascal. Maybe he's not too far behind.
Fair play to TXL actually, and Pascal. The fact is...
Oh dear, no, that's Tim Vanny. He's just had a collision with the Revolution Racing car ahead while he was trying to pass him. I just noticed that while we were looking at Pascal, Vanny had a bit of a do with the Revolution Racing car. He clouted him, but no damage was done. So he needs to watch himself. I've said a couple of times about Vanny in this race. He needs to watch what he's doing.
Well, we'll see whether he gets a penalty. We already have seen penalties handed out during this race for both avoidable contact and cutting as well. So we'll wait and see what happens. But I want to give a big shout out to Pascal and TXL as Melamed comes into the pits there. 9 laps down, but still P7, still going, despite all of the disconnections, despite all of the problems that they've had. They are still there, they're still going around. A real testament to the series, I'd say.
Yeah, they're not giving up, even further down. Cars like the Overstep racing car of James Wilson, the CMHQ car with Cosimo Straponi, almost called him something else there. Like everyone who's even at the back and still going, or really far down in that class and still going. I want to bring up the Sim Racing for Holland car is here as well, of Marcel Offermans, behind loads of ARM cars, yet still going. It's a testament to the series and the sturdiness and determination of these teams to see each race through to the end. It's like, yes, you want to finish, even where you finish. It doesn't matter where, you want to get to the end.
There indeed, as Christian Mayer then comes into the pits for the PRL Logitech.
This might be to get off the Inters because he's on it. Well, he's changed. He's on the wet tyres now.
Agreed.
And Mats Hutzfeldt, I think Hutzfeldt was,
Well, Hutzfeldt, retired. a long time
retired,
ago.
and he was on the softs. That's why he's got a D next to him on the live timer, which I've got up on my screen, actually. Angelo Luigi Cilio's in the pits as well, as a point of interest. But yeah, Maya's in the pits for PRL.
Right, so Hugh Brzezinski leads then by 15 full seconds from Woodbury. That gap is starting to extend out. It is time to go on the hunt for a battle.
This way the front bit. I've got the live timer up so I can help with this.
Oh, that would be a big help because I've only got laps and I've got a dead leg as well.
In terms of gap to the next, I'm having a look here. It's all one lap or more than 20 seconds.
Really?
A lot of splitting out going on here. But Robert Seuss is out, obviously, as we know, and Casimus Traponi is about to gain a place from that, going to the top 30 overall. But aside from that, I can't see anything. Unfortunately, so that might be a good time to get people in the booth with us. So if you're interested, please do join on the waiting booth of the Room 1 Team Speak of VEC. We'll get you in with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we could talk about Christmas, Josh.
Christmas! Yes!
While everybody is not in battle with each
other.
other.
Oh, hang on, I've just noticed something interesting as well. Cosimo Straponi is actually Danish or Norwegian, not Italian as we thought.
Oh, I didn't know anything.
That sent us Danish on TeamSpeak, so there you go. But yes, Christmas, let's talk about it.
Have you got any cards yet?
Oh god, no I haven't, I should. But then again, I tend to leave all my Christmas shopping until a lot later. Not like too late. I don't leave my Christmas shopping until that late, but I don't leave it too early, you know? I like to focus on it when it comes around, because I've got college and all that to deal with, so...
I got you. I think it's just a case of habit for me. I always try and sort it out as early as possible. I've already got my mum and my dad and my brother's cards. I've already got everything. What sort of presents are you looking at, though? And apparently he's not even Danish, he's Norwegian.
Well, there you go, nationality problems for me now instead of James.
Twice.
I'm becoming James Kirk in terms of nationalities. I'm getting them all wrong now.
Yeah, have you got any... Well, what are you thinking about for presents for your family or your friends?
Oh, well, I bought myself an early Christmas present the other day, I think in the Black Friday sales.
Oh, I love Black Friday.
Yeah, I got myself a £230 toothbrush by Oral-B, which is for £55. 75% saving, I wasn't going to turn that down.
75?
Yep, 75% off that toothbrush.
I do like how we do Black Friday better than the Americans.
Oh, God, yes. We don't fight over things. We say, oh, well, we're just going to have tea and scones and all that. And so, there's a nice television, I'll have it. Except
That was it.
Not quite in that poshness in all parts of Britain.
No, I don't think we're all that posh, unfortunately.
No, not all parts of Britain speak like that in the interest of VEC and partiality.
We love all people from all backgrounds here at the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Yeah.
But yes, I've actually had an interesting job because for the first time in my life, I've had to find out what presents I need to buy my girlfriend and her family.
Oh, it's the return of hashtag buying for Bay.
Hashtag, yes. It would be a return if I didn't know what to buy her. Because thankfully there were plenty of very good suggestions last time out. And so I've figured out what to buy them now.
Oh.
And so I've got a bunch of pink champagne truffles for my girlfriend. I've got a box of licorice all sorts for her mum. I've got a bag of eclairs for her dad because he loves those. And I have got... Oh, what did I get? I got like a biscuit selection for her sister because she likes biscuits. And so basically I've decided whenever James Kirk gives anyone a present, it's going to be food related. They'll know it's from me then.
That's
they
pretty
will
much...
know that they will enjoy it because I know what people like.
That's how I'm pretty much going with my sister. I'm just going to buy her some boxes of chocolates because you can't go wrong with that, can you?
You can't go wrong with chocolates.
Yeah, she really likes chocolate.
Who doesn't like chocolate apart from the dairy intolerant?
Answers on a postcard, please.
I'm sure there'll be someone in the chat who'll be like,
There'll be someone.
It's not even like there is one type of chocolate to choose from.
There's loads.
it's not even like there's just dark milk and white. There is so much more. There's a wide world out there which you can get involved in.
Yeah. Not the other day, well, it was quite a while old, but I had some green and black chocolate that was vanilla flavoured in white chocolate. Chocolate and vanilla. It was just about
chocolate.
Vanilla flavoured white chocolate. It was just about the nicest thing I've ever had.
That does sound glorious.
It really is. I think they sold it in Sainsbury's, so it's not that hard to locate.
I might have to take a trip to Sainsbury's.
But for me, mostly, it's got me to the point now where I'm old enough to buy my own Christmas presents. You know, I don't have to rely on...
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's like, I'm 18 now, I've got my own money, I can go out and buy myself some stuff. And I've got no idea what I'm going to buy, though, is the problem, so I've got to start thinking.
I find it funny because you do get to this stage in your life. Christmas for a long time is like, oh, I get presents and Santa and there's chocolate and everything. And I'm now at the grand old age of 21. And I look at Christmas and I think, yeah, it's a really lovely time of year. And that's about it, really.
Yeah. I'm
going to get more food, and I'm going to get clothing, and I'm going to get money, and it's up to me to decide how to use that money, which will ultimately go into the university pop fund. The University Anti-Student Bankruptcy Fund.
Yeah. Ultimately, that's probably where it's gonna... Yeah. I suppose university as well. That's something else that we can talk about later, I guess. But Christmas is closer. And speaking of, actually, I've actually sent, being 18 myself, I've just sent my applications off to university. I think Mr. Casimo Straponi there, or Mrs. They have just gone off the track. So I just saw that in the background. But yeah, I myself have just sent my applications off to universities.
Where have you gone to?
Sorry,
we got a little mild moment from the Team Spirit racing car.
Oh, what's
Nicholas Paye, that was at the Centre S, P14.
Right.
Just had a little spin. Was able to recover it back up.
Oh, yes.
I was a slight worry that someone would run into him, though.
I was about to say, though, I've sent my applications off now, so that's a massive weight off my shoulders this year.
Where have you applied to?
I've applied to 5, but I'm only really considering 3 of those 5, because I have to put 5 choices down. So
Right, which are?
I've gone for Sunderland, I've gone for...
Sunderland.
Well, being Newcastle guy, that would be pretty much sacrilege, I know, but... I've got my reasons. I've chosen Sunderland. Sorry, my nose is going. It's not going well,
That's all
this
right.
conversation, is it? Hold on, I'm gonna...
Hold on.
Right, here we go. Okay, I'm better. Right, I've gone for Sunderland, I've gone for Newcastle, I've gone for Northumbria, and then there's two extra choices: Teesside and Leeds Trinity.
Okay.
I'm only really looking at...
I can see why you've chosen those 3 as like your main 3.
Yeah, because they're closer to home, so I don't really have to move away.
That's an interesting debate that one will have with themselves. So if they want to go to universities, do you want? It always tends to be one or the other. They either want to stay as close to home as possible, or move as far away from home as possible. And it's really odd because I ended up with actually the middle ground, because I live in south of London, or just south of London, I should say, and my university is in West London. And so I have a room up there, yes, and I stay up there for half the week, and then the other half of the week I'm at home. You're right there.
Yeah, I'm just fine. I'm just sorting my nose out.
Yeah, I can understand the arguments for both. You want to become independent and you move away, but to be honest, it's all good. You can still become independent by staying at home. It's just you've got less money to waste on a room, pretty much.
Yeah, and more money to use for other things, but I suppose there's arguments for both
like
sides.
paying
of it.
the rent.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's an interesting argument as well. I think it's because I want to do media studies and broadcast media.
Right.
Which probably explains why I'm a cameraman.
Yes.
I just like this sort of thing, and so Sunderland has actually been really renowned for their courses. I've been as well, and have some fantastic facilities there. So that's the one I'm shooting for. I'm shooting for Sunderland mostly, but I've got to get through Christmas before I can get to university and Christmas presents. You know.
You got to get through the presents.
I'm getting them the chocolates for everybody and Christmas presents for myself.
I'll tell you what, I'm quite thankful that we don't have a race in January to cover, because I'm actually heading off to Orlando January, and so Christmas is coming first, yes, but And then after that, I've got quite the big task of going on a flight for the first time. And I know we talk about racing and cars and stuff on the ground, but never been on a plane before. Mildly terrified, but
as is understandable.
It's going to be good fun.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen when you're on a plane.
No, you don't. Maybe snakes.
Yeah, snakes on a plane.
But
Exactly.
yes, I'm excited, and we've got the Disney fireworks as well. Should be all very exciting. But yeah, to anybody who's thinking of going to university, actually, I would say do go. Genuinely, it is such an opening experience, and it certainly molded me into the person who I am today. And whether you like me or not, I'm pretty happy with myself. And I think that's ultimately, at the end of the day, what you should be aiming for, regardless of whether you go to university, whether you don't go to university. Just try and improve yourself. That's the main thing.
That's what matters the most, yeah.
As I noticed it, Kuba Brzezinski has just pitted from the lead.
Oh, yes.
And,
yes.
He won't be losing any more positions, I don't believe.
Woodbury inherits
yeah,
the
I
lead,
mean,
though.
McGlade's miles behind.
Yeah.
It's all about getting the undercut on Woodbury, I feel.
That will be the case of what is the most important thing, yes. Cosimo Straponi's in the pits. I just thought I'd point that out. We might see a driver change here from the Norwegian. And we've got other P2s as well in the pits as well. We've got the, obviously the Feeder Sport Poland car in the pits. And I think that's going to be a GT Italia as well. There's no driver change from Brzezinski's company.
What about Suave there?
And Suave there in the other car. It's going to be a GT... There's people in the pits, that's all we need to know, really.
Unfortunately, that's the only thing we can report on, because the large number of retirements, as exciting as it is, means that, well, we don't really have that much to talk about, unfortunately. Which is why, actually, I do want to look to the chat. What would you like us to talk about?
Yes, let's...
Would you like us to focus on any driver? Would you like us to talk about next year? We could talk about next year, actually, to be honest. We could look at the rest of the calendar. Just F1 next year. Actually, that is something. We could talk about the terrible decision that Toro Rosso has made.
Yes, we could. Yes, we do have a driver change. Lorenzo de Cutis, I think that's Cutis, something.
Yeah,
Lorenzo.
De Cutis.
He is in for Straponi and he's crashed into the pit exit wall. Well done.
Oh no.
So, Cosimo Straponi out of the car, and yeah, he's gone a long time, the Norwegian. Or she's gone a long time. If they have gone a long time, we'll have to inquire we'll have to get them in the booth find out once and for all.
In general, we need more people in the booth. As Suave for GT Italia has just spun, and he was second. He's second in LMP2, but he hasn't lost out to Thierry Charlotte for Kyushu Motorsport. So that'll be one piece of luck that he's used up. It's odd, isn't it? People can make mistakes now and not lose any positions. They're that far apart.
It is so strange, yeah. Lorenzo's just gone right to get out of Suave's way there, but yeah, a good stint from Cosimo, and now it's up to Lorenzo to do the job there. But Federico Suave, P2 in P2, gets the P2 award, if you will, the double P2ception award. I'm not sure what we're going to call that.
P2ception.
Headlights are required.
Okay, we just had news through from Race Control that headlights are now required, so anybody not using them will be given a firm slap on the wrist.
And
I did notice someone into the pits there. Here comes Lewis McGlade then.
This could be a driver change. He's been in for a while now.
Yeah, I think he said that Lars Brugman was going to do the final 2 hours. So actually, to be fair, I think that Lewis McGlade's going to be staying in the car for 1 more hour.
Yeah, we've got a couple of conversation topics anyway.
Oh, we do? Excellent.
Chuggy's Matthew Chergwin says room 2, perhaps. And we've got someone talking about Ferrari engines are worse than Renault engines. This is what we were going to talk about, in all fairness.
Room 2 would be good if we had someone who was watching the race there.
Curtis
Unfortunately, both of our regular...
But he's not here.
Usually we have Curtis or Ben to help us out on that one. And
Usually
they're not here.
We have neither.
So that's an issue. Yeah. But then, Yeah, Ferrari engines worse than Renault engines. In the terms of Toro Rosso...
Oh, we have the
yes,
live timing.
Toro Rosso Nick's...
We have the live
we have
timing.
live
I'm going to do that. I'll keep an
If
eye
you
on
have
the live
live
timing.
timing, report away.
Alright, I've got
Let's just go through the top three in... Shall we go through the top three in each category then, at least?
In room 2, yes, we will. We'll give a quick
Yeah,
status
go.
report on room 2. So, let's have a jolly good look at room 2 and see what the crack is there. So, laptop ready. It's a good thing I had it. And Michael Callenbach is out.
Callenbach is out.
Callenbach is out, so that's an interesting point.
Is Murderous over there as well?
Yeah, so here we go. Robin de Jong is leading in LMP1
So that's SRVN.
for SRVN, and we've got yellow flags everywhere, and now they're gone. So yeah,
Right.
And then it's Alberto Pastorato for Scuderia GT Italia in second place, and third place Rudy Cuppen for JERR Racing.
Okay.
So those are your top three in LMP1, and going into LMP2, we have a Mark Fuller in first place.
No way.
Mark Fuller leading for Flatline Racing.
That's an excellent effort from Mark, trust me.
It really is. In second place in LMP2 is Mr. Tommy O himself, Tommy Ojala, in the Magenta Warriors
Oscar will be
LMP2.
happy with that.
And Diego Carranza in the Overstep LMP2 finds himself in third place.
Right.
GTE Pro Now and Gare Peters for SRPN is first place.
So SRVN are leading two of the categories.
They are a very dominant display in room 2 for the Dutch team. And Marek Sislak for Team Hisaria are second. And Fran Sola for the Gilles Racing team is P3 in the GTE Pro class.
Okay.
And
then GTE Am.
GTE Am, it's Manuel Marcelli for Texas drivers leading first. And then get this, Cameron Brewster for TSA Racing second in room 2 in GTE Am. They will be pleased with that.
I'm not too surprised by that actually, because they had quite a nice showing the last time in Fuji, because they were in room 1.
Yes, they did.
In Fuji, but they had the worst luck by being taken out by almost everyone on the grid.
But second place is always a good thing, isn't it?
Oh,
Maybe not be
agreed.
surprising, but it's good.
And who's third in that
place?
class?
Third place is Gio Rodriguez in for Banzai Motorsport. So yeah.
Okay.
We've got a couple of interesting names out of the race. I think we've got a disqualification as well.
Really?
We have a disqualification for ZDB Competition and Carlos Caracosa.
Oh dear.
So he was disqualified for whatever reason, and retirements so far are Callenbach, of course, and we've got the Insped Racing Team, All-Star Racing Team, TT Sim Racing, TMRDPL Gentlemen's, Champion Racing, Rare Endurance Team, and Seawolf Net Race Motorsport are all out.
So, very similar results to this room then.
Yes, and so we've got quite a few retirements, but still, that's room 2 for you. Just a quick
So
overview of how things are going.
SRVN are having a wonderful time, because they're leading in the GT Pro in room 1 as well, so they're leading 3 classes across 2 rooms.
Yep, and Matthew Chamberlain's actually just popped in saying we should be about 4 laps up the road, got taken out, disconnected, all sorts, but we persevere. So
That's
really,
good
we should be leading.
Wow.
So that's how resilient they've been.
Keep on chugging.
Carry on chugging. Hashtag carry on chugging. Get it trending.
I'm sure that Matthew will know where the reference comes from there. As our race leader, Nick Woodbury, is into the pits.
Yes, good call.
35 seconds ahead of Kuba Brzezinski, though. He is going to be losing the lead to Brzezinski in this pit stop.
That is a shame, unfortunately, but who's to say he can't take it back? There are still 3 hours of the race left to go. We are only
There
about halfway
are.
over. Well,
we're
more
over
than halfway, but
We are
between
what
halfway
are
and
we?
3/4 of the way. That middle ground.
We are 3/4 of the way through this. No, we're not.
We're almost 3/4 of the way through. I'd say we're 5/8.
We're 5/8. That's the fraction I was looking for.
10/16 if you want to be really pedantic.
Yeah. If you want to be that pedantic, but then no, it's 5/8. That's the lowest you can go. That's the fraction.
All right, fair enough. Pedantic people on
10/16 is that's just making it unnecessarily complicated.
I suppose so, but some people work better like that. Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe.
10/16
Yes,
could be better if you're measuring tyre wear.
What about tyre wear?
Tyre wear is, well, going to be a factor, of course, when you wear your tyres down. But you want to be as close as possible with that as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you'll end up with really worn tyres and lots of slipping.
I don't know where that came from, but okay. Let us talk about F1. Next
Yes,
year,
let's
then.
talk about Formula 1.
And let's talk about World Endurance Championship as well, since this is what VEC is based on. So, F1 next year. Let us focus. Someone was commenting about the Ferrari being worse than Renault engine. Being confirmed that Toro Rosso is going to have 2015 Ferrari engines. So, are they going to be the new backmarkers next year?
It depends on how good the car is, the chassis, because you can make good use of a worse engine if your chassis is set up. I mean, if your car's good, you don't have to have as much power if you're aerodynamically better. But it's hard to be aerodynamically better with the new rules and the regulations. And you've got to bear in mind as well, they're going to have to make sure that engine lasts 4 race weekends instead of the 5 it was built to do.
Yeah.
So they're at a disadvantage in that sense. But I wouldn't say the new backmarkers, they'll be near the back. But they'll probably give 10th to 16th the run for their money in some races, I'd say.
So yeah, because here's the thing, right? We did have a previous engine or a previous year engine user this year. Of course, Manu Marussia. They used the 2014
Code 80 in 10
Ferrari
seconds.
engine.
Code 80!
As we have a
10
code
seconds.
80, but who for? That is the
No
question.
overtaking. Code 80 in 5, 4, 3,
What was the code
2,
80 for?
I'll
1.
check the live time
Kirk.
right now. I'll see exactly what. It doesn't appear to be anyone out, so we've obviously had an accident. We've got Jimmy with us. Do you know why that was, Jimmy? Or
Yeah, that's Joe Camper.
Joe Chiampa?
Joe
Yes.
Chiampa.
I heard he
Big,
was taken
big
by
crash on front straight. He couldn't pit, so
Code 80.
yeah.
I heard
I'm
he was
going back
taken
on-
out by an LMP1 mind before, so
I'm having a look at it here, and it was indeed. It was the 3 wide car of Carson Wilhelm. Basically, pit maneuvered him into the inside wall. It was. I tell you what, it was like Webber's crash from 2003, except there was a car helping him there.
Ah, right.
Absolutely. I mean, that is just terrible driving.
Chiampa looks alright now, in all honesty, but
It was a hefty whack for the car, but it's not that damaged. It hit itself on the front left.
there'll be
and then
suspension
went
damage
front
then.
right. So front suspension damage, absolutely, but I think it would have equaled itself out. But a chance for people to pit now, and Kuba Brzezinski, at the lead of this race, does that. So I imagine he'll be preserving his lead very nicely.
Yeah, he's going to be doing that. Nick Woodbury might choose to do the same thing. We've got several things that, we've got several people coming in, but still, Code 80, I was wondering when we'd have the next one. But, yeah, we were talking about the Formula 1 before that happened, and I think we should probably go back to it.
Yeah, right, so, Marussia, right? They had a 2014 Ferrari engine and a Spec B 2014 car, and they were roughly 2 to 4 seconds off the pace every race. Now we know that the Ferrari engine this year is better, but would a chassis have made up 2 to 4 seconds with Manor? I don't think so.
I think you could probably made
I'd
up a
imagine-
second. Probably
I
could have
reckon
made
they
up
would have
about a
made up
second.
about a second as well.
I would say a second myself.
So I think that Toro Rosso. Well, look, Toro Rosso they are going to be at least, I'd imagine, 1 second guaranteed off the lead. That is barring. That's if they have the perfect setup. If they have the perfect car on a perfect weekend, then they'll probably be a second off the lead. If they have a good chassis, even. Otherwise, they're going to be struggling, and I don't see how they are going to be scoring even half the points that they did this year.
Race resumes
gonna restart
in
the race.
30 seconds.
But
Yep,
just
as
to
we
go
have
to Manor
30.
actually, they've got a Mercedes engine this year.
They have a full 2016 engine, and they're going to have a proper 2016 chassis as well.
So they could be point scorers, and it would be fantastic to see them be point scorers.
I think they'll be in the points next year.
It would be a surprise if they weren't. They'd have made bad use of a good package if they weren't.
So anyway,
Green
race
flag in
resumes
10
in 10,
seconds.
9, 8, 7, 6,
5,
Four,
4, 3,
three,
2,
two,
1.
and a half.
And the race is resumed. Cuba Brzezinski then leads by 1 minute 41 seconds. An extraordinary amount of time as the Feeder Sport Poland car continues on its dominant rampage. And, sorry, we just had Jimmy there rejoining us. I'm going to have a look to see whether the pit stop phase there after a code 80 has helped us in finding some form of battle. Heading Vollert, by the way, back in the 3-wide car. I'm not sure whether he's going to have to serve a penalty because of that. But it might be for next race, to be fair, actually. But he has got a job and a half to do now to catch up to Tim Vanhey. And actually, VRL, I am so pleased for them. They have been dogged throughout this entire race. Their defending has been top-notch. And they currently sit P4. A brilliant effort from the first-timers in Room 1. But looking down the field, I'm now going to try and see whether there is anyone within close proximity. And you know what? I think there is. Let's go to P11. PRL Logitech Racing, who are currently P4 in LMP2. They have a bit of competition now. Sebastian Rodriguez of MVD Racing Team, pretty close behind, actually.
Yeah, not that far away, Rodriguez, compared to the car of Schmidt there in front. It's not that far between them. It could close up, but we'll have to see.
See whether we'll keep an eye on that battle while I check that there isn't anything closer, like actually happening.
In the meantime, while James is doing that, you are more than welcome, of course, to join us in the TeamSpeak. Hop on the VEC and go on TeamSpeak. Pop yourself in the wait booth, and we'll talk to you as soon as we can.
Yes, absolutely. We'd love more people. Oh, anyway, we've actually got... This is a closer battle. Let's go to P26 and P27, shall we? Drew Cooper and Magenta Warriors versus Marcelo Silveira in... Well, I mean, that car was a lot higher than where it is now. Firehorse Racing, they were on the podium with Alexandra Santos earlier in the race of the GTM class. Now they're down not too far away from the podium. They're in P5, but obviously they would have... Oh, sorry, Cooper off.
Yeah, he went wide, and that's let Silveira right in with a chance.
And as he's still not passed, has he? So they're getting
not passed,
closer.
but he's closed up significantly.
Good. A battle. Finally. Thank you, Magenta. Thank you, Firehorse. Something to commentate on. And a reminder that if you see lights on, that is a requirement now. We are expecting lights in this race.
It's mandatory.
It's mandatory. Of course it is. And these two winding their way through the yellow now. Up to Jun Chao. Jake Cooper in the Dodge Viper. Marcelo Silveira in the Aston Martin. I tell you what, that Aston Martin is going to be at a pretty good advantage up this hill. The Viper's a lovely all-round car, but you want some grunt heading up that hill, which is what Silveira has.
Aston Martin most definitely has it. The Dodge has a lot of grunt as well. It's got an 8.2 litre V10 in it, a massive engine with loads of torque, but the Aston has some power too. So, you know, both good cars to have in a straight line.
We're heading into turn 1 then. Cooper sliding through there almost.
Oh, yellow for Joe Chiappa.
That is Chiappa round again. So his day's not going too badly actually, considering he's 4 laps ahead of the next guy. So
also the thing is that he has suspension damage. I don't know why he didn't pit on the code.
He hasn't pitted? Wow.
He hasn't pitted in the chance that he created. Wow. Or was created for him. That's not really the most logical move. I'd try and repair at least a bit of the suspension damage if it may.
That might let Team Spirit in over the next few laps if he keeps on spinning like that.
Might just indeed do that.
And here comes in our little battle between P26 and P27. A bit of traffic as well. It's the PRL of Schmidt moving through the fields. The Aston Martin has been cleared, but there is more traffic behind, including Chiappa, who's got going again. And I fear our battle, which was looking quite promising here, might be split up by the traffic now.
Unfortunately, it looks like that's going to be the case. There's still about a second or 2 seconds in it. Don't be deterred by the prototypes. There is still a battle going on. It's just losing a bit of traction, figuratively.
And literally as well.
And literally in the rain, of course, because we still have rain, which appears to be lightning, though, in Sector 3.
Guys, headlights are required. Last
So
chance to turn them on, or you will be penalized.
There
Right,
we go.
we just had
confirmation.
We just had a reprise of the mandatory assignment now, which is to put your lights on. Otherwise, you will be penalised, says our race director Jimmy Allison. Yeah, it looks like this battle, unfortunately, has been lost to us. To the vestiges of time, unfortunately.
Now we're going to look for
What
another
could it
one.
be?
Brilliant.
Huh?
We have to look for another one now. That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm struggling. I'm struggling.
I know, yeah.
It's all the retirements, though. We'd have something to commentate on if so many people didn't retire.
Exactly. We've lost like 7 people, 8 people, 9 people.
Let's see. What's the total at now? 8.
8,
Actually, no,
yes.
I lied. 7. 7.
No, we are in it. Live timing says it at least. Hot Rod, Sue Skeleton. Oh,
no,
yeah.
it is 8.
Hot Rod, Sue Skeleton, Ori, Asbarty, Myback, McDonald, Broadbent.
Yeah, it is 8.
And I'm honestly very, very saddened that Jimmy Broadbent couldn't get going again.
Yeah, they were looking really strong, weren't they? They were on the podium and everything.
And then
It's
they
all
go
looking so
disco.
good. So, there is literally... Let's keep it on P26 and Jake Cooper, shall we? Because that is literally the closest battle on track. There is not going to be anything closer.
Yeah, good old look at the Magenta Warriors car. Well, we still have a chance to look at the Magenta Warriors car. And maybe other people could look at the Magenta Warriors car to join us, because it's still only me and you. Get yourself over here, come on, we want friends for these last 2 hours and 49 minutes. Let's have a little talk, you and us, you know?
So yes, let's go back to F1/WEC. One of the big talking points for next year is that there is a clash between Le Mans and F1, because we have that new race in Baku, which is... It's clashing with Le Mans, isn't it? On the same day, or at least
and
one
it kind of ruins Nico Hulkenberg's chance if he wants to do both.
To retain the title, yeah. With Force India... Oh, I mean, you look at Hulkenberg's form this year, though. Unless he gets going in 2016, might he want to just say, look, I'm going to do this regardless. I don't want to drive in Baku.
He might, yeah. He might come back and do that. And actually, speaking of Le Mans 2016, it's been confirmed that Audi and Porsche are only running 2 entries instead of 3 there, so Nick Tandy won't be returning to defend his title.
Right. Okay. I do like it when champions leave sometimes, because it always opens the door to new people.
It does, yeah. Like when Tom Christensen I guess Tom Christensen retired it? I don't know. I don't think he has, like, but...
Christensen's retired?
Has he? I don't know. I think he's still races,
I
but...
think he retired a couple of
He
years
wasn't at Le Mans last year.
Hmm.
Obviously, so he didn't retain his title then, but Christensen, obviously, in his own right, a legend of Le Mans.
Oh, well.
It would be nice to have it back.
It would. The legend of the sports. But yes.
But yeah, Audi and Porsche going down to 2 entries, probably because of the recent emission scandal, in all honesty. Probably trying they're trying to preempt fines and save money. And speaking of saving money, I hate to divert the topic again, but I'm going to bring you on to the BBC, because I want to bring up a potential question here. Do you think the BBC are going to lose the coverage of the Formula 1 because they have to cut 350 million, like loads of pounds, 35 million of which is from the sports budget?
My answer to that is wouldn't be surprised. And the reason why I wouldn't be surprised is, in my opinion at least, the BBC lost its mantle as the best F1 provider when it sold half of its races to Sky. And regardless of what you think of Sky, the fact remains, it's got so much quality coverage on that individual channel, a channel dedicated to F1, that I've never once considered going back to BBC. Even though David Croft gets drivers terribly mixed up, even though the helmets are there on show,
even though he says Felipe Nasser instead of Felipe Nasser, even though Martin Brundle sometimes acts a bit like an old man and, you know, spouts out the wrong opinion, I still prefer it. Because it's got everything that you want. It's got interviews, it's got features, it's got funniness, it's got really in-depth journalism, in-depth commentary, great graphics. You know, it's got the whole package. And BBC hasn't had that whole package for 3 years now. I mean, I like Ben Edwards, but I'm not too convinced that he's got as much excitement in his commentary as David Croft. And Susie Perry's a decent presenter, but I don't think I ever liked her as much as Jake Humphries. And Eddie Jordan sometimes is a genius and sometimes is an idiot. So, you know, I think the point I'm trying to get across is, for me personally, I get why people still like the BBC, and that's because they don't have a choice but to like the BBC, because they don't want to spend the money on Sky, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah,
but it's subpar to Sky now, at least in my opinion. You know, anyway.
Yeah, I think they are going to lose it. I'd argue as soon as 2016 or 2017 myself, because, I mean, there's all sorts of that. It's not just the Formula One either. There's loads of sports under threat. Formula One, obviously, one of them, of course. It expires in 2018, actually, the contract, so they'll probably lose it after that. But it's not just that. It's also, it's like, I think they're trying to focus on the Olympics, rugby, and the Match of the Day Premier League highlights. So all these other sports, like snooker and darts and all these other sports, are going to be lost to other providers if they have to cut all this money, and Formula One could be lost in 2018.
But, you know, I don't want to see half... You know, when I want to see F1, I want to see it live. I don't want to see highlights. And I know that sounds incredibly stupid considering how poor this year has been overall, but I like my sport live.
So do I.
And the only people who are providing every race live is Sky, so... There.
I mean, even then, Sky's extra channel that they have for the... Sky's extra channel...
An entire channel dedicated to it. And they show GP2, and they show GP3, and highlights of the Porsche Supercup.
Exactly, and when other big sports come around and there's no Formula One, they can just use it for that as well. They're repurposing it this December as well. They're changing it to... They're having a change over this December as well. They're changing it... They're taking off... changing the sport around that, so it's not just that, they can use it for anything.
So they're doing Sky Sports...
They're doing they're doing Sky Sports Darts for the December. So...
Oh right, so they're having a darts channel.
They're having a dedicated darts channel for the World Championships, and then they'll go back to Formula One when the season comes back on. So they can switch it around as well, which shows really they're so good with sport.
I know people don't like them because it's a cable service, but to me, you get what you pay for.
You get what you pay for, and that's the bottom line.
And if you don't want to pay for it, then, you know, fair enough, but you get less sport. And if you love sport, then you're only doing yourself harm.
Yeah, if it's worth it, so go for it. It's the ultimate bottom line, I guess. You know, you can not pay for it and get not as much, or pay for it and get the full experience. So things in life are worth paying for.
So, the woes of Jimmy Allison in why Joe Chiampa hasn't pitted has been answered, because he has pitted now. He was in there for quite a long time, hence he has lost a couple more laps to Nicolas Paye behind him, but he is back out in 13th, and I think that is all that matters. He just needs to get to the end of this race now without any more dramas.
He just needs to get to the end of it, yeah, that's what it comes down to at the end. It's all well finishing in endurance races, because it's all well getting to the end. That comes first, because you can't win without getting to the end.
The rain's still bucketing down, by the way. But yeah, I do wish we had more stuff to show you. Oh, actually we do. There has been a change in position here between P4 and P5. That snuck up on us. Henning Vollert is back through in P4. VRL's Tim Van Hee is down to P5, and that had been closing. I didn't even notice that they were that close. I'm guessing Tim must have pitted. He went wide in turn 6, and Voller said, "Thank you very much, I'll take that position."
Yeah, so Vanny losing out there to Voller. It's getting very dark now, it must be said. Very dark.
Which is why the lights are required.
Night is falling upon us and it will be midnight soon. Well, in 2 hours it'll be midnight, but you get the gist. In fact, it is now, in England, it's 23 past 9, which will be 23 past 10 in Copenhagen, where Jimmy Allison uses his time. So,
Ever dedicated is our Jimmy.
Yeah, very dedicated is our Jimmy. Gonna have to stay up till 1 in the morning for this, you know, is Jimmy.
Think about Jimmy over the 24-hour races.
He's gonna be so tired. We need to like send him drinks
We need
and
to
stuff.
buy a second Jimmy Allison just to help out.
Yeah, clone him and then we're gonna have a second Jimmy to help when the other one's
His name will be Johnny Allison.
Johnny Johnson.
No, don't bring back the Johnson joke.
Oh.
He's not American. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it's not a John. It's not a Johnson. It doesn't work. Curtis Johnson would work.
No. Curtis Johnson would work.
Yeah, because Curtis is American.
He is American, you're right. Unless he's been lying to us all this time.
You never know.
You never know. People lie all the time.
I could secretly be Japanese myself. Oh, but speaking with a very strong Geordie accent.
The thought of a Japanese man speaking with a Geordie accent is glorious. I want to see this happen.
Well, maybe.
Maybe. You'll find one.
I'll find one, don't worry.
As we've had another change.
Vanny's up in the fourth.
Vanny is back through on Voller. And what happened there? I'm guessing Voller might have gone wide. Oh, look, what a weird thing. He was going through Mugello and then just lost his rear completely. And so he ended up just completely shortcutting the track before he realised, oh wait, I'll get a cutting penalty for that. And he arrived perpendicular to the road, but Vanny then is back through, and it is battle back on.
And Voller, Melonhead's gone past Voller as well, so I think Voller not
that's
having a time of it.
That's a timing glitch, I'm sure of it.
So,
it's a timing glitch, don't worry. Oh, here goes Voller down the inside of Tim Vanny!
Oh! Whoa!
And the Team Spirit racing car has been forced off the road. And I'm going to have a little look back at that again.
3 wide in that corner was never going to work.
I think the problem was caused by Vanny trying to get in the middle of that. That wasn't Voller's fault because he went for the move legitimately.
Well, it seems like Vanny made the 3 wide go 3 wide.
Yeah. So Voller then back up into P4 and Vanny, despite a little reprieve in P4, back down to P5.
Yeah, unfortunately, Voller locks up there. He still says he's 6th, but that must be a timing glitch.
It's a timing glitch. Oh, but here we go. He's got a little bit of a more action there out to Pico de Pato. Vanny not giving this one up. He's going to stay on the back of Voller as we head into Junchao. And up the hill once again, Voller getting a much better exit though. You can see the difference between a good exit and a bad exit of Junchao. Voller just got slipstream of plenty of back markers now to help him up the hill onto the back straight and just claiming that position as apparently he's still in P6.
Yeah,
which
that must...
I'm not understanding.
Yeah, and it says Voller's like 10 seconds behind, which makes no sense. It must have been...
That's very odd.
That is very strange. So as far as we're concerned, Voller is behind Melamed. Apparently Voller's a lap down now, so he must have got a penalty or something, so Voller is a lap down.
He might have got a lap penalty for that cut.
I don't know whether Jimmy's applied one or not, but no.
I'm not
sure.
So
this is strange. According to the timing, heading Voller is a lap down on Tim Vanny.
Yeah, so Vanny's back up into 4th. And Melamed's 5th, as you say, so...
So, I think there's been an error, and that might need to be corrected. Unless there was a legitimate cause for him going a lap down.
Well, you've got Doway and Carsten coming in. Right, Carsten says that Voller's last lap was not counted.
Oh!
and that would make sense because he had that massive cut. So it was the cut which put him back a lap, essentially.
But I've never known a case of a lap being discounted in a race because of a cut. Even in other simulations like Race Room, if I go out and invalidate my lap, it still counts towards the race distance. So this is strange.
And it's very strange. There's nothing that Jimmy could do about that either.
I don't know whether the rest of the server I made you can put my lap up again, but it wouldn't be very fair to do that. Considering we don't know what's going on.
Well, I guess we could do it with the results, couldn't we? Like we could say, hey, well look, Volo was clearly a lap ahead.
Yeah, he says he does it in practice and quali, but never seen it in a race. So this is the first. History being made.
History has been made.
Not for the right reasons, but still.
No, indeed. That's bizarre. Really bizarre.
I've seen many things in my exploits as a sim racer and team manager, but that is not one of them.
No. Oh dear, I need to catch up on my sleep. I went to bed at 3 AM last night. Not good at all. I'm paying the price for it now.
I'm going to be paying the price tonight. I've got a nice little stream, a live stream to be tuning into after this.
Oh, what are you
It's why one of my friends is streaming a Jackbox party, so...
So, we can't talk about.
Sorry?
I wish I could have heard that.
Did I cut out?
I wish I could have heard that, but it lagged for me massively.
It's alright, I'll say it again if you want. So.
Yeah, you cut out. What did you say, sorry?
I was just saying one of my friends is live streaming the game tonight, and I'm going to be watching and possibly participating in some capacity.
Why not? Why not? Love a bit of that. Oh
If
dear.
it doesn't go on too late, that is.
Isn't that? Yes. Of course. It's late already, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know, it depends on how tired I am, but life goes on, doesn't it?
Right, so Carson says here, by the way, no idea. He says there is no cutting penalty, but he missed the timing beam because he went off.
I missed the timing beam. That will explain everything. That's why he's a lap down.
Usually, if you miss a timing beam, then it sorts itself out at the end of the lap. But it hasn't. It's just not counted a lap this time.
So he would have to be putting a lap back up. Because that has cost him a track position. It has.
We'll have to get some confirmation. If Jimmy's here, is Henning going to be kept a lap down, or are we going to see him get a lap?
I'm not going to change anything. I didn't see the incident. I'm not going to add a lap to someone who potentially caused that issue on himself. So, nope.
Okay. So no change, and Hennig's now...
No change.
You can say he's been disadvantaged, but such are the rules.
Such are the rules.
And sometimes you just got to live with them.
And you lose some. And unfortunately, Bollert has lost this one.
I tell you who's winning, though. Cuba Brzezinski still in first.
He is... Well, I mean, he's about half a lap... Not even half a lap. He's about a third of a lap away from lapping Nick Woodbury in second now.
And that would be an achievement.
Lapping the entire field of merit.
That would be a big, big achievement for them. Just go, just don't just say, hey, I'm going to win the race. He's saying, hey, I'm going to win the race and lap everyone while I'm doing it.
How on earth are Doug Henderson Racing and the rest of the LMP1 field going to answer this show of dominance as James Maskell for TXL just comes into the pits now from P7?
It's going to be very hard for them. They're going to need to bring their A game for the Daytona. Going to bring the best drivers, the best setup, the best car. Practice will have to go in immediately following this race for Daytona if they want to beat PRL. They're so dominant at the moment. You're going to have to give your every inch.
Do you think that they might need luck? Or do you think that there is enough quality in this field to be able to match up to the dominant pairing of Brzezinski and Izwelski?
Oh, I believe that their luck might be a factor, but some teams like to make their own luck, by doing well. And, well, if DHR, with that Audi, can... I don't think for a second they're not capable of winning Daytona. I think they are with one of their LMP1s. It's going to take a lot, though, to stop Feeder Sport Poland, but we've not seen them in a 24-hour race.
That is exactly what I was going to bring it on to, because then we have a look at the full team's strength in depth.
As soon as you bring 24 hours into it, we see what a team really is made of.
If you bring 2 pole sitters, but then bring 3 back markers, then overall you're going to be a below average team.
Yeah,
We'll
it's
just have to wait and see, I guess.
what you need is a mixture of good drivers who can go distances, drivers who are quick, drivers who are hot lappers, drivers who are good on their tyres. You need everything in a 24-hour race. Because you have to have those adaptability circumstances that you have, otherwise, if you've got a bunch of hot lappers who aren't very good on the tyres, you're going to make more stops. If you've got people who are good on the tyres but not as quick, you end up further behind. You've got people who can't go for longer, you make more stops. But you need people, really, who are a mix of everything. And even the slower drivers in the 24 can play their part.
Well, of course they can, but the question is how fast can they go? Because if they're too far, or if they're too slow, then as I say, they're going to be bringing the teams back.
Yeah, but if you've got a slower driver who can go for a longer time, even if they're not as quick as some of the other people, if they've got enough of the leads, that could help. But you need a mix of everything in 24 ultimately. It's one of those mixed bag races where you need a selection rather than a specific thing.
You need a milk tray rather than a Toblerone.
Exactly! That's pretty much the reference I was about to make, or the analogy. You need a tin of celebrations instead of a Toblerone or a Mars bar.
Although, that said, I do prefer the Toblerone.
I can't eat Toblerone, I'm not intolerant.
You are, aren't you? Oh, no.
Yeah.
I bet you are waiting for the day when Toblerone announces a nut-free Toblerone.
Oh, God, yes.
Because then you just get the nice chocolate and the nougat bit.
Yeah, but the nougat's usually got nuts in, hasn't it? So, not in the Mars bar, though. Not in the Mars bar. I actually once, I had nougat with peanuts in it, that's what taught us that was nut intolerance. And we got a spinner in P2. Someone spun in P2, it's Daniel Schmidt. We got yellows out for him.
So that's a PRL, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good thing we have this live timing.
And so actually, you know what? He has actually lost. We've had a change in position, ladies and gentlemen, and Kyushu Motorsports have taken a podium place now. Actually, hold on. Yeah, they're back on the podium. They are back on the podium thanks to Schmidt's spin. And I'm sure that Thierry Charlotte will be very happy with that indeed.
Yeah, we've got a commenter on the YouTube actually. You know what I think? Give these 2 commentators a funny text, and it's hilarious.
What?
It says, give these 2 commentators a funny text, and it's hilarious. So, I think that's a compliment that we're helping people, like, making things better.
If I can make people smile and help them with their worries, then I am happy.
Same here. I aim to please people, I always have. Even if it makes myself look like an idiot in the process, if I make people laugh, I've done my job.
It's, honestly, YouTube chat. Just lay out discussion topics. We're all about it. At this point,
we've just had another one in. And the deck, you'd have to duplicate me to have at the deck, but...
What's going on, sorry?
Paul Cooper says, at the deck, question mark.
Anton Deck?
You'd have to duplicate me to have at the deck. You're not Geordie enough.
Anton Deck.
I think he's referring to us. You guys are awesome, says the same guy. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm nowhere near as... I'm not as Geordie as Anton... Oh, no! Sorry, we do have something... Before we talk about my comparison to Declan or Anthony or whatever one I am, Christian Michel has disconnected again.
No, what again?
Honestly, by this point, all he has to do, though, is get back in the room. Because he's been pretty much... That team has been rooted to 7th place since they had their second disconnection.
Yeah, that's not really... it's not really gone their way since then. But, yeah, if it can get going again, that's the most important thing.
Yeah. And I'm sure he will, because he's come back the rest of the times. And TXL they're a dogged bunch. They might not be having the reigning champion season that they were hoping to have, but you know, points are points, and you take what you can get, because you never know what... We're only at round 3 of 8. as you had another person leave, and this time it's Arnie Schnoonvliet. Difficult name, my apologies. And I think that was in the GT Pro class? Yes, it was.
Yeah,
but he's way down in the GT Pro class, so nothing to worry about there in terms of big changes.
Yeah, Arne Schublet there, is definitely in the pits. But, that's what happened there. Not really sure what else, in terms of on-track battles, is going on. I think it's all calmed down now, in all honesty. It's been raining, it's been calm, it's, not a lot has been going on, per se, but, yes. So, where were we?
And today.
Yes, the Geordie duo, which, obviously, I definitely double off. I guess.
I'm not Georgian, surely.
Exactly. Come up here and I'll teach you how to speak the language.
I guess, I mean, I was thinking Alexander Armstrong, but I've realised that that's not Anthony, is it?
No, it's Alexander, which is different. Apparently we should try something funny together, a bullseye. I'm not sure what that means, but...
Oh, have a look at what you won.
Oh, have a look at what you could have won, yeah.
Actually, no, you can do that. I can have a look at what you could have won. And I can do 180!
180!
So you even do that better than me.
Yeah.
You're the one-man act here.
No.
I'm the guy who's just, posh and talking.
No, but you can have posh commentators.
Oh, no, you can. You're the entertainment side of things.
Aww.
I'm just the guy who shouts a lot.
Well, I shout a lot and be entertained. I like to think you're entertaining as well, though.
I try my best.
So do I. We both do.
So check me out on the Kirky Life on YouTube. No, it's a stupid YouTube plug channel thing. But yeah, it's fun. We need more topics, people. We need more topics. Keep them coming.
Keep them PG as well. We've had a rather controversial one.
Have we had a naughty one?
Yeah, we've had a naughty one, so keep the PG, please.
By the way, Christian Michel and Arnie Schunvlier, there we are. They have both rejoined the race, thankfully.
Yeah, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, please keep it PG. We're happy to talk about whatever you like, whether it be racing or not racing, that it has got to be appropriate for a professional virtual endurance championship stream, which is struggling to find on-track action because so many people have retired.
Yes, and the children.
And the children. Sensible for children.
Yes, let's keep it. Let's not say anything our grandmothers wouldn't say. Let's put it that way.
Oh, you know what we can talk about? Doctor Who.
Oh yes, yes.
Finale is tonight. Well, actually, hold on.
Has it already been on?
Finale has happened. Don't spoil anything if you've watched it.
Actually, I think is the finale not tomorrow?
The finale's today, Saturday.
Oh right, yeah. No spoilers for Doctor Who, even though I may have already seen it.
But thoughts on this season?
I haven't watched it much myself, but it's looked pretty good. I like Peter Capaldi.
I'm going to stick my neck out and say that Peter Capaldi is the best Doctor. Full stop.
Oh, well, I would possibly say he's one of the best. I like how he can mix the seriousness with the humour.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. His humour's different. He's not silly.
Yeah, he's not silly like Matt Smith.
He's so serious that when he's sarcastic, it's hilarious.
Absolutely.
Very dry. And also, to be fair, I think in terms of his actual acting range, I think he's done a marvellous job. I think there's been a lot of people saying if he doesn't win a BAFTA by the end of the year, something has gone wrong. And I'm tending to agree with that because it says a lot when last week he carried an episode entirely on his own.
Yeah,
I think there was one speaking part apart from himself, and that was a little boy at the end of the episode.
I mean, I think people had their doubts when Matt Smith left. They also had their doubts when David Tennant left, and when Christopher Eccleston left. Everyone doubts the next one, and they're always good.
Yeah. I think that's the thing you got to remember on Doctor Who. you always get used to someone in the role, and it's part of the Doctor Who experience that you have the sort of like nervousness of seeing a new guy try his hand, or new woman, sorry, because I know many people out there want the Doctor to be a woman at some point as well, which I think should happen eventually.
It would be interesting, and in our modern progressive society, it should happen.
They made the Master a woman.
Exactly, they made Missy, so why not? Why not?
I think the problem is that is Doctor Who so iconic?
Yeah.
As a white male, would you ever think about changing it past that?
I possibly, if you could find a good enough actor,
or actress,
would do it.
Oh,
or
no,
actress, exactly. Gender equality.
It's actor. People want, the women want them to be called actors.
Yeah,
as a collective. So.
Yeah, if we're going for gender neutralism, we'll just use actor. So I reckon regardless of who can do it, it should be based on how well it can play the role. And any other details can be worked in afterwards.
Someone who I really like the sound of for a female Doctor is Sue Perkins.
Oh.
Because, here's the thing, right? She's gay, which might sound like, that's, why would you suggest her just because she's gay? But think about it this way. She's got plenty of feminine things going for her, but she's also quite quirky and quite manly in different ways as well, which would be perfect for a Time Lord born as a man who's regenerated into a woman. Because then she's trying to deal with herself. I don't know. I just think that she'd be perfect for the role, in my opinion.
We'll just have to wait and see what happens, I guess.
I hope we get plenty more Capaldi, though.
Oh,
as I say, he's by far my
Capaldi shouldn't go for a while. But who knows, we might see the day when that happens. As we might see the day when many things happen that are not necessarily how they are today.
Supposedly Moffat is going.
Oh.
After this season. So basically, after the Christmas episode, apparently Moffat's leaving.
That would be
so say the rumours.
That would be
I'm not sure about that, though, because I think near the end of Smith's run, there was some great writing in that. And I think that this season in particular, there's also been some great writing, but I never got into Matt Smith's early adventures. Like, it was all just the same trope over and over again. Someone dies, but then they're brought back. And then this guy dies, and the Doctor makes a big speech, and he's a bit silly and everything. And then there's this big plot, and then the universe blows up, and then it doesn't blow up.
It's just all really... Oh, here we go. Oh, hang on. Reno says, is the TARDIS pink, keep the Doctor a man? Well, if the case could be made for change, I say changes. If the actor is good enough.
Yeah, I think it depends on who is best suited to the role at the time. Surely.
Well, we've had an interesting discussion. We've had an interesting discussion there.
I think let's put it this way. For me personally, I wouldn't mind if there was a female Doctor. I also wouldn't mind if there was a black Doctor. But at the same time, I wouldn't mind if the Doctor never changed from being stereotypical white man. Either or. Doesn't matter.
I'm the same. I don't mind who plays as long as they're a good actor. That's pretty much how I feel about it, and about most things, really. If they can do the job good enough, why not?
Right, so apparently, I'm just having a little look at the screen. This stream is a little bit laggy, so we do apologise. But obviously, the rain isn't helping your machine, is it?
No,
We'll try
it isn't. It's quite a powerful machine as well. They can run like games like Race Room in good detail, but streaming and watching is very strenuous on poor little computer that I have here.
Let's have it. It's the TARDIS. Sounds like the Kardashians. Or, that's Star Trek. No, it is Star Trek. Oh, I don't even know what you're on about there. Is it Kardashians or Kardashians? Oh no! Oh, you spelled Kardashian.
What's happened there is there's been a misspelling of the Kardashians. That's what's happened. As oh, are you there, James? We have lost Mr. James Kirk, unfortunately. We've dropped him. That's a shame. We've lost Thomas Jacobs as well from the TeamSpeak, but we do have no James Kirk at the moment, so I'll keep you occupied until then. So, so let's just keep a quick eye on. Oh, he's back.
There we are. That was odd, wasn't it?
Yeah,
No,
you
it's-
dropped apparently.
It's definitely Cardassians, because Cardassians are an alien from Star Trek, but he spelt it wrong because it's spelt with a C. That's why I got very confused.
Well, of course you'd know about Star Trek, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Paul
You know,
Cooper,
being
Bruce,
Captain Kirk.
Bruce Jenner for Doctor Who.
Don't you be Caitlyn Jenner?
It should be Caitlyn Jenner.
Should be.
You gotta respect.
Should be.
You gotta
Gotta
respect.
respect it.
Gotta respect her, of course.
Gotta respect her, yeah. I mean, people are annoyed at her and all that, but she's still a she. Wasn't always, but is now.
A lot of people confused by that, though. I think fair play.
Fair play. It's not a very major. It's not an issue that's. It's taken more of a standpoint in modern times, I'd say. Like, it's not really an issue as such as well. It's a decision people are making. And I personally, on the Caitlyn Jenner issue, I wouldn't mind knowing, like, I'm all for rights for people who want to change their genders, you know? I personally think if they want to go for it, they should go for it. Like,
Thanks.
I
Sorry. Oh, hold on, wait, we had another time. Just looked at this.
Oh.
Good thing I was looking over the thing. Daniel Smith for PRL Logitech has just retired from outside of the podium places, unfortunately. So that's another DNF, which is really weird to hear. But
I've
also,
just got word from Kieran Parkin.
I also saw that message.
DHR driver swap incoming.
Yeah, so that would be Lars Brockman in for Lewis McGlade, and Lars is the fastest of the three, I believe. So we'll see whether he can make any inroads on his teammate. I mean, actually, that is a very interesting call. The two DHRs are P2 and P3. Not only that, but the number 8 DHR, current championship leader, going into this race, is 2 laps ahead of Tim Vanhee.
Yeah.
Do you switch them around, despite the lap difference?
That's probably a question for the team boss in all honesty. I'm not a team boss myself, but I'd go for what gets you the most points at this point. And here is the driver swap incoming. Lewis McGlade in the pits, going to swap to Lars Brookman, thanks to the tip-off from Mr. Kieran Parkin. And McGlade's in, and we will hopefully get him in the booth if he's alright for it, because we have a lot to talk about.
We do.
Mr. Lulu McQuaid, we can get him talking.
Oh, we can talk with Lulu, yeah. Also, Max Melamed and Team RGPL have been into the pits. Yeah, we welcome Max into the
What
YouTube
racing
chat,
in the
by
car?
the way.
What
David
racing?
Barron. Huh?
What racing are in the pits?
Yep.
Mr. Cabot in the car, may not be in the car as they come out, but might
Yeah,
be.
he's been in there a long time.
Maybe
I
a
didn't
driver
know
switch
the
incoming.
driver swap.
Possibly.
Did they switch for the 2 hours I wasn't there?
I don't know. Marius Nikolai, the Romanian-born German, was in there, and then Mr. Cup, the Estonian's now in. Are they going to switch again? I don't know.
Alright, so there must have been a driver switch at the 2 hour mark then, because I certainly wasn't commentating on Nikolai.
No, Cabot
So-
stays in. Cabot stays
Yes.
in, but this will be a
Yeah.
switch over now for the DHR.
So yeah, it must have been Capit for the first 2 hours, then Nikolai for the next 2, and then Capit has been in for this 2, and I'm guessing he'll go on for another 2 because he can do a 4 hour stint, can't he?
Yeah, I guess you can do a maximum of 4 hours, so we are waiting now for this pit stop to complete.
Federico Suave into the pits as well with the leading LMP2 team, though SimHQ should be taking the lead from GT Italia after this pit stop is completed, and Simon Christman has...
Brookman is out. He's out the pit, sorry. Brookman is now driving, so we can get McLean in.
Yeah, Simon Christman is in the car for TXL as well, so a couple of driver swaps here and there, but still not much in the way of people switching positions, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, no. I'm hoping we will get Lewis in because he's a brilliant person to have around. But Simon Crispin then in the car for the TXL. Is Crispin the champion?
Who?
Is Simon Crispin the current driver's champion, or am I hallucinating?
Yeah, that TXL car is the driver's champion / team's champion.
They are the champions, my friends. That's what they are. And they'll keep on fighting till the end, you know.
You're gonna.
I'm not going to continue with the Queen references. No. I was going to, but I decided against it.
Oh dear. I'm delusional here.
What can you do with a person who makes Queen references, eh?
I don't know what to do half the time, Josh. I'm winging this really.
Oh, same here. My whole life is made of wing. My commentary life is made up of winging it. Half of the stuff I say probably doesn't even make sense.
I've been doing this for 3 years, and I still don't know what I'm doing half the time. But I tell you what, Peter Brzezinski does know what he is doing, and as we rapidly approach the 2 hours to go mark, he leads by 1 minute and 32 seconds, and in fact, he is about to lap the man in second place, Nick Woodbury.
And he's going to do it. He's going to do it soon.
It is going to be happening into turn 1. So Nick Woodbury then P2 with Lars Brugman in the other DHR car, the number 8, the championship leading car coming into this round. He's P3. Looking down at the LMP2 car, Sim HQ Motorsports leads with Pedro Gomez. Quite a close fight in terms of all the top 3 on the same lap though. Federico Suave of Scuderia GT Italia is second, with Thierry Charlotte of Kyushu Motorsport.
And I think this is going to happen now. It's going to happen soon, this lapping business.
In the GT Pro field, SRVN's Bram Balen leads, with Daniele Pizzo with Scuderia GT Italia second, and Tim Vyers, who were leading the race earlier with Nico Jakovic, are currently P3. And in the GTM class, we have... Oh, we're going to go down to... There we are. Here we goes. So,
he's done it. A lap ahead of everyone.
A lap ahead of everyone, Kira Brzezinski. And looking at GTM then, Revolution Racing lead with Matej Lakota, with 3 Wide Motorsport second with Sandro Petroziello, and Dark Racing still in with a shot of the win if they are lucky. Pedro Ramada holding up that P3 position. So lots still to come here in the 8 hours of Interlagos. We'll be heading to ad breaks very shortly indeed, as a couple more people are pitting. But yes, what a frantic race it has been. We've had rain, we've had crashes, and we've even had the system failing to register a lap. It really has had everything here at Interlagos, and maybe it'll just give us a little bit more. Stay tuned.
For the most realistic steering system available on market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, It's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round 3 of season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, sponsored by R-Factor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing. It's the 8 hours of Interlagos, and in about a minute's time, we will have 2 hours left of this contest, which saw an epic start filled with crashes, filled with fantastic overtakes, featured with opportunistic overtakes, featured with pit stops galore. But with 2 hours to go, the rain is still falling, the retirements list has grown, and things have quietened down a little bit. So it's up to myself, James Kirk, and my co-commentator Josh Johansson to hopefully persuade some of you guys to come and join us in the Room 1 TeamSpeak of the Virtual Endurance Championship to just have a chat about stuff, and also to try and keep you entertained and keep a beady eye out on anything which might be going on.
We've got an out. We have a retirement.
Kevin Lafondra.
Yeah, for Team Spirit.
Oh, Team Spirit again. Oh, dearie me. And I noticed that Nico Barclay had a DNF as well, but Team Spirit have just had the worst luck today. So many disconnections from the server. It's got to hurt, given how dominant they were in the first 2 races.
Yeah, really well hurt, considering how brilliant they were without the Yans and everyone else. This is going to hurt them big time now, to be this far back, but they've got to carry on at the end of it, otherwise they're not going to finish at all.
Absolutely. It'll still be points if they can rejoin, no matter how low they are. But to give you an idea of how much bigger the retirement list has been for today in comparison to the previous races, we've had a total of 8 of the 40 cars calling it a day early, going and putting on their slippers, putting on the good old fire at home,
getting the cups of warm milk ready and sitting back and watching the
cocoa
fireworks,
and the biscuits and everything. Yeah.
Speaking of hot cold biscuits, I should be going to get some confectionery of my own soon, so I'll try and be long. But I'm going to leave the camera on Cuba Brzezinski as I take a 5 minutes break to go get it.
Go for it. Oh, he always does this. He always abandons me at the most steel-hardy times. So I guess it is just you and me, chat room. Flamen loves the wet. I think a lot of people love the wet, actually, to be honest. It certainly provided a lot of actions, but what difficult conditions these drivers are driving in now. Nighttime and rain. Would you want to drive in this weather? Like, really? I don't want to drive in this weather in a normal road car, let alone a racing car. There's a lot of wetness in the chat room. All the wetness. Let's keep it PG though, right? Let's put an umbrella up. Keep ourselves dry. It'll be nice and warm. Oh dear. So, if you weren't with us before the break, let's quickly go over each class, shall we? So,
Kuba Brzezinski leads in LMP1 from Nick Woodbury from Lars Brugman. LMP2 is led by Pedro Gomez, Federico Suave and Mikhail Folker for Kyushu Motorsport. He's just come into the car recently. The GT Pro is led by Rudy Van Buren, then Daniele Pizzo and Remco Major. And then the GTM is led by Matteo Lakota, Sandro Petro Ziello and Pedro Ramada rounding out the podium. And our retirements from this race were Doug Henson Racing's LMP2 outfit, Revolution Racing's LMP1 outfit, the M.Dot Technology GTM car, the Revolution Racing GT Pro car, the Labiella LMP1 car, the Sicania Endurance Motorsport LMP2 car, the Vodball Racing GTM car, which was leading the race but ran out of fuel, and the P1 LMP1 racing car. So 3 P1 cars have retired out of this race. And in comparison to previous events, we had maybe 1 or 2 retirements overall, so a lot more than usual, unfortunately, around this Interlagos circuit, which is provided to be very, very difficult indeed for the lapping of traffic. It's been causing all sorts of issues. And did I hear Mr. Anderson getting back there with the confectionery?
You did.
Yes, you did. Good. What confectionery have you?
Oh, it's quite high end actually. I've got some chocolate fudge cake milkshake.
Chocolate fudge cake. Is that Frisch by any chance?
It's not. It's a different brand. It's called Moo.
Moo.
Interestingly enough, so. And the chocolate is, well, I haven't skirped on that. It's Galaxy Salted Caramel.
Oh. You've made me hungry just by saying those words. Honestly, Galaxy Salted Caramel bars are one of my all-time favourite things on this planet, barring yourself, of course.
I feel all warm and fuzzy now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my room's freezing at the moment. There's no fire up here. There's a fireplace downstairs, but I'm nowhere near that currently. So we've got to get the warm feelings going somehow. And it's very wet in the YouTube chat as well.
Oh yeah, Josh, my boy, says David Jones. Hi, I'm back.
Yeah. It's exciting times.
Put the Kirky in the car now, he says.
James, give a shout out to Sprint Car Megafest. Best Sprint Car Cup in UK. There we go. Did I do well? Did I do well? Tell me now. But put Kirk in. What car would you want me to drive, David?
That's the question. I think he wants to see you in a P1.
Kev, yeah, Lafondra disconnected, but he's back in the car. Don't worry. There's no need to worry here at all. Yeah, I love myself some salted. Honestly, in the past year, I found out that salted caramel is just one of my absolute favourite things ever.
It's become one of mine as well, so, you know, samesies.
I do actually want... Actually, no. Don't mind me. Lafondra is not back in the car. I've just noticed that. He's stayed DNF'd. And so I wonder whether this is the end of the road for Team Spirit Racing at Interlagos. Has one retirement proved too many?
Possibly, yeah.
You're a real shame.
Oh, apparently, according to John the Doors, Josh is adding the John Hindock Geordiness flavour to the commentary. I am pleased. That's what I do. Yeah, John Hindock is from Sunderland, of course, so...
Do you want me to share an unpopular opinion with you?
Oh, yes, go on. Share the popular opinion.
I really don't like John Hindock's commentary.
Oh! Well, I've never heard him.
I heard him during a Super GT race at Okayama, because he was doing a commentary for Nismo, I think. And I didn't like him. I thought it was a little boring, to be honest.
Oh, did you?
Like, if anything, you are a better version of John Hindock, in my opinion.
Hang on, John Hindock was actually in a... He did a voice for... I think I'm reading he did a voice in Need for Speed Pro Street, didn't he?
I would know. I've not owned a Need for Speed game before.
I think he did. I'm going to research that now, actually, see if he did do a voice in it.
As Henning Vollert is into the pits for 3 wide. He might lose position to David Berenak. And Tim Vanhey as well into the pits. So as we cross the 2 hour to go mark, people deciding that now would be the time to maybe stock up on a bit of fuel, maybe get some new tyres on.
Oh, yes.
Race.
Yes, he
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
He did voice in that game. I thought, in retrospect, it's... yeah, I know exactly... in retrospect, that's exactly what he was. Yeah. He was in that game as one of the voice announcers on the events. So, there you go. There was a Geordie in a video game. This is the first. Or a Macklin, because he's from Sunderland.
Well, I mean, technically there have been Geordies in every FIFA game available.
Technically, yes, if you consider Newcastle.
Maybe not voicing roles, but definitely Geordies.
Yes. I'm waiting for the day a video game as a Geordie protagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm waiting for that day.
I am waiting for the day when Cheesecake Factory comes to the UK.
Oh, yes, I'll be visiting all the time.
That is one of the big pluses of going to Orlando over New Year's, is I get to try Cheesecake Factory for my first time. And if you're not aware of the life of James Kirk, you know, if you're new, if you haven't heard me before, if you've not understood my story at all, then you will know that I absolutely adore cheesecake, as Kuba Brzezinski has just lapped Kieran Parkin, the man in second place, for a second time today.
Feels how good he is, doesn't it?
And we had a driver change up at the front as well. So Team VRL have now got Bart Strubans in the car, presumably taking it to the end. And let's give a shout out to Team VRL, shall we? Their first time in Room 1, and they're going to be taking home, as of now, if it's to remain the same until the end, a P4, which will be a lovely haul of points for the team.
Yeah, it would be absolutely brilliant, especially considering where they are. And I think I've just... Oh, he's coming in. In fact, so I was talking to Kuba Brzezinski, in comes the pole.
So I'm guessing that he will lose that second lap over Parkin.
He's still got a very good gap.
He's still got a lap.
Still got a lap, and I shouldn't have cold problems anymore, because I've managed to clear it, I think. So you'll hear me in all my majestic glory. Glory. Yes, you'll hear me in all my fantasticness.
Let's have a look at what's the chat saying.
As you see, James Kirk can't do Geordie, I can't do Posh.
No.
We are polar opposites here, Nick.
Does anybody know how long Ramada's been in the car? I think he's coming up to 4 hours, Mega Renzo. I think he's coming up to 4 hours. I imagine he'll be switching out for Adam Taylor again very soon.
I personally think on the live timing we should have a thingy of how long the current driver has been in the car, if it's possible.
Southpaw Racer, Hastro Contra Kirksey. Oh, wow. Wow! What a pun!
Contra Kirksey, wow!
Contra Kirksey. That is utterly brilliant. Oh, brilliant. I appreciate that people disagree with my view about John Hindau, but, you know, people don't like my commentary. I'm okay with that. That's alright.
In all fairness, to him, there have been lots of good Geordie commentators in the past. There was a good football commentator. He was a Geordie.
Like Jonathan Ledyard.
But Geordie.
Good football commentator, terrible motorsport commentator.
Yeah, there was a football commentator once who was a Geordie. Sid Waddell, really famous darts commentator, was a Geordie. We can do. That's the thing about us Geordies. We're brilliant at commentating. In it, like we're good. I might not be a good sim racer, but damn, I'm a damn good commentator. I can bring the entertainment to something.
John Nadors, can you guys say hi to my dad? He's watching the stream. Hi, John Nador's dad.
Hi, John's dad. Welcome to the stream.
Having a lovely time.
You're watching the right thing. Believe me, this is way better than Strictly Come Dancing or anything else.
Apart from the fact that Ainsley Harriet's on Strictly Come Dancing.
Well, that makes up for everything. Yes.
He loves his meat.
That makes up for everything. But seriously, this is much better than terrestrial television. You want to be watching this? We should be on television.
Mega Renzo, we think Ramada's passed the 4-hour mark already.
Ooh.
Yeah, I thought he was coming up to 4 hours, you know.
Well.
I thought, okay, here's the thing. I thought that Ramada got in the car at the 3-hour mark when I was off air.
If he's already gone in, we don't have Jimmy with me. He's on a busy status.
Actually, he either got in at 3 hours or 4 hours. That much is for sure, because Adam Taylor was definitely in the car when I left. So I'm sure it'll be fine anyway. I think Dark Racing is a bit too experienced to make that sort of mistake anyway. Cuba will have to leave... Wow. Interesting news here from Adam Hodgkinson. Cuba will have to leave the car
with 5 minutes to go, apparently. So he is going to have to make another pit stop, regardless, to make sure that someone else gets in that car.
Yeah, he's going to have to, unless he pits earlier. But then again, if he pits with 5 to go, someone else will take the race win. Even though he's done all the legwork, really. Well, he hasn't done all the legwork, it's a team effort. But he's really been the one who's lapped everyone, you could argue. It's kind of like how in the World Endurance Championship you have core teams champions, even though one person crosses the line and takes the title. There is no real defined drivers champion because they're all joined, because they've all worked together, and that's fair and that's correct, and I like it.
It's always awkward having the slash after everything.
Especially if you dual nationality.
Guy slash guy slash guy.
Dual nationality can be annoying as well because you don't know which one you want to be.
So it'd be like nationality slash nationality guy slash.
Yeah.
All of the
like,
slashes.
I know someone who's English and Scottish dual nationality.
Well, I'm English and Welsh.
You're lucky, I'm just English. I wish I could be English and something else.
It's interesting because I often find at times that I value my Welsh heritage more than my English heritage, but by all accounts, I should be considering myself much more English, because I have an English-based accent. I was born and raised in England my entire life, so why should I have such a strong attachment to my Welsh? And I think the answer is that I prefer the Welsh football team to the English football team, because they actually try.
Oh, shots fired.
Mm-hmm.
If I could be any other nationality other than English, that's a good question, actually. If you could be, apart from English and Welsh, if you could be any nationality, what would you be?
Alien.
What, an existing nation in this earth that we live on?
That's boring. Canadian.
Oh. Why would that be?
Because they've got a cool accent which isn't as harsh as the American. Not to say the American accents as a collective are bad, but I think just the American one or the Canadian one is a little bit more unique. And they're generally recognised as very lovely people. And talking of lovely people, someone's decided to come and join us. It's Nicky Jakovich. Hi, Nicky.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hello.
I love your discussion about alien nationality.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hiya, it's good to have you with me. We've got friends.
Oh, great.
This is amazing.
Do you want stock or bourbon?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm probably going to be having a biscuit after this broadcast is finished, though, that's for sure.
You deserve more than a biscuit. You deserve some cheesecake.
But I think this is hard to get everything that's going on. It's too much.
Oh. Well, the problem at the moment is too little. There's no
Nothing's happening.
I don't know. I mean, we were in battle with GT Italia, but through the pits, we just we got a couple of things wrong with the rain. When the rain got back, we had to make an extra stop, and we were gaining so much on SRVN. And then eventually we were clawing our way back with GT Italia and passed them, like leapfrogged them. It was beautiful.
Oh, absolutely, and to be fair as well, you guys have led your class as well. Overall, it must be a pretty successful day for.
Yeah, I'm feeling proud, to be honest, getting into our own. And but besides of that, I mean, I want to congratulate for performance so far, because I'm probably not gonna have another chance to the Norwegian guys. Tarvian and Rudy just faultless entire race, not a single mistake. And I know we had more than one, so yeah, there's that. Oh, is the server crashing or?
No, I think the server's still okay. Mike just lost. James is still here. No, we lost James.
Okay.
He's dropped out again. Don't worry about it though. He will be back. I'm just gonna hold on until he does get back. He's done this. He did this before. He dropped connection. He should be back very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So hang tight. We are gonna have Mr. Kirk right back with us very, very, very soon. But
yeah, it's a thing because I'm not on the server. Just
yeah.
Yeah, I can just hear you.
In the meantime, though, Nicky, you've had obviously we spoke to you earlier, but you've had a very good race so far. Again,
yeah,
must be quite proud. Oh, we've got a driver swap in the number
Good.
69 car, says Jimmy Allison. Thank you, Big Boss Jimmy. We shall have a look at that immediately. Yes, per rules, and he switches into the car, and returning to us is Mr. Kirkables.
I've got as bad a disconnection rate now as Team Spirit.
It's one way to
And
put
I'm
it.
not even driving.
Come
on.
It's good, Des.
You better stop having
That's
these
our driver.
discos, otherwise I'm going to be the one who's partying me voice off at the end.
Oh, it's okay though, we're sharing the load.
Yeah, we're sharing the load. Look at me cool commentators.
Truly the meaning of, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Alright, guys, I love your enthusiasm. That's for
Aw.
sure.
You know what? We've got to try and stay enthusiastic in these hard times in
Exactly.
road battles.
Oh, well, I'm sure something's gonna crop up.
Well, you've popped up. We can talk about your next race, the 24 Hours of Daytona, because you know you've given a lot of credit to SRVN. You know they've not made any mistakes. Rudy has been absolutely
course.
flawless this stint. That's fair enough, but you've shown that you at least have the ability to match, if not beat them. Do you reckon you could fight for that win at Daytona?
Man, I hope so, and I hope that some drivers are gonna be interested. We'll see. You know, we got a couple of dudes hanging back, so. But you know, for us, is the podiums is just really massive success because it's inevitable to have some mistakes. We are experienced. It's just the simulation is so vast. I don't get lost somewhere. But at some point, I'm sure we're gonna get lucky. We really need a bit of luck, and that's that's all.
Bit of luck never hurt anyone. Right. Our lovely race director, Jimmy Allison, has wanted to pass on this PSA of sorts. Please make sure to tell the people that this will, with 99% chance, be the last race at the Virtual Endurance Championship on R Factor 2 build 946. Tomorrow, VEC will be testing a release candidate on a new build, which is big news because we've been on 946 for a very long time here at the VEC. We haven't felt that it's been the right time to step up to another build because there's been flaws in particular with how the build reacts to endurance racing, but there's promising signs that we might finally be able to upbuild or upscale to the latest build at least. We should bring many new features, of course. Should maybe bring a little bit of different handling to people, I'd imagine, with bug fixes and everything. Going to be a very exciting time, though, Josh, hopefully.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to be moving on to a new build, all these new features, all these new bugs fixed. We're going to be able to give ISI the latest data as well, so it can help improve the game. And it's good. It really is. We can help out better because we're on the newest build. We can send data. We get all these new features that have been introduced in the latest builds. We can safely say we are out of beta and we're into the V1. Actually running V1 of our Factor 2, if you guess. I suppose so, but we can officially say that, and it's just as good as moving on to our Factor 2 in the first place, I guess.
Thinking along the same lines there, Nikki?
Of course, and I'm just gonna, you know, hate to interrupt you, but I'm gonna fly off now because I got some stuff to do.
That's
I
understandable.
hope it's not gonna rain like this again, because it's such a crazy experience. I mean, I'm glad we are making the most of it, but
You'll be hard pressed to find rain in Daytona, trust me.
Alright, guys, see you there.
Cheers, Nikki.
Cheers, Nikki.
Deal.
And it's the three of us once more. The Three Musketeers.
Yeah. Jimmy has told me something which I'm not going to say. And I'm just telling you, Josh, so don't say it. Because you can see it in the broadcast, but I'm making sure that you don't say it. You know, don't say it.
Don't say what?
Oh, what, you can't see the TeamSpeak chat?
I haven't got yours. You haven't, Is this what Jimmy said? Oh, yes, okay, I say. I'm not going to say that.
Don't say that.
I'm not saying anything!
Jimmy has shared a bit of interesting information with us, but we're not allowed to tell you. So maybe that will whet your appetite to keep an eye on the Virtual Endurance Championship homepage, where any news of upcoming builds and maybe even something else will be coming your way. And as it happens, if you want to get involved with the Virtual Endurance Championship, then head along to the VEC forums and get yourself signed up. Because there's plenty of teams, such as Nicky's team, Team Vias, who will be looking for drivers for the 24-hour races. You never know. You could find yourself racing with us in February. It would be lovely to see some new faces.
It would be absolutely brilliant to see some new faces. It's all nice to see all these brilliant liveries, all the new liveries on the car, because we have all the custom liveries. That's an advantage of R-Factor Duo over some other platforms. You can have custom liveries, and that's really, it shows a team's individuality, doesn't it? I mean, my team goes, well, we've been through many colour schemes over the years. We've had tons of them, but we've settled this year for all our activities on what we like to call our retro colour scheme of blue, white, green, which is garish, but it looks lovely.
My team, my team has usually been silver, black and blue with white highlights, and this year we ran a purple car in one of the series you were taking part in, which was an interesting experience. But we're now updating to proper Starfleet
we're gonna crash
colours, as we got a crash from who?
I'm gonna check the live timing. It's Gomez. It's Gomez in the lead of LMP2. Uh-oh, Pedro. This isn't very good news.
I wish my R-Factor would update so I can actually have a look at what's going on.
Let's see what happened. Yay! He tagged the back of the TXL car coming into that corner and lost it.
He tagged the back of the TXL car, the LMP car.
Yeah, he tagged the back of the P1, and then no damage done, but he spun, so he's lost time at least.
Lost time, but has he lost the lead? And has he lost any body parts?
No body parts and no lead change.
Lucky escape. Lucky escape. That lap lead helped out.
It definitely did.
But a moment of worry there for our Portuguese friend of SimHQ Motorsport, who,
yeah, the rain's starting and stopping. It's intermittent now.
Yeah, let's be honest. I mean, this potential win is a gift for SimHQ, because you look at Anthony Jans on pole once again at Team Spirit Racing, and you instantly put your house on him winning. Yeah,
you could put as much of your mortgage on that as you like, and it could still be wrong. You never know what's going to happen in an endurance race, especially an endurance sim race. Because you have these things like disconnects, which are the sim race's equivalent of mechanical failures.
Yeah, it's just like going into the garage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just like, you never know what's going to happen, especially in sim racing. So, that's what makes, I actually am tempted to say some sim racing series are more interesting than real life motorsport series. It's got to that point. It might not be real, but it's more interesting than the real thing sometimes.
Now, I love how the chat has been so cute in trying to figure out what we were meaning by the thing that I can't tell people about. Kawayuri 28, new Audi model, PogChamp.
No.
Well, I can't tell you. We can't tell you, can we?
We can't, no.
We can't tell you.
It could be, theoretically, a new team, the series called Team Anderson, where it's just me doing the full 24 hours, but I'm not supposed to tell you that, am I?
It could be that Jimmy has decided that he wants to run a brothel now.
Oh, I thought we said we were keeping this PG, James!
That's PG?
Well, we already know the connotations of it.
People only know the connotations about it if they know what it is.
Well, now we're gonna have kids asking their fathers what it is, and then they'll be in trouble, and it'll be your fault.
No, it's awareness.
Well, oh, fine then. Okay, I'm not taking responsibility. We're past the watershed anyway. It doesn't matter. We can go mental now. We can talk about all these things. We're past 9 o'clock.
The Gamosaurus says, "It's me." Hello.
Damn it, James says VEC. So you're being told off by Jimmy now on the YouTube chat.
I am going to be told off big time.
You're going to be spanked big time.
And so, how is that any worse than talking? Okay, actually, no. Talking about brothels is worse. Than, never mind.
So let's not. Let's just steer far away from that topic and talk about something else.
Oh, dear me. Swinger Club Dronongland.
Is that a popular place? I'm guessing it's Dutch, because Drononland sounds like it's from the Netherlands.
I'll agree. That word sounds like it does.
Oh, it's the name of the city he's living in, right?
In Denmark.
Okay. I like how also Jimmy is putting this in the chat, but we're not actually going to be saying it on the stream until a little later. So it's completely out of context for like a few seconds.
Yeah, I guess so, but that's the problem. It's like, so it's a bit behind the broadcast compared to what we're actually doing, as is any broadcast. And oh, we've got a lovely little helicopter camera on the broadcast now, where we're looking at Pedro Gomez.
Yes, that's the helicopter shot I was talking about earlier.
That is brilliant.
It's a lovely shot, isn't
Let's
it?
go to Cuban Brazil. No, it's moved. It's moved. It's ruined it. No, that's not gone well anymore. I had it and I lost it.
Kevin Rolting says, is it possible to do VEC next year with the Steam version? Well, the latest I heard on that was that it's very difficult because the Steam version, as far as I'm aware, automatically updates, which doesn't, like, at least from the history of VEC, doesn't suit it well, because we like actually assessing the build quality, and you don't really have much choice in assessing the build quality if you're on the Steam version. I'm aware that the two, the Steam and the non-Steam version, coincide and work together, but obviously you can only race with Steam users if you have the latest version. So, you know, that's not up to me to decide. It's up to Jimmy and all the people who know better than me to decide. But at least from the history of VEC, I'd say possible but unlikely. Possible but unlikely.
Yeah, David Jones saying Binnigan at Binningen, home of the Monteverde Museum. David Jones in the YouTube chat there saying that.
What's Monteverde? I'm guessing Monteverde.
Monteverde was a Formula 1 team. 1990 and 1989.
Shows how much I know about the sports.
In fact, I think they stole our colour scheme, you know.
You mean Cosmo?
Yeah, they stole our colour scheme.
Yeah.
They've got green.
They went into the future and stole your colour
They've
scheme.
got green, white, and yeah. That they stole our colour scheme. I'm gonna sue them. Wait, they don't exist anymore. I can't. I can go back in time and sue them.
Yeah.
Just time travel to counter their time travel.
And furthermore, because of inflation, you'll have a lot more money in today's world.
Oh yes, that means we can enter any series we like.
Yes.
We're gonna go up in the world. I knew time travel was a good thing.
No problems, Kevin. Who says thanks for the answer. We try our best. You know, we obviously, as commentators, we don't know we know a lot about the ins and outs of the league in terms of the drivers and, you know, what they're doing and, you know, everybody who's, you know, just going about their business, but we obviously don't know the itty-bitty details and what Jimmy has planned. So we can only give stuff based on the knowledge that we have. And, yeah, that's just what I summarised.
We can only say what we know.
Wait and see. We could be absolutely wrong, and we could see Steam likely integrated, but based on the evidence of what the league has been, you know, brought up on with assessing each individual build, probably unlikely, but there we are anyway.
You'll be busy here. ETT's leading in GTM.
Oh, is he really?
ETT's in the car.
Nice. Go on, Revolution Racing. Good to see them back. Back up at the front. It's all good. How far away?
Pedro Ramada is only 3 seconds behind, I think, or 2 seconds behind him. So
might we have a battle?
It's about 3 seconds in it, so I doubt it at this present moment. But it's worth keeping an eye on.
They are, yeah, they're pretty close to each other.
It's been that a couple of times this race. It's not been a battle, but it's something worth keeping an eye on.
Let's go to ETJ and Pedro Ramada then. The battle for the GTM class. It's something.
It's better than nothing, yes.
It is something. They can definitely see each other on the back straight. That much is for sure. And that's a billboard in the middle of the track that people are just running over.
I think it's
I'm
a marker,
surprised
right?
that
For
hasn't-
like 100 meter board.
I can't believe that hasn't caused any punctures yet.
It's probably not effective debris, to be honest with you. It probably doesn't have collision set on or collide mode or whatever.
The problem for Romano now, though, here in this AM class is that
Apparently,
he has
Dark is a lap behind, sorry. But it's saying here they are on the same lap as Trevelyan Johnson.
ETJ is on the same lap.
A pit stop behind, sorry.
Oh.
So they still have to pit. So ETJ will not lose the lead in that case.
I'm going to start racing with Newbie, I'm thinking.
Yeah, Dark Racing still have to pit, I think. So not quite within it yet, but Trevelyan Johnson very much still leading.
But they'll still be third there.
And
they'll be on the podium because they're 2 laps ahead of Schoenblier.
Quite possibly, yes. Yeah, they might
They
still
do.
be on the podium. So that would be good if they were.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be still first, third. That still says potential champion form to me.
Well, we'll have to see. But yeah, ETG leading, of course. As I've just noticed, I don't know when this happened, but Van der Woude is in the Magenta Warriors car, as promised.
As promised, yes he
As
is.
promised, Van der Woude, the person who likes pink helmets, is in the pink Magenta Warriors car.
He must be
in heaven.
Very excited in that little car of his.
Yeah, he must love it. And he's doing alright as well. He is doing alright.
He's got 3 people behind him. 28 overall. Which, you know, let's be fair, 28 in a GTM car in the bigger picture of things is very good indeed. Given that a GTM car should be at most 30th or 31st.
So he's doing okay. He is doing okay. Not bad at all.
It's all about those retirements, though. 9 now. 9 people have retired from this race. That's almost a quarter of the field.
I'll tell you who isn't having such a good race, though.
Who?
Thomas Jacobs, right in front of Van der Woude. The pro-class flatline car is effectively last.
He was on the podium, wasn't he?
He was doing well, and now he's not.
I don't know what's happened to him. I've actually heard news through that from Room 2, TSA's retired as well.
Oh no! I wanted them to do well.
Actually, should we have a little LMP2 update?
Yes, let's have a full Room 2 update. Actually,
Not LMP2, yeah, Room 2. What am I on about?
the whole room. Let's review everything.
Everything.
And well, SRVN still leading LMP1, but it's Jos Freeman now.
Yep.
Followed by Alberto Pastorato for Scuderia GT Italia, then Rudy Cuppen for JERR Racing, and we'll do a top 4 this time. Top 4 and 4th place is Barry Hedrick for Can-Am Enduro. Very interesting team name there. Going to LMP2, Shane Burke, the Irishman for Team RGPL. He's currently leading. Obviously known for his exploits with Simtech, but RGPL he is here. Then it's Antonio Castagna in the number 11 Overstep car in 2nd, LMP2. Then it is Flatline Racing, Pedro Delgado. So they're having better luck in Room 2 and their LMP2 than they are here in the GTs. So Delgado P3 and Powermax Sim Racing's John Davies is P4 in LMP2 for them as well. And it's worth shouting out as well, I know I was not really supposed to go up to 5, but Ben Willis in the pits for DR Motorsport as well. Doing well, Ben.
Yes, part of our commentary team, of course.
Yeah, shout out to Ben. So we're going to move on to GT Pro now. Just going to sort my nose out first.
Sort that nose.
Back, so ready, hooked.
Yeah.
For SRVN is leading still, so they're leading there as well, again. And then Rafael Ventio is in P2 for Geo Racing Team. It's Marek Cizalak, I think, for Team Hissaria, P3. And then Alex Piccolo, who's Dragon Ball Z referencing his way, up into P4 for Frankie Zuri. Which we talked about last time, but...
You'll need a light zone grenade to take him off that podium.
Yes, he will. We've done it again, ladies and gents. We've made a Dragon Ball Z reference in the room. There you go, killers. Anyway, so, George Blasco, GTM leader for Banzai Motorsport, and then it's Valentino Mazzatenta. That's almost a good name as hang on. That's almost as good a name as Cosimo Straponi was. Valentino Mazzatenza. That's brilliant. He's in second for GTAM. Then it's Roberto Schienemann for KSM in third, and then it's Thomas Grenier in P4 for Endurance 72 Motorsport, running up the top 4 GTAM. And oh no, yes, you're right, Tom Parker has retired from TSA.
Yeah.
But also, we have another retirement as well. Nicholas Hillebrand from Magenta Warriors.
Oh.
Their LMP2 is found at the end of the race, unfortunately, so that is very unfortunate.
Can I make one last Dragon Ball reference, please?
Yes, before we drag this next person in.
On the Namekian theme with Piccolo, it's going to be a nail-biting finish. And only hardcore Dragon Ball Z fans will know what I mean by that. Or get the reference from that on the Namekian theme. It'll be a nail-biting finish.
Indeed.
But anyway,
we are welcoming someone to the chat now.
Enzo Fazzi has arrived. Hello, Enzo.
Hello.
How are you doing this evening?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
Oh, hang on, James. Sorry to interrupt your interview here, but big news from Jimmy Allison. Stewards will be reviewing car 845 driver limit according to 193 after the race because the DQ plug-in could have crashed and he doesn't want to restart the race.
So, which car's being reviewed, sorry?
845 is Pedro Romano, the dark racing.
AM Ferrari, yeah.
Oh.
So that's being investigated after the race.
Oh. That is
We always like post-race investigations, don't we?
And I forget, Enzo, are you with GT Italia, yes?
No.
No, never mind me.
No, I'm with the leading AM car in Revolution Racing.
Revolution, so ETG, we get to focus on Trevelyan Johnson.
You know, I'm pretty sure I ask you this question every single time, Enzo, and I keep on coming up with a different team, but I always get the wrong team. And this is the last piece of the puzzle before I truly become a good BBC commentator. But
last
anyway,
time you asked if I was in Texas Drivers.
Texas Drivers, yeah.
Yeah, probably because I've got an Italian name, but.
But never mind. Revolution Racing then. So, actually, not doing too badly today. You've got your pro driver, Ed Trevelyan Johnson, doing very nicely, leading the pro class.
And class, sorry.
With
yeah.
And class, yeah.
Can't even get your classes right, James.
Stop it! I'm trying.
Hello.
Trying.
It's late.
But anyway, Ramada seems to be out of the picture now after he's been coming under review. A shame for the LMP1 outfit, but overall,
yeah, and both pro
decent
cars
race,
actually. Well, yeah, our car's doing great, but of course the P1 car disqualified DNF. And the pro car, DNF, one of them, with Hani in it. And then we have Arne behind us, which isn't great if you're in a pro car.
No.
So not the best of luck, but we're looking to make it all up with the win here. First Revolution win of the season in Room 1.
It's something.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing. But
Exactly.
I must ask, you look at your team struggling like this. How do you keep morale up? Because it's a big ask. I don't think people truly appreciate sometimes how much practice goes into sim racing, let alone endurance sim racing. You turn up on the day and then you end up retiring.
Yeah.
How on earth do you get your drivers to, and your drivers, your friends to come back each round and say, look, we need to come back and practice for this round, and we can do it. We can show that we are still worth driving in this league.
Well, I know the 333 car with Arne in it at the moment. They got disqualified from quali last time because of the slipstream incident, which was accidental. But they won, and that in room 2, and that gave them a huge boost for this race.
But
yeah.
Are you saying that you need wins to keep yourselves motivated, though?
Well, good results will keep you motivated for a better result next time.
But let's look at the P1 outfit, for example. I mean, that LMP1 car has had the worst
it's had a mixture of bad luck and bad driving. And to top it all off, it's had a flat-out retirement today. So, and the next race is probably one of the most daunting, a 24-hour. So how on earth do you pump yourselves up for that?
Well, I know they didn't very practiced for Fuji, and they didn't look like they weren't planning on a win, and neither were we. But yeah, it's mostly technical bad luck, as Yuri probably already mentioned, with its pedals and stuff like that. Yeah, you can't help that, and everything was looking great so far.
So I guess in the 2-month break then, sure, or well, it's not exactly 2 months, is it? Because you've got a test race in January, but a good Christmas break should be able to bring a bit of reprieve and a bit of a chance to try and sort out those technical issues.
Yeah, we've got double the time to practice, so that's great. Yeah, it should do, and we're looking for a great result with all cars and at the 24 Hours of Daytona.
I must ask though, after such a difficult start to the season, where do you place your aims now? Do you still want to aim for wins? Are you happy with just finishing the race without any incidents? At this point, do you have a place in the championship which you'd like to be aiming for, or do you just take it round by round and try and see whether you can't improve on one race first and build from there?
Well, I can't speak for the other cars, but we're looking to win the season, especially now with Ramada, which is the championship wheeling car, probably getting disqualified and scoring 0 points. And the other fast car I live with, Scuderia GT and not doing really great today. I think we're still have a shot. There's plenty time left to gain lots of points, and especially the double point races of Daytona and Le Mans. But it's like we're so early into the season. There's plenty of time to still win it.
That is a very big point, which I forgot to mention, that it's double points at Daytona. So even more reason to come back in 2 months and check out the broadcast, live stream, whatever you want to call it. Very exciting times ahead. And talking of ahead, we've had Jimmy Allison, the big man himself, in the YouTube chat, and he's been saying that the Season 9 calendar is almost complete. So here we are, not even halfway through Season 8, and already talk of Season 9. So what would you like to see on the calendar for next year, Enzo?
Not Fuji.
Not Fuji.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people share your
simple,
sentiments.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me think. I think Spa would be really great to have it back on the calendar, because it's just a great track for endurance racing. And other than that, yeah, the current calendar is pretty great, except for Fuji, in my opinion.
Jimmy gave his thumbs up with both of your comments there. I wonder whether there's anything in that. Yeah, fascinating. Yeah. I actually...
There is.
There is, huh? But yeah, I know I'm going to be, again, pelted with boos and hisses in the YouTube chat room. I want to see Abu Dhabi on the calendar.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind Abu Dhabi, but there's better tracks around.
Jimmy has been left speechless by that. Don't blame him either. I don't know, I think of endurance tracks, and I think that Yas Marina circuit would be perfectly suited to it, except for the fact that it's got loads of places where you can go outside the track limits, so it'd be incredibly difficult to patrol.
Well, we should have the anti-cheat tool by then.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
But like Abu Dhabi is a great track in real life with the atmosphere, but for sim racing, I don't think it is. It's just a bit too flat and made. Yeah, like you said, the runoff is always something I hate on tracks. Yeah. Bahrain, I'm reading in the comments. Bahrain is really good.
Bahrain, yeah, there's been a lot of people talking about. There is a WEC round there, I think.
Yeah. It was a few weeks ago. Last week even.
Monza, anyone? People are saying for tracks? I agree. I think it would work.
I don't know, but we're complaining about flat tracks here. Monza's pretty flat.
Yeah,
Like,
and it has.
if you want a track with elevation, you want Dubai Autodrome.
Oh, someone's just suggested Targa Florio.
I'd vouch for that. Yeah, I love that with the Viper.
Monaco, someone else has suggested that would be a disaster waiting to happen.
No, the lapping.
Would it be impossible in group section? Can you even fit 40 cars on Monaco?
Yes, because at another league there was a race with 40 cars, and you know there was, Josh.
Yes, I know there was.
Maybe, and in fact, yeah, with tin tops as well. So it can be done, but the lapping would be non-existent. I think we'd possibly see for the first time in VEC history a 50% plus retirement ratio.
Possibly, quite
Well,
possibly.
I think 100% retirement ratio in the GT class, with all the P1s just dive bombing it in all those little turns.
Ooh, is that some vinegar I hear about?
No,
have
just
you not
realistic
been happy
thinking.
with the prototype sensor?
I haven't been driving today, really, but what I've heard from
you've heard
from a
stories.
teammate, yeah.
I'm just looking at this storm we've got going on. There's a bit of a storm going on up here in the north of England as well. We've got Storm Desmond giving her a battering.
It's been okay down here in the south at least.
It's actually been extremely bad where I've been. Apparently 2 trees got taken out of the roots up the road from me. 80-mile-an-hour winds.
Jeez.
And the Scottish Borders and Cumbria have been given a red warning for rain by the Met Office. A red weather warning. You don't get that.
I thought they get that every other week though.
No, it's not really up here all the time in the north.
No?
It's just especially rainy now when Pedro Ramada and Dark Racer are apparently out.
Oh.
They've got a DNF on the live timing.
Yes, they have. And I'm going to check whether that was just a pure disconnection or whether they pulled in. Because if they're aware that they're going to be under investigation...
And Ramada is in there as well, in the car.
Oh, look at that. Ramada...
Oh, crash! Crash parking!
Parking? Sorry, so Ramada
But
went
the
off
whole
at turn
track's
6.
pretty much been blocked there. That was
Yeah,
major
I
and we
see.
missed it. What happened on the replay? Parkin came round. Oh, it was a GT that tagged him. I think that was the car that Casimo was in before.
I'm trying to see what happened.
That is... Wow. Cars everywhere, and then...
So Ramada went off at turn 6.
And the SRVN
and
cars
he
lost
just
its
quit.
rear wing, and that's another one! The NLP1's been tagged.
The issue was it was the 3 wide car went round at turn 1. That caused a bit of a pile-up. And then the Corvette came in too late, and oh dear, that is a
There is
lot of
havoc
crashing.
everywhere.
Oh dear.
And I saw the SRVN car lose its rear wing, it spun, then reversed straight at the TXL, which was in P7.
And that is Rudy Van Buren, the leader of the GT Pro class.
So even worse.
He's become a Ferrari challenge car, unfortunately. So,
He'll need to get that fixed.
is there any code 80? That's the question. If there's
I
no
don't
code
think there's
80,
gonna be.
then there's going to be quite a few people losing out it. Unbelievably, one of the only people to come through from that completely clean.
And Van Buren nearly spins it again. I'd say code 80, but there's not because he's able to hold on to it. And now he's losing it quite a bit, but he's holding on to it enough to warrant him not being code 80 because he can get it back. But he has to be careful.
So Henning Vollert, after so much hard work, he made his way back to P4. He's got to pit again for missing a front bumper. That was all of his own doing. He actually spun in turn 1 in a separate incident, which will allow David Berenak and Team RGPL back through to P4, and Bart Strupans to head back through into P5 for Team VRL.
Van Buren safely made it to the pits, so no need for code 80.
As for Parkin, I do not see any damage on that car, so I think he has been a very lucky boy indeed.
But that was so sudden, and I completely missed it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I just missed it completely.
As for the pro class, though, I imagine we are going to see a change in leader, and, well, Nicky is going to be jumping for joy because Remco Major and Team Vyers are in that second position. So they could, by the luck of the racing gods, pick up a race win here, and they've only got just over an hour to do it, to hold on to that lead. Very exciting times indeed for them. Oh, dear me, what were we talking about before? I've completely forgotten now.
Ramada being disconnected.
Oh, right, yeah. So I reckon that Ramada, he spun up at turn 6. He didn't lose any parts. He didn't crash into the wall. He just quit out. And I do wonder whether they know that they cut so many times that they would get disqualified anyway, and so he just decided to stop.
I thought they'd get disqualified because he's in the car for far longer than 4 hours.
Oh, so he was in the car. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, we've been looking at it because Dark Racing is the main competitor.
So not only have they been going over track limits so much, they've also had a guy in the car for more than 4 hours.
Not a good day at the office for Dark Racing.
It's so the
no,
two.
we noticed.
Sorry, gone.
Sorry.
That's
We
alright.
noticed Adam going out like halfway through his second stint. Adam Taylor from the Dark Racing car, and we were wondering why it was, and we didn't see him on TeamSpeak, so the Dark Racing car didn't have a spotter, which they usually have. And yeah, then after roughly 4 hours, there was still no sign of Adam, so we were already wondering if
Sorry, I'm just looking at the YouTube comments. Someone else has said, I am Murray Walker on ecstasy, apparently.
Murray Walker on ecstasy. That's a
Someone said that.
That's an astute valuation, I think.
Yeah. But just look at Lewis McLean's comment here. Huge respect to the number one car. Like, seriously, amazing that they haven't given up. Absolutely seconded.
Yeah,
that
TXL.
TXL car, adversity after adversity after adversity, and they keep on ploughing on. Massive respect to them.
And they're still picking up points. That's the important part.
As long as
Doesn't matter
points are
where
at
they
stake, they
finish.
keep going.
But yeah, it's so bizarre, isn't it? The two teams that were looking so strong in their respective categories, Team Spirit in LMP2, Dark Racing in GTM, both have retired from this race. And that latest retirement has brought us up to 10, which means that a quarter of the field has retired from the 8 hours of Interlagos.
Speaking of certain drivers and teams keeping on going, I'm being told in comments that Rudy Van Buren was asked if he wanted a driver change, and he said no. He's kept on going, and he's still in the lead, so...
Yep, he's still in the lead, which
he's
is
still in the car. He
unbelievable.
was asked if he wanted a driver change, and he declined. He wants to keep going. That's
most
determination.
certain. I was almost certain that Team Vyers were going to take the lead, and amazingly, Van Buren has been able to keep out. And I know why people would offer Van Buren a change. He's a driver who is incredibly fast, but gets incredibly frustrated when something goes against him, such as someone spinning him. And I tell you what, the fact that he has said, no, I'm going to continue, I'm all good, is a big show of strength, a big show of determination, and fair play to him to want to try and re-extend that lead, because they've got to watch out for both Team Vyers and Scuderia GT Italia. They're both on the same lap as the leader now.
Absolutely, and Rudy's determination may just win them the race here, SRV, and it would be a brilliant win if they did, because he's led for so long and he really would deserve it. And the team as well.
And then they'd further
Brown
extend...
Balin and all the others.
They'd further extend their championship lead.
Yep, really showing that they are... It's like the Dutch Revolution, isn't it, here in GT Pro? They're an all Dutch team, so, yeah. And the orange
Apart
is
from
clearly
Italia.
showing of that.
Absolutely. So I'm just waiting for my game to unminimize from the big expansive timesheet and back onto the actual action. But the main gist of things is that Kuba Brzezinski
Oh, hang
still
on,
leads...
sorry, no, I've got my story slightly wrong there.
No.
Rudy asked for a change, but the team told him to keep going.
That's
Which-
more in line of what I expected,
That
unfortunately.
changes everything.
Yeah. Well, it's something, huh?
He's still going though, which is still brave of him.
He's fair play to him. He's not going to be silly enough to just quit from the team.
Of course not. No, he's still going. He's probably very smart. You know, he's a good driver. He's proven that, and he's still going, even if he is slightly frustrated that he couldn't get the driver change. But the car's fixed, so he should be good again.
Is Majora in comparison? So Majora is about, I don't know,
10 seconds behind. I'd say 10.
A quarter of a lap, I guess.
No, I'd say 10 seconds. 20 seconds isn't really a quarter of a lap. I'd say more like a fifth.
Right.
Oh, even that. If even that. I'd say he's quite close. He's only about 12 weeks. It's increasing the gap, though, in all honesty.
Yeah, it was 9 seconds you said a while ago.
So, yeah, good decision to keep him in the car, I guess. So you've got to push through these things. So, yes, you got spun, but you are still in the lead. You've got to look at the positives. And not only that, but he was pulling out the lead on team fires before the spin anyway. So it shouldn't be much of an issue to stay in the car.
I'm just looking for anything interesting that's happening on track at the moment. And
Well,
hang on a
you know-
minute.
Oh.
Do we have one or do we not?
Well,
no,
I'll
we
tell-
don't, because Romano's not racing. Never mind.
I'll tell you what we can do. We can have a look for what's going on track. But after our final ad break of the broadcast, be sure to come back after then, as we hopefully look to finish, fingers crossed, the first race without a server crash. We're pretty confident that it's going to be all good this time. So, yep, fingers crossed, touching wood, all of the superstitions in our back pockets. We're going to be crowning the winners. There's sure to be more action. There's sure to be a couple more battles we can squeeze out of this incredibly chaotic Interlagos race. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a few.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly always walked it this weekend.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to round 3 of season 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, as sponsored by rFactor 2, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing. We're in the final hour now of the 8 hours of Interlagos, which has been half a chaotic race, the other half a very slow brewing race with some big incidents. But into this final hour leads Kuba Brzezinski via full 2 laps from Lars Brugman in the number 8 DHR car, who is yet to pit. It should be Kieran Parkin in the number 7, who then inherits P2. We've had 2-time race winners this season already. Team Spirit Racing disconnect and retire the car. We have had 2 times race winners in the GTN class, Dark Racing, find themselves under investigation for having a driver in the car for too long. Not only that, but also extending track limits too often. They have also retired the car in anticipation of disqualification. Things have happened, and we're just hoping that we get a couple more things to happen in this final hour. I'm James Kirk, by the way, and I'm joined by Joshua Anderson and Enzo Fazzi is also with us of Revolution Racing, because I've got that wrong far too many times. And I have a shortbread. I've got a Fox's shortbread biscuit with chocolate in the middle.
Yes, Vinny would approve.
Which is, and I've got a biscuit.
Got a
and,
Fox's
I'm enjoying
biscuit.
it very much. But yes, been an interesting race for sure, and we're looking forward now to the next race, which is 24 Hours of Daytona. Should be great fun. We're also looking forward to a possible update of the rFactor 2 build that we're using. Should be very exciting. Plenty to look forward to as we head into 2016. But Enzo, what are you looking forward to most, which is proposed for the 2016 season of motorsport overall? Can be real life racing, could be sim racing.
Well, I'm probably going to Le Mans.
Are you
So
really?
Wow.
Yeah, so that's really great. I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, I'm really not looking forward to next F1 season. I'm just sitting through it and waiting for 2017, hoping for better things to come.
You completely lost faith in this era of Formula One, then?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I think this year was slightly better than last year.
Really?
Partly because of Max Verstappen, but yeah. Well, Malaysia was one of the best races I've ever seen. But other than that, it's just boring seeing Mercedes win every time.
Oh, I agree totally. But I would say that 2014's better because the Mercedes was less dominant.
Really?
In my opinion, anyway.
I don't. Okay. I'm not sure. Yeah, well, I'm a huge Ferrari fan, and Ferrari wasn't all too good in 2014.
True, at least you won races this year.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. Josh, what are you looking forward to for next year?
In terms of motorsport, or?
Yeah, motorsport, sim racing, real racing, whatever.
Oh well, for starters, my team's exploits in other leagues is obviously something to look forward to.
Might you look to bring Cosmo to VEC Season 9?
I personally, that was in the works, or to bring us into VLMS, which is the sister series, under a different banner ultimately. But I'm having problems with finding drivers, and it's not coming together.
Maybe you should stick around the forums more often.
Yeah.
See whether you can't pick up a team. Make a team of ragtag mercenaries.
Yeah. So it's a 4-hour race as well, so nationality wouldn't come into as much. I can pretty much pick the ragtag mercenary team. That's a good idea. Rebrand as Ragtag Racing.
My pleasure. Now you've got to name it James Kirk Cosmo Autosport.
Yeah, but maybe if we can get a VLMS entry going, we might. You know, that could be a road into VEC.
What about me?
I've never done endurance racing management, really. I mean, I've done it like once, but it failed, and then twice, and it was alright.
Yeah,
So-
I've done one endurance race, and my team came second in that, and I was so proud. But we battled for the lead for half the race, and then we fell away. But it's okay, because
Yeah.
half our team abandoned us.
But yeah, in terms of real motorsport, in terms of real motorsport, I'm not sure. I'm really not.
Well, for me, I am really looking forward in real motorsport to the Formula One race at Baku, because a street race around a tight circuit has always produced fantastic results. And yes, I am being totally sarcastic. Actually, no, I am genuinely interested to see how the track pans out, because I always love seeing new tracks, and I always love seeing whether sim racing can prove that you can race around those tracks and it's just real life being boring. Surprisingly, not really that excited about Formula E going into next year. Ever since they added the individual powertrains, it's just been terrible, because there's been clearly a difference, I realise it's meant to be a manufacturer series, but the whole fun of Formula E is that everybody was on the same playing field. And so, yeah, I'm annoyed about that. But in terms of sim racing, I am really excited for the second half of the VEC Season 8 and VEC Season 9, because I'm totally not playing up to my boss.
Coming back on the Formula E, I think it's good that they can make their own power units, because otherwise there's no research going into, not as much research going into the electric powertrains, and this is helping like mankind moving forward with economic technology to go fast and far.
That's true. But then, do you want to sacrifice the entertainment factor of Formula E for the advancement?
I've never found it that entertaining anyway.
Really?
You have to watch it with the earbuds in because of the horrible sound.
I don't mind it. I think this year sounds even better than last as well. But that said, I don't think anything will ever match this. There's this support series of Formula E, and I can't remember. I think it was like a junior school project or something, and there was this glorious start at Palm Beach. I can't even remember where it was, but honestly, the start was, it took 5 seconds for them to get off the line. It was one of the funniest races I've ever seen in my life, because it was so slow. But Jimmy Allison is absolutely right. He's just messaged me to say that the rain has stopped, which could provide some interest of strategy, because if the track dries up quickly enough, then we might see intermediate tyres or dry tyres. Personally, I don't think that's going to be the case, because it's 20 degrees track temperature, 22 ambient, which isn't nearly as hot enough to dry the track how we would like it. But you can already see a dry line appearing in places, so maybe someone will think it's worth gambling to go onto the dries and actually gain positions. It's possible anyway. I mean, Enzo, are you looking to change? Even if it stays dry for the rest of the race now, is there any point in changing onto another tyre now?
Perhaps. The intermediates probably, but there's no point in going to the hards or any other slick compound. But looking at our own car, it might be quite tricky, because there's just under a pit stop of gap between Ed and Daniel. So if one of us stays out while the other doesn't, then it's clear who won. But if we both change tires, then yeah, it could be all on.
Exciting. I do love Interlagos at night as well. A beautiful circuit. The skies are very dark, but also very clear, which I'm sure people will like, because I imagine that driving at night time in the rain must be one of the most horrible things to do on R-Factor 2.
Unless you're not using HDR.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I've
There's
got
the
an
fun
old
in
machine,
that.
and I, yeah.
Well, I can relate to you on that. I've got this laptop which is just about running R-Factor 2. And I do emphasise just about. I'm surprised it's running R-Factor 2. And yeah, it does. I'm not complaining. I'm here commentating, so it's all good.
Yeah, you don't have to have high FPS to get your racing smooth. You can run it at
Yeah. But I mean, I'm done with racing, as I said earlier in the broadcast. I found that my forte is commentary and team management. Driving is not for me, especially when I won't be bothered to go and buy a wheel, which is, I would argue, almost essential on R Factor 2.
Yeah, that's it. So, well, yeah, there's some really fast guys. I saw a YouTube video a while ago, I think, my teammate showed it, of a really fast guy with the keyboard.
Keyboard? No.
Yeah. No, I think he'd be faster than me. Not for a full endurance stint, but around the lap, yeah, probably.
I need to know what settings these guys are running, honestly. Because that's half the problem. My tyres overheat all the time.
With
a controller.
Using a controller, yeah. Yeah. Well, I know he used a lot of input smoothness or digital steering or something. That it's more realistic to how you would actually move the wheels.
Okay. I might have a look into that, actually. Might be some interesting midnight viewing for me after the broadcast. We've had a final pit stop, we believe, from Feeder Sport Poland. And Nikodem Wisniewski is going to be taking the car to the end. Funnily enough, the number 8 DHR car is still ahead of Parkin. So maybe someone would like to confirm to me if we're just waiting on Brugman to pit, or whether Parkin made a mistake. Because I must have missed a switch over somewhere. Let's have a look here.
Hang on, apparently we've got Reese Gardner on the hook for P3 in GTE Am.
Oh, we do? I love a bit of Reese.
Apparently. This isn't confirmed, obviously. It does say he's quite a bit behind Silvera, who's ahead, but...
So Silvera's going around turn 3. Well, it is going to be a big stretch for Gardner's going to need Silvera to make a mistake, I think. Is the basic plan here.
Yeah, or do something.
Furthermore, Gardner's not even anywhere near the top 3 in AM, is he?
No, he's 52 seconds behind.
It's Revolution Racing, Daniel Faber, Silver. Oh, no, he is. Never mind. What? Who's had a do?
Van Buren and now Majua's trying to pass him.
Oh, right. So this is a battle for the pro lead then.
Yep, indeed. Van Buren trying to hold him off.
Wait, Van Buren's a lap ahead though.
Is he? Oh yeah, he is.
Yep. So this is a battle for Major to unlap himself at this rate. Which is odd, because I thought they were on the same lap.
I thought they were.
Yeah, but SRVN still has a pit stop to do.
Ah, right. So that
At least that's what I think. I've been paying that close. Someone in the chat said it a while ago.
Important to unlap himself then.
So I'm guessing SRVN will be one of the later one. Henning Vollert's into the pits now for 3 wide as well. And I do see someone else coming up to the pits as well. That's an Overstep Corvette. So I'm guessing we are just waiting for Brugman to pit as well. But never mind, those two are close but just unlapping themselves. Lars still has a pit stop to make. So that is why Lars is ahead. Makes sense at least. So, Josh, you have watched the majority of this race. Who has been your drivers of the day or teams of the day in each class?
Ooh, good question. LMP1 is a bit of a no-brainer. It's got to be Feeder Sport Poland. They've lapped everyone.
And from last in the LMP1.
And from last, yeah. That says a lot. LMP2, again, I'm tempted to say the leaders, CMHQ Motorsports, have just done a dominant display, you know. And they've been there and done it. And this is getting a bit boring now, because the same the leaders, Team SRVN for GTE Pro, because again, just a brilliance and, you know, never giving up, and Van Buren giving it a go even when he wanted to come in. And well, I'm not going to say the leaders for GTE though, because I have to be interesting. Yeah. I'm going to say Magenta Warriors because Reese Gardner's in fourth and Chasing for third. You know, the whole team has done quite well.
Enzo, have you got any particular drivers that you wanted to point out yourself? Or are you just going to boost your own driver here?
I think I've done it enough so far.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a shame for Dark Racing actually, because well, we always have during the practice a little bit of fuss with Adam and Pedro. Like we want to beat them.
Oh, actually, good point. I'm going to change my LMP1 team.
Oh.
Because I agree too much with Lewis McLean that TXL for still going.
Oh, I was gonna.
He makes too good a point. He makes too good a point.
I was gonna pick them, Josh.
Oh well, I have two. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm bored.
Yeah. I certainly agree. It is a shame to see that Dark Racing and to collab with them, Team Spirit Racing as well. It's a shame to see them drop out in their various circumstances because they they had the pace to do very nice results again.
Yeah. For us, it's just not the way we wanted to beat them. We wanted to beat them on pure pace and not because they probably Adam probably had some issues with his PC and that's why he couldn't do another stint. And that's it's not a fun way to beat them. And
no.
Yeah.
All right, who am I going to go with? Well, since you've changed the thing, Josh, I am going to go for Feeder Sport Poland. I think they've done an outstanding job and are clearly the class of the field today. In LMP2, I am going to go for Kyushu Motorsport. Qualified in the midfield, stayed out of trouble, looking pretty set for a podium with Mikhail Folker in the car. Deserve it in my opinion. GT Pro, I'm going to go for Team Viers. Because I think they've done an outstanding job being able to keep up with SRVN as well as they have. Really deserves some credit, and I do hope that they push on from this. And in GT AM, I will go for Evolution Racing. Because there have been so many leaders in this AM class, and ultimately ETJ and his team have pulled through and are looking pretty set to get the win there. So I'll be a little bit boring, but I genuinely think they've just done the best job. Because
TXL round.
Oh, is that again?
Let's scale round again, but they're still going.
They're still going. Good. Yeah. In order for you to finish... No, that's the wrong thing.
To finish first was finished.
There, that's the one I was looking for, yeah. Sorry, it's late. I'm tired. It's past my bedtime. Shouldn't be up. Josh can do the thinking for me.
Yes. I think better at night anyway.
I sometimes think better at night, but only if I have an essay due the next day.
Yes. That's the way it all works for everyone, isn't it?
I thought after alcohol.
Oh yes, just get the booze out. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, we're in first, so why
Speaking
not?
of booze, I know.
Why not? Yeah.
Speaking of booze, a certain league I know is hosting a party over in Germany. There'll be a lot of booze there.
Yeah, I can join them. In Cuba, Brazil, huh? Apparently, the feeder
sorry,
Poland
it
car
wasn't.
spun.
It was the feeder car. Yeah, sorry, not the TXL. The feeder car, yeah.
Oh,
because Lars Brugman's not as far behind anymore.
No, in fact, let's put this into perspective. Lars has unlapped himself.
That's how significant.
But also remember, Lars has to pit again.
Yes,
so he will
go
be a
back
lap
down.
behind regardless.
Thanks, David Judd, for pointing that out.
Oh, excuse me, dear me. Apparently it was close to something.
It did look close to the wall, like.
No, that would have been heartbreaking if they crashed in that final hour. Final 40 minutes.
The final power hour.
And then it could get exciting for the win between Kieran and Lars.
We should call it that the last hour. We should call it power hour.
The power hour.
We should do it, seriously.
Yeah. Okay. As of this moment, the final hour of all VEC broadcasts, regardless of whether we're on it or not, is called the Power Hour. It has been decided.
Can we get an ad for that, like a pop-up? power hour
Yeah.
We need to create a jingle as well.
Yeah.
I could get
Power
I could get someone to do that. I know musical people, or we could get anyone who's sim racing musicians could do a power hour jingle.
I can get my brother to do something. I guess he does piano.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
It depends on whether you want to have like. We can go back to our whole. What would the VEC driving CD have on it?
Yeah.
It would start out with the power hour.
Yeah.
Like that'd be the intro. Which is kind of ironic, given that the VEC hosts multiple hour races.
Yeah. I suppose so.
It depends whether you want like a pumped up power hour or like a light-hearted, because you can have like, you know, with electric guitars like the power hour, or you can have like the power hour is lovely and fun. You know, try and go that route. I don't know. This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you catch me at 11:30. Usually it's only my girlfriend who has to deal with me at this time. This is bad news whenever I'm dealing on a broadcast at this time.
Yeah,
and to think, I volunteered to do the night stint at Daytona.
So this is the James Kirk you will get.
Well, it depends if we even broadcast. As I say, at current manpower, we'll be broadcasting the first 8 hours, so up until midnight, pretty much the same timing as. Actually, no, it depends. Does Daytona start at 2 p.m?
It does. It's an early
time?
start.
Yeah, so it'd be 2 p.m. until 10 p.m. British Standard Time. And then we'd have... Oh, no, we can do the first 10 hours, surely. Yeah, it'd be the first 10 hours, and then from about 8 a.m. British Standard Time until the end. So it would overall be like thirds of the race. But either way, I think... Yeah, with our current manpower, we can't actually do the entire race because it'd be asking far too much of all of us, to be honest. Which is why we do reach out to the community and ask for you guys. I know that we've got a potentially interested commentator, which is great, but it's cameramen, more importantly, that we are looking for.
That's what we need.
So yes, if you are a commentator / co-commentator and want to get involved with the 24 Hours of Daytona, please do get in contact with me on the VEC forums. I'm James Kirk, it's easy enough to find. But if you are a cameraman, then it would be of extra interest for you to get in contact with me. Or if you're interested in learning the cameras even, because then we might... Yeah, Josh is experienced on cameras, he'll teach you all the ropes and all the tricks and tips and all that sort of stuff. And then we might be able to broadcast the entire 24 hours. But we'll see. We will see.
No, Cuba Brzezinski, there are no server crashes planned for tonight. You wouldn't mind one, though. He's asked no server crashes planned. He said wouldn't mind one.
Wouldn't mind one. Well, we were hoping that we wouldn't have one
Exactly.
today. The first race to actually finish.
Yeah, it would ruin the power hour as well.
During the power hour. I'm sorry, but the power hour is it's a staple of our new stability with actually finishing races.
If we can get to the power hour, we can get to the end.
Absolutely. Ben, I can do cameras for parts of Daytona. We'll have a new GFX card for them. Lovely. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Ben. Props to Ben Willis.
We'll have to see what we sort out then. Because it is still 2 months until then. Still plenty of time to decide things. Not much time left to this race, though.
No, only 37 minutes.
37?
Well, it says on the overlay 37, but you've got your little timer going.
Well, no, I've got the time, and so I know it's roughly 30 minutes.
Yeah, it says
So I
over
guess
here
it's
37.
Oh, final half hour. This has been an exhausting one, but not for the reasons which I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, we had the very, very first hour. That was absolutely very interestingly lots of things going on.
It's like, I mean, it's been an interesting one for sure, because the first half of the race was fantastic in the sense that it was non-stop action, and that tired me out. But then the second half of the race wasn't all action, and that tired me out even more. Because I was struggling. I was struggling so hard. I was thinking of things we could talk about and trying to find battles, and I tried my best, everyone. No probs, says Ben. Thank you. You're welcome.
Always good to have people helping out.
Let's have a look back in the chat, because you guys have been brilliant giving us little
Things
bits
to talk
and bobs.
about. Come on, keep going. We've got 36 minutes of we've got half the power out to go. We need something to talk about.
Power half an hour.
The
Power
hour.
half an hour. We've gone from the power hour to the super part. No. I'm breaking, ladies and gentlemen. I'm breaking. Help. Help.
Exactly. Go on. Suggest some topics.
We're still waiting on Brugman to have his pit stop.
He's not done it so far. He's not done it.
Do you think he's going ultra fuel saving and attempting to beat Parkin that way? Because I was a little bit skeptical as to whether they would actually allow Brugman through, despite the fact that he was almost a lap behind Parkin. Wait and see anyway.
Oh, here's one. Talk about how bad the Nissan LMP was this year, because we never talked about the World Endurance.
I love the Nissan LMP. It was in a class of its own.
It was in a class. It should have been LMP 1.5.
Yes.
No, it at times it was slower than
And
P2
Brugman in.
cars.
There you go.
More like P2.5.
There you go, James.
It was almost like he responded to my request.
He can hear you.
He can. Yeah, I'm not too sure about why they even thought a front-wheel drive LMP2 car was a good idea. The Delta Wing was a better concept than the LMP2 car.
It was meant to be four-wheel drive, I think.
Now that
but
would
they didn't fix it in time because I think I can't remember. I think normal aspirated engine, like the fuel engine, combustion engine, that's the word.
Yeah.
That would drive the front wheels, and then some electric engines would drive the rear wheels, which also made for a good amount of traction control.
My question
that
is why...
makes sense.
But they didn't finish that in time, and then they realized during Le Mans that the engine on its own was really shit, and then it just gave up.
Sorry for the language, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
it's that time of evening, to be honest with you, but still. I questioned from the start the idea of putting 700 horsepower in the front wheels. I mean, you're always going to get mental torque steer. I mean, let's put it this way. The Honda Civic in R-Factor 2, that torque steers, and it's got 300 horsepower. That torque steers like all unholy hell. So double that and put it in a Le Mans prototype. You're asking for disaster, sure.
Also, front-wheel drives shred the tyres.
Yes, I've learned that the hard way. So really, what would have been a better idea is doing an Audi. Have the engine drive the rear wheels and the electric motor drive the front.
Yeah. So in other words, be sensible.
Yeah, I mean, what would have been...
Don't commit to a project you can't complete.
For better straight line speed, you can just send everything back, but better grip is if you have it all mixed up.
They genuinely would have done better if they had no rear wing. Less drag.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't have been... Oh yeah, because you can't actually oversteer a front wheel drive car in CVD try, can you?
Exactly, just floor it whenever it starts to
Just floor it and
spin.
get more grip.
And ruin the tires even more.
Oh, it's fine. It'll bolt.
They should have just gone for the ultra hard compound and just on the front and then hardened the front up, but then they wouldn't have got the grip.
Everything about the Nissan was overlooking logic, says Flamen.
Like, just grow logic.
We're talking about a prototype with a front-mounted engine and zero weight on the back, whereas Benny290, also known as Ben, says Delta Wing for the win.
Yeah,
I
they should
agree.
have made a bigger B1 Delta Wing.
Right. Interesting little tidbit here from Jimmy. The last placed GT-AM class car is on intermediate tyres.
Yes, that's James Wilson.
And he's just set the fastest lap in the GT-AM class.
Wow. That's James Wilson now as well for overstep. So let's have a look at him.
Right last on the road. 3 laps down. But he is going faster than anyone in his class right now.
And he's on Inters.
He's on Inters, yeah.
He's doing something, right? Or maybe Inters
Look at
really
that.
are the best tyres.
1:34.6, he's just improved his own fastest lap.
Maybe the Inters are the tyres.
Actually, hold on, wait, no.
Maybe this is that window.
So he was in the 140s, but now he's in the 134s, pretty much. Whereas the leader of the AMS, Trevelyan Johnson, is currently in the 135s and 137s. So the difference isn't that big, but it is definitely going that way with half an hour to go. I would honestly say that most people are just going to try and stick it out from here, surely. It's too risky to put in a pit stop.
It would be quite risky, yes, and possibly not worth the road, but Wilson's definitely doing well on those Inters, it must be said, for overstep. He's definitely making them work. Maybe this is the window where we're talking about. I mean, up ahead of him is Dennis Graber in the same HQ, and he's way ahead.
I heard someone.
I think he's the last place running car as well, to be honest.
He's dead last.
Yet he's the fastest in his class.
Yeah. Which is why I'd say. I mean,
hang on. You'll be happy to hear this, James. We have a battle.
No.
And it's not just a battle between anything. It's the battle between DHRs for second.
Wow, yeah, so...
Parkin and Brugman right next to each other.
Brugman has put in a stint and a half, hasn't he?
We've got the two DHRs battling each other. Will we see team orders here?
Will we see team orders? Because that... I know... Feedersport Poland will go top regardless of what this position is. But there you go, Brugman on the inside. I've forgotten how to commentate almost. Feedersport Poland, regardless... Oh, a little slip there from Brugman. Will stay top of the team's championship. Even if Lars Brugman is able to get into second. But I tell you what, the Dutchman is looking far stronger of the two DHRs at the moment, isn't he?
He is. Brugman looking very strong. Parkman looking strong too. We've got this nice little fight for the last half an hour as well. And it's going to be brilliant. I mean, what's better than seeing teammates fighting it out between each other?
Berenek and Wilhelm in as well. In P4 and P5.
Brugman.
As Brugman, oh my words! There's back markers there, and Parkin dived out of the way. Brugman thought about going there.
He's still thinking about it.
He's almost pushing his teammate around, isn't he? Getting very close. And I imagine that the bosses back at HQ, they will be clenching their butt cheeks, as Mr. Bogdan, the CEO of Walker Racing, was telling us earlier. The nice phrase.
Oh, here we go. Lewis McGlade, no team orders. They're going to fight it out. Perfect. What am I going to say?
Oh. Better than Mercedes, confirmed. It's DHR versus DHR. Down the back straight, we've got the back marker of TXL's Christian Michel as well to deal with. Brugman moves to the inside, going side by side into turn one. Surely it's a done deal for Brugman. He breaks much later. And he gets the position done.
Parkin still on the back.
Parkin, though, will he try and get back? I don't think he will. I don't think he's got the pace. Brugman is just in a class above him at the moment in this last stint. And, well, we were talking about potential team orders near the end of the race. I didn't realise...
He's still going for it. Bless his
He's still going for it, but he's not got the pace, though. He's had a fantastic race so far because he's incredibly consistent and he's stayed out of trouble most of the time. But Brugman has just put in an almighty shift. And, well, the points deficit that they are going to lose to Feedersport Poland has been reduced, even though it may only be by a little bit.
Yeah, Lewis McGlade just saying if Kieran wants to get another way, it's up to him. If not, Lars is free to fight. Kieran's free to defend. So nothing going on team orders wise. And it really is indicative of the power hour, isn't it? You see this sort of thing.
The 007's on softs.
Brugman power, says Niels Brugman.
I don't see softs on Parkin's car, Jimmy.
No, I think it's the 007, not the number 7. And the 007 is
What's the 007?
Berenek.
Oh, right, interesting. That's Team RGPL. As you know, they've got nothing to lose. They are in P4.
And 90's on soft as well. Struboff for VRL.
Right.
They're in 6th.
Well, they've got half an hour to try and make up a lap on Wilhelm, whereas Berenek has got half an hour to make up 4 laps on Parkin. We'll wait and see what sort of lap times these guys are putting in, though. Very interesting move to see whether they can go faster, though. Let's have a look, shall we? Wisniewski's last laps on the wet tyres, remember. 123.9, 122.4, 124.1, and he's just put in a 122.7. Whereas Berenek is going to be putting in his first lap now since pitting. Remember, it's a 122 that we're comparing against. Give or take traffic for both cars. And Berenek does a 124.4. Not really sure that it's time to say that the softs are the tyres to be on, to be honest.
There's also a battle for 6th place, almost a battle, for 6th place in Pro Class.
OTT Pro,
with,
let's have a look.
Yeah, with the overstep car in 6th on wets and the 333 Revolution on inters behind. Catching up about more than a second per lap.
That could be one to watch. Riera versus Schoenevelt. Schoenevelt, even.
Oh, so Riera versus Schoenblier.
Yep.
Okay, yep, I gotcha. I gotcha. So over a second per lap is indeed quite a big margin for Riera to be dealing with there. And look at that, Schoenblier really flying along nicely. On the intermediate tyres as well, Schoenblier. I think that's the best tyre to be on at the moment, to be honest. Still able to deal with the wet conditions, but not overheating the tyres like you would on the wet tyre.
Yeah, this DHR fight simmered right down now. Partner's gone right back. So Brugman's very much second. Still, it lasted, and that was good. Give us something to commentate on.
Oh, you don't say. I was hoping that we'd have a couple of things to talk about, and we have, thankfully. So Schoenblier catching up at a rate of knots as I see James Maskell, coming out the pits there for TXL. About 25 minutes left.
25, aye.
Nailed it. Yes.
Good on you. See, you're getting times right. That's good.
I'm getting times right. That's something, isn't it? As James Maskell goes through on Schoenblier then. Still catching up to Arginus Riera, who's had a decent day in the Overstep Corvette. The Corvette itself hasn't exactly had the best of luck, and to be fair, Overstepper's not had the best of luck in this season so far. But it'll still be points. That's the important thing. As long as you finish, you get your points, and everything will be okay at the end of it. Schoenblier doesn't look to have caught up too much this lap, to be honest. In fact, he's had to deal with the traffic and almost let off too much, if that's a thing. He's backmarked too conservatively.
He's only about 3 seconds off Riera in the overstep, so he is a captain, but how quick is he captain?
Previous lap it was 7 seconds. So it's
no way.
Yeah. You can look at the lap times, Riera's last lap time.
And now Schoenblier is right behind Riera. Well, he's in the next, he's in his rearview mirror, he's the next car.
Yep, I see him. Yeah, this is there's
no on board on the rear camera of Riera here.
Nowhere to hide for Riera. And look at Schoenblier. This is the difference between the tyres. This is something to commentate on. So buckle up, kids. It is going to be an exciting time. The Dutchman, Arnie.
Hang on, there's suspicion in number 100.
He's Belgian.
There's suspicion overstep the as well.
No. He looked like a Dutchman.
Well, Belgians are spare Dutchman and spare French.
Yeah. Sorry, Arnie. Arginus is definitely Venezuelan, though. I know that much. But what are you saying, sorry, Josh?
Apparently the number 100, which is Arginus, may have to pit.
Right.
So this could bring a battle to the end.
Well, no, because
Or bring an end to the
Schubler
battle.
would have overtaken him already as Brugman goes through there.
That would bring an end to the battle, so to speak, if he has to pit. But we like battles.
We do like battles. They're exciting and fun. And give us something to commentate on. And means that we don't have to discuss things like Christmas. Which is a great thing to discuss, don't get me wrong. But it's not exactly motorsport, is it? Anyway, coming down the home straight then. For the 266th time of asking. Schumblier heads on to lap 267. Riera firmly in his sights. And he's getting closer and closer every lap. But testingly not close enough. And you can tell that Riera is trying to search for every single bit of wetness he can find. Because those wet tyres are going to be screaming right now.
Yeah, especially if they can't get the moisture to dry them out, because those wet tyres need fluids. Like humans need fluids.
Like tequila. Well,
not necessarily, but... This is a close fight now. Riera's actually losing time, I think. Look at that. Look how close they are.
It can be closer, and that is the TXL of Maskelov again. They've just not had a good day, have they? But they're still going to get...
About the second in this between Riera and Schumblier.
This is the sector where Schumblier will lose the most time, and you can see just how much Arnie's been able to catch up to Arginus in that little bit, although, oh my word, there's the VRL trying to cut through. A little bit of relief, if you ask me. And I'll tell you what, this is the place actually where Schumblier will actually struggle a little bit, because the Corvette's a little bit more powerful from what I'm aware of. That said, Arnie has now got the slipstream of Schumblier, and look at this. Battle is well and truly joining now. Heading on to that 268. I imagine we'll see a move. If not this lap, then next lap for sure.
He's catching. He's catching even now. I think we can see a move now. I think he's going for it. Down the outside he goes.
And on the inside of Interlagos, no, he's not going to try there. He's just going to try and hold his time, isn't he? Because obviously Enzo watches this as part of the team. You know that you're going to be able to overtake Arginus, so might as well be safe in doing it, right?
Yeah. I had to wait for the main straight. The beginning part is uphill, and the Viper has loads and loads of torques. So if you make it stick before the bit red flattens out, it should be done.
Here comes Per Rosenly as well, in trying to lap Schumblier here. And, well, Schumblier is not being a good back marker. I'm sure that Per will be wanting to get past as quickly as possible, but obviously Arnie wants to get past the overstep car. Oh, and a bit of a step out there through Mugello, and the LMP2 car has to go through there. So Schumblier, he must be so annoyed because overstep car's gotten away from him again. Here comes the TXL through as well. Now going to pick up the slipstream. And he's closing further, but the overstep car will now be able to use the slipstream with the guys ahead of him as well. But still no move to be made for Arnie Schumblier. He's got to try again, but he's much closer this time. I wonder whether he'll have a go down on Interlagos. Look at that. Almost pushing Arginus Riera round turn 3. Surely, if there is any time to do this, it'll be into Interlagos on lap 269. He brakes later, he dives in later, and he finally takes the position. In fact, Riera goes off wide. Schumblier is passed and onto the podium.
Well done as well.
Or is he onto the podium? Wait,
no,
I got that terribly wrong. He's 6th. I'm totally wrong. AMs and pros are getting mixed up, so he's gotten past him. It's something. It was a battle. Take what you get.
Looking at Remco Major and Team Virus here, still doing very well.
Yeah, and Van Buren's in the pits. So I think this is the last pit stop for both of them.
Yeah,
I'm wondering whether Major is... Oh, is Van Buren's already gone?
He's coming out.
So Major's going to be nowhere near him, unfortunately.
Obviously, Rudy going to the end then.
Yeah, indeed. I think things have fully settled down now. Not much to say.
Definitely settled for Wisniewski.
Oh, you don't say?
He's out there. Obviously, don't have to stop again before the end. He's
lap ahead of everyone.
Everyone. He crashes.
Oh, wow, yes, that was very close. And that was a crash. That was the flat line, wasn't it, of Boyd Bryson?
Maybe minor damage to the front split out, but apart from that. Oh, and he has a bit of a step out. He's definitely stepping out now. Oh dear, and now Brugman. He's not to say that, is Brugman. Unlaps himself.
But he's going to be unlapped straight away again, surely.
Possibly. They'll be having blue flags with them like crazy.
Yeah, and if you have three blue flags, you get disqualified, though. Or at least that's the rules I was aware of.
So he'll be having blue flags with them like crazy. He's got to overtake this traffic, but he's got to let...
No, is it different rules today? Or is it different rules in...
look at all these traffics. There's nothing being held up.
Well, you know what? Brugman is flying away, so I don't think there's even going to be a chance for Wisniewski to overtake Brugman again.
Well, he did get held up there a lot, and he's still being held up now.
It won't penalise anything in R-Factor 2, apparently. Never mind. Damn it with this stream, says Nick Woodbury. We apologise. It's been problematic all day long. We've tried to fix it, but it's not been fixing. You've only got 15 minutes to go to deal with us.
Just hang in there. There's only 15 minutes.
Eventually.
15 minutes of the power hour to go.
Serious?
This is the thing. This is
We're
the thing
into the
now.
superpower half hour now.
It's quarter of an hour now.
Quarter of an hour.
The
yeah.
mega power out. The
It's,
mega
it's
power
getting
quarter hour.
less
Power hour
sketchy.
premium edition.
Oh dear. What has happened to us? We were once a respectable commentary team and we've devolved into this. Give me a battle race, come on! Where is everyone?
Closest thing is, I think, Dennis Grabbit to Michele Rizzo, but that's 40 seconds.
Yeah. In fact, the closest battle on track is still Chunblier Riera.
Yeah, but that's done.
And that's
yeah.
done. Yeah.
Well,
Mind you.
it's still 1.5 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he just got held up by Bristow Capital a lot there, Chunblier, which is incredible
off.
to say. Who went off, sorry?
Baronet went well wide.
Is he still okay?
Oh, he's fine. He just took a major excursion off the track.
It's good to see that he's
Almost
okay.
getting lost like Kimi Raikkonen.
In a world of his own, Berenek at the moment. 3 laps behind third and 2 laps ahead of fifth.
Got no worries, but no concerns.
Actually, to be fair, shout out to RGPL because they've had a couple of testing races, and Fuji in particular. Their driving standards as a team were very poor. They've come back strong, and they've almost hit the podium today. So definitely positives to take forward to Daytona.
Yeah, definitely got something to take forward at least. You know, if not a win, then or a podium. The thing about Berenek as well is he's obviously got the laps behind in the front, so there's no pressure on him. Not as much pressure at least. You know, he can concentrate on keeping the car going till the end. And sometimes the most dangerous and quick racers are the ones who don't have pressure or anything to gain or lose.
Yeah, I agree on that.
Sometimes
Like,
if you don't have that pressure on, you can just drive it.
Oh, and he spun.
Yeah, well, so much for that. But
No,
sometimes...
don't do it that way! What are you doing? David! Naughty David!
Trying to do a rally spin in the middle of a track.
He did a... When did Hamilton do that awful spin? Was it Hungary? You know, when he spun in the middle of the track.
I don't remember.
I think it was Hungary. That was...
That wasn't very
dangerous.
logical, David, but as it was I'll say, sometimes when you don't have the pressure, you can drive with a bit more freedom and you get better lap times, like myself. I found
like Rosberg.
Like, I've been at the back of the race and I was like, right, I can drive a bit more freedom now, and I've actually started putting out extremely good laps. I actually nearly put out the race fastest lap once. I'd caught up and got 7th out of, like, 17 from being 16.
I know you did.
So,
You almost took 7th from me.
yeah, I actually started putting out some really good laps because I wasn't under pressure. I could just drive with freedom and my pace came out.
That was when I had my controller
So
and I was actually racing.
When you don't have that pressure, you can perform at your best.
Sometimes. I think because then there's the worry, though, that you might become... What's the word? You might become a bit complacent. Things are going too easy. And then all of a sudden you make a mistake from not concentrating properly.
Yeah, the big one for me is telling myself, right, you're doing good, don't mess up. And immediately afterwards I mess up the next corner. That always happens, I guarantee you. Tell yourself not to mess up and you will make a mistake. It happens so often in Berwick now. Speaking of which, he's had a bit of a wibble.
A little bit of a wibble. That's a lot of traffic that he's dealing with. There's Kieran parking pits,
Yes.
presumably for safety.
Quite possibly he's coming out now, but...
I mean, he's
been
lost
in
the
the pits.
battle for seconds, so he might as well skirt, huh?
He has been in the pits, but
Wait,
now
hold on.
he's
Does
come
he have a
out.
front bumper?
He's coming out the pits.
Am I just being silly, or did he miss him? Was he missing a front bumper?
I don't know, but he's got one now.
Yeah, he's got one now. Don't worry. It's the darkness. I couldn't see properly.
Yeah, it tends to do that as we're just approaching 10 minutes to go. So
Oh,
this is
almost
the
there.
end is nigh.
Server crash.
Not in power hour. It can't be now.
Not in the power hour. Absolutely not. I refuse to accept
If it was
that.
going to happen, it would happen before.
Full race restart.
Oh god, I couldn't. It's going to be
Neither
midnight
can
when this
I.
race ends. Here.
I'm going to bed. Or I'm having another biscuit. I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
Have a bourbon.
I don't have bourbon.
biscuits.
Oh, yeah, we don't have bourbon biscuits.
Oh my god.
Do still have some Mr. Kipling slime slices from Halloween
Oh.
left.
Wow.
They're like lime cakes with dark chocolate on the top.
Pretty canny. I like limes sometimes. Lime cakes. I'm okay. It's fair enough. Getting a bit more wibbly. I think it's the spray, honestly. That can be a bit off-putting.
The spray's always
You
off-putting
see,
to
this
me.
is the thing. When it gets late night, you always get serious, contemplative, theoretical Josh Hansen instead of Murray Walker
I'm
Josh Hansen.
exactly the same. Like, whenever it gets to night time, I'm like, but what is the meaning of life?
When it gets to this point, I always become more statistical and I become the stats guy instead of, oh my god, I'm going to shout at everything because I'm high.
You're high?
I'm not high, seriously. It would not surprise you if I was, but I'm not. It always gets to this point of the night where I have to be quiet. I always take on this really statistical persona.
The only drugs we have here is sim racing.
The only drug we have is adrenaline. And that's as high grade as you get around these parts.
Yes, adrenaline, famous for, that was a Stuyven parking, as Wisniewski pits.
Yes, John, 9 minutes after an 8-hour race and we're talking about biscuits.
Wisniewski pits.
Oh, now, this is interesting.
How long is he going to be in there?
Because Brugman is close over, he's not going to be in long enough for Brugman to close up.
Oh, wow, that was a really quick stop, wasn't it? What is he out on? He's out on the wets again, so he didn't even... He just went for
fuel.
a splash and dash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so out he comes into the lead once again then, Wisniewski, Petersport Poland, pretty dominant display, you'd say. But I'm interested, look at Berenek here in P4. He's about to unlap himself from Lars Brugman. And remember, he was on the soft compound tyre, so it just shows how much of a difference it has made in this final stage.
Yeah, he's trying to unlock himself, but whether he might have a pace on the straight, but on the back straight, leading out of the chicane section, Brugman's been held up by traffic. Berenek can use that. Well, he hasn't been slowing. Berenek slowed right down there.
Better safe than sorry though, he's got a good result on his hands here.
Yeah, it's possible. He might just be being a bit conservative. He's in P4, he won't want to lose P4, then again he's not in very much threat of losing P4.
And do you really want to throw away 8 hours of work?
No, not really. He can't win, but he's having to go at Brooklyn nonetheless.
Well, he wants to pass his lap.
Nonetheless.
Why wouldn't you want to set the fastest lap? You can see how much more speed he's taking through there on this camera shot, actually. It's very cool. Oh, look at that! Look at that! He almost... Oh, I thought he was going to go under ETJ there and take Brugman on the inside, but he...
tried it.
Surely he's going to get him up here, though. Rides on the back of Brugman here, who overtakes the Warp racing car of Sean Allen. And surely Beranek is going to make a move here. Oh, well, he's on the wet stuff and
doesn't.
He's on the wet stuff. He doesn't want to brake there.
Tries to go for the move, but fails in it as we have 6 minutes left to go. The TXL
and that's the
car
DXL off again.
gets out of the way, but it's RGPL versus DHR. Now, what's going to happen here?
Remember, everyone, this is just we're feeding on scraps here. This is a battle to unlap himself for Beranek.
We're that desperate.
We're that desperate for action.
And lap himself from a 3 laps distance. So he still has to lap himself twice more to be in the same lap.
Never mind, it's something.
Oh, here's one from Stephen Bailey. You are aware Lars is still in contention to win this if anything happens up front. Don't go pushing it too hard. That is true. If
30 seconds away.
If Wisniewski makes a mistake, a major mistake, Brugman could still win. He doesn't want to risk it.
Everyone's driving safely, though.
He will know that. Brugman will know about the situation and won't want to throw it away. So he really should be careful around Beranek. And Beranek going on the inside and through. Just swishes through.
Just let him through. They let him through. That's the safe option, I think.
Absolutely. Doesn't want to throw a second away because he can still get first if there's a problem with the feeder sport car.
And now we can see whether Beranek takes the fastest lap or not.
Would be interesting if he did.
He's going for it, isn't he? Goodness me. And the guy there, he's cut across and very finely there. 5 minutes to go of the 8 hours of Interlagos. Hope you're still with us. Hope you're still awake.
We've still got 62 viewers, so yes.
Yeah.
That's a good haul.
62 viewers?
62 viewers is a good haul.
I'd be happy with that on my channel.
I'd be happy with that on my channel.
But mind you,
and I don't do anything.
The cool thing here is that this is 63 viewers live.
Yes.
I'm watching at 1 a.m. in the morning, yeah.
Yeah.
For me at least.
Yeah, so imagine when this goes onto the actual net as a replay, how many we'll get. It's a testament really to how popular the VEC is.
Be honest, yeah. How many people are going to watch an 8-hour race back to back?
I don't know.
Me?
In replay, really? Okay.
No.
No, because you're commentating yourself. And
it is a testament, really, when you think about it, how popular the VEC really is. It's so professional and yet it's so popular. And that's what makes it popular. The fact it's so professional is Wisniewski looking to lap Parkin. Oh dear, no. The Strubantz is off.
Who's off?
Strubantz. He's got back on the track for VRL, but hasn't lost any position, I don't think.
He has no need to worry. The next car behind him is 12 laps behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Wisniewski back to him, trying to lap Parkin once more. Now, obviously the DHR car will want to get out of the way because he'll have been on blue flags waving like crazy. But then again, this could slow him up, but it won't slow him up for Brugman to catch, obviously. There's only 2 minutes 35 in this race. I suspect...
Yeah, but he's closed the gap down to 11 by 11 seconds.
Yeah. I suspect, personally, if it's about 1 minute 30 or 1 minute 20 for a lap in the prototypes, let's take 1 minute 20 for a lap in the prototypes. This will likely be the last lap but one now.
Yes.
So, Brugman would have 2 laps to catch up 30 seconds. Wisniewski will need a mistake for that to happen.
I'm starting to doubt myself on that one, Josh. Lars Brugman is catching about a second at least per sector.
That's only 6 seconds over 2 laps, though.
Remember,
And there's a
the tyres are still going
13-second
off.
deficit. Track limits mistake, says Jimmy Allison.
Maybe, I'm not sure. 16 seconds. I think Wisniewski's going to be okay. Warning, David Berenek trek limits.
Oh, dear. Pushing it a bit too hard, perhaps.
It's only a warning, though. It's not a penalty.
Yeah, he's got a whole minute to take it easy now anyway, so...
Exactly, just take it easy. You've gone for the fastest lap, so...
Okay, well, what else is there to gain? He should just take it nice and easy, but now, but Wisniewski coming round the last corner, start, what will be the last lap. It will be, because there's only 55 seconds left, and your timer will be going off soon to signify end of 8 hours, and we will have a winner.
So, it has been a very interesting ride indeed, the 8 hours of Interlagos. Maybe not the thrill fest all the way through, but for sure has brought up many interesting talking points. And of course, this race will be remembered in the short-term memory as the race which has had the most retirements of the season so far. It'll also be a race, however, which is remembered with Nikodem Wisniewski and Federsport Poland starting last in the LMP1 class and coming home to finish first in their second race in a row, and therefore taking the lead of the championship. What sort of ramifications will that have in terms of a DHR response? We shall wait and see, as the timer has just clicked over to 0. There are plenty of other talking points throughout the field as well, all of which I expect to see in the VEC forums for sure. But coming around turn 13, or turn 12, sorry, Yun Chao. Wisniewski has people falling out the way through 13, through the Cibula de Boxe, and through the final corner of Arquibacadas. And Nikodem Wisniewski and Federsport Poland win the 8 hours of Interlagos by 11 seconds it was in the end. A lot closer than I'm sure a lot of people would have been imagining from Lars Brugman. He does not do enough to make sure that DHR, the number 8 car in particular, holds the team's championship, but he's done a good enough damage limitation job. His teammate, Kieran Parkin, will finish P3 with David Berenek P4, and rounding out the top 5 will be the pole sitter of the 3-wide motorsport car, Carsten Wilhelm, bringing it home 6 laps behind. In the LMP2 field, it was an easy ride in the end for SimHQ Motorsports, who inherited the lead after Team Spirit's demise. Scuderia GT Italia finished second there with Kyushu Motorsport P3. In the GT Pro class, SRBN extended their championship lead with Rudy Van Buren. Team Viers on debut in Room 1 doing an excellent job. P2 and on the same lap as well as Rudy, and the Scuderia GT Italia rounding out the podium places there. And in the GTM class, Revolution Racing take their first win of the season with 3-wide Motorsports AM efforts coming second, and a long way behind Firehorse Racing, just about taking the final podium slot after Dark Racing ran into many an issue.
I'm off to drink champagne with my teammates.
Oh, please do, please do.
Yeah,
that
thanks
was a
for
big
having
one.
me, and
cheers for you
see
coming
you
along,
next time.
Enzo. It's been great
Yeah.
having you. See you next time.
In
And
the
I think
power
it is
hour.
about time in the power hour. Absolutely, that was a great power hour. And
It has
I
to
hope
happen
that
again.
you join. It has to happen again for sure, and it will happen again in 2 months' time. Make sure that you join us in February for the 24 Hours of Daytona. It is sure to be a massive romp for sure. I'd just like to take these final moments to thank our race director, Mr. Jimmy Allison, for doing all the things, cameraman extraordinaire and co-commentator Josh Anderson for keeping us company and taking over when need be. To the chat room, you've been lovely. Thank you for giving us all of the discussion topics that we needed to keep ourselves occupied. My name is James Kirk, and from all of us here, it is a very warm goodbye.